barely 15 minutes late. Very good for legislative time. I am State Senator
Oh
Liz.
no, we got to tell them. Guys, you ready? In the
Yeah,
back.
I told them in the back. Okay. People can't hear me. Let me just make sure. Oh, there we go. Okay. Good morning. I am State Senator Liz Krueger, the chair of the Finance Committee, and obviously there's a lot of financial questions here, but also come January, because of redistricting, much of the territory we'll be talking about today moves from my colleague Senator Brad Hoylman's district to my district. Of course, we are joined by the chair of the Public Authorities Committee, Leroy Comrie, and I will be turning it over to him next. But I do want to just highlight we are also joined, not in person, but by Zoom, by my colleagues Senator Brad Hoylman, Senator Anna Kaplan, and Senator Kevin Thomas was there 1 second ago, and there he is. You took the wrong time to turn off, Kevin. Thank you. So thank you all for being with us as well today on this Friday and officially summer to discuss what is going on with the status of the Penn Station area civic and land use improvement project, including its potential impact on New York City and New York State finances. And we have a very impressive agenda of testifiers that we will be hearing from. And I just want to highlight, we couldn't say yes to everyone who asked to testify because there's only so many hours in a day, but they've all been invited and welcome to submit testimony. And so anyone who's here who wishes to submit testimony and did not do so before today is still welcome to do so. Or if after hearing things you decide you want to change your testimony, that's okay with us also. And we'll ultimately be putting all the testimony up, people who spoke, people who didn't speak, on the Senate website, so that the goal, I think, of all of my colleagues in the New York State Senate is we want as much transparency and public information as possible, because that's the only way we as citizens can understand the decisions being made, question the decisions, come up with better answers, and improve on the goals. And I think we all share the goal and the recognition that mass transit is the future of New York City, and improving our mass transit is the future of New York City. And if you've attempted to get even here above ground involving a vehicle today, you know why mass transit is so critical to our future. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Senator Comrie for his opening remarks, and I look forward to hearing from everyone. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm pleased to be here this morning. I'm Leroy Comrie. I chair the Corporations, Authorities, and Commissions Committee for the Senate. I want to thank my leader, Andrea Stewart Cousins, for allowing me to have this opportunity to chair this committee. The committee has oversight of not only the MTA, but the Port Authority and all of the commissions in the state. And it's an honor that I don't take lightly. I just want to thank my colleague, Senator Krueger, for asking us to hold this important hearing today, because it is important that we have questions asked in a public venue regarding this project. I also want to thank my colleagues that are on the screen, Brad Hoylman, Anna Kaplan, and Kevin Thomas, and also Senator Sepulveda, who has expressed major interest in this project as well. And I just want to thank the administration, the governor's office, for allowing the hearing to happen and showing up with all of their primary people that can actually listen to what we need to do on the project. The Penn Station project and the issues around it, there's no doubt that we want to see Penn Station improvement. There's no doubt that we want to have Penn Station as a world-class destination so that we can improve the level of transit, the amount of passengers that move through Penn Station, the ability of Penn Station to link to other areas as well, so that we can improve the ability for transit and happening. But the concern is what happens above ground. How do we finance this project? What areas are being utilized to make this project happen? Are we using the most optimum pieces of property to actually develop this project? And who is going to be displaced, and is that displacement necessary? There's no doubt that we need to do some things in the Midtown area in Manhattan, but there's also no doubt that we need to hear from the communities so that we can ensure that there's a project at the end of the day that everybody can be unhappy with. because in my opinion in government, from working as chair of land use in the city council, if everybody's unhappy after discussion, after open opinion, after collaboration, then you got a project that everybody can live with. So, well, so that's my philosophy. So I'd rather have the discussions, have the open meetings, have the determination and deliberation on what the best policies and practices are moving forward, so that we can get to a final decision that can move this city forward in the way that it needs to be moved with the future. I'm not into NIMBYs. I'm not into overdevelopment. I'm into making sure that we can do something that makes sense in this world that we're living in a world where the Supreme Court has just overturned Roe v. Wade, according to the tweet that I just saw.
Same tweet.
In a world that the Supreme Court yesterday is trying to make sure that New Yorkers are fearing in their lives in a different way because they're going to allow people to carry guns. In a world where we don't know if the business community wants to come back to New York because a lot of people would rather work from home. In a world that's changing because of technology and opportunity. So we have to take that all into consideration with what we're doing here. I'm proud to work with my colleague Liz Kruger, who I've had a great relationship with over the years, even before I got to the State Senate, but since I got to the State Senate, and Brad Hoylman, also to make sure that we listen to the community, that we hear from the experts and hear from the advocates. And I want to thank the administration, because Governor Hochul has been willing to amend projects and look at issues with the AirTrain. I want to thank her and commend her for looking at that. I want to thank her and commend her for looking at the other opportunities. Senator Sepulveda is trying to get in, guys. I want to thank her for being willing to take a look at this project, because this was started under another administration who had a different style. And we're in a better style now with more collaboration and more discussion and more opportunities for transparency. And that's what we want to do today. So with that, we can move forward. I think we've introduced everybody that needs to be introduced, and now we have a team of folk here that I'm proud to introduce. And that's Jamie Torres Springer, some guy in the middle, Jano Lieber, who's been all over the media lately. I'm in a good mood this morning. And Hope Knight, who is the near chair of EDC. And I want to thank my team also, my staff, and the Senator's staff, Senator Kruger's staff, for the collaboration that we consistently make together to make this meeting happen. Thank you.
Thank you. I also want to just recognize that we have been joined by Senator Sepulveda. I guess he got his technical situation worked out, who's also co-sponsoring this hearing with us as the chair of the Cities Committee. So, hey, Louis, thank you for being here as well. And for all of our colleagues who are online, just know when we get to the question section, you know the little raised hand button on Zoom. That's how we seem to run the Senate nowadays. So you'll just raise your hands and we'll know that you have questions of our guests. So with that, we're going to start with our first panel, which is already in their seats. Thank you very much. Hope Knight, President and CEO of Empire State Development, Jano Lieber, Chair and CEO of the MTA, and Jamie Torres Springer, President of the MTA Construction and Development. And the three of you obviously will choose in what order you want to speak.
I'm going to defer to my colleague.
Well, thank you, Senator Kruger, Chairman Kruger, Chairman Comrie, our committee's chair.
Can you pull the mic a little closer?
Sure.
We'll make sure it's behind
Senator, Chairman Sepulveda, Senator Hoylman, and Senators Thomas and Kaplan, representing folks on Long Island who are among the biggest users of Penn Station. I can't start my testimony on this topic without acknowledging that this is an unfortunate historic moment with the overturning of Roe v. Wade, and there are women whose lives are going to be affected by it. So, there's so many people in this room who have fought for women's right to choose, and I just want to start by acknowledging that. So as I said, I am Jano Lieber, CEO and Chairman of the MTA. By Senator Comrie's standard, I'm doing pretty well because people aren't happy with me every day. And I'm joined by Jamie Torres Springer, who is the President of MTA Construction and Development, overseeing all of our construction and capital projects. I recognize that this hearing will discuss the general project plan for the redevelopment of the area surrounding Penn, but Jamie and I are here today as transportation infrastructure professionals to focus on the reconstruction of existing Penn itself, or as commuters know it, the nastiest public facility in New York City. Penn's bad reputation goes back literally decades, all the way to the current incarnation's opening in the 1960s. Famous architectural historian Vincent Scully wrote about this version of Penn. Once one entered the city like a god, now one scuttles in like a rat. A more recent New York Times editorial from 2017 had a similar view, calling the station, quote, a subterranean station that is one of the most claustrophobic, confusing, and spirit-throttling spaces in the city. So in case you haven't visited in a while, I brought along some photos to remind you what it's been like for the last 50 years. And I'm sorry if I'm obscuring anybody's view, but Peter, would you play Carol Merrill and turn them? On the first board, we show the thing that everybody knows about Penn, that makes it so miserable. Low ceilings, cramped spaces, narrow corridors, just inhumane, awful conditions, especially in the passageways where commuters access stairs and escalators to the platform, where people are trying to actually get to the trains. Next board. This is because, in large part, half of the bottom of the station, where you actually access platforms, and Senator Comrie, all of your constituents from Jamaica and Southeast Queens know this well. The corridors are narrow in large part because half of the station is occupied by back of house space that does not belong there, by offices and work, and locker rooms and mechanical rooms that crowd the whole area that should be open to the public, like Moynihan Train Hall's great open space and like Grand Central's open space. Next board. The amount of vertical circulation, and at this point, this becomes incredibly safety sensitive. The stairs, escalators, and elevators to and from the platform are totally inadequate. That crowding that everybody knows when you get off a train or try to get on a train is monstrous and it's dangerous. Next vision. There are limited exits, especially compared to Grand Central. And there's a diagram which the senators probably can't see, but it compares the amount of exiting to the street between Penn, which basically has these two corner exits on 8th Avenue and hard to find exits on 7th Avenue except for the new one that we put in, and an unusable mid-block exit in the old taxiway, which is basically abandoned. Not to be alarmist, but this is not a modern fire code and emergency scenario compliant facility. We have our busiest transportation facility in the Western Hemisphere, and it's really not set up for emergencies. So the big question is, who's going to fix it? Peter, can you take down the easel so people in the back have a better view? The big question we've got in front of us is who is going to fix it, and the answer is Governor Kathy Hochul. She has put forward a commuter-first proposal that prioritizes New Yorkers by fixing Penn now.
Peter, why don't you put it in front instead of behind so you're not blocking all those people?
Okay, we don't want to block it. But the governor has put forward a plan.
He means turn it around so everybody can see it. I mean, yeah,
No.
turn it around. Yeah.
It's all stuff that folks have seen and experienced if you've ever been to Penn. Yeah. Okay. So,
See, it's a design assignment. Thank you.
yeah.
Thank you.
Peter's playing Carol Merrill, but he's actually done a ton of real design work on this for a couple of years now. So, listen, the governor's proposal prioritizes New Yorkers by fixing Penn now. Instead of waiting until Gateway is completed in 2035 or beyond, Governor Hochul wants to get started much sooner. That's good news for our customers who have suffered long enough. We have the rare window of opportunity now in which to get the job done. Fixing this facility will require some disruption of its physical structure. We have to get that done in the next 5 years. Here's why. Moynihan Train Hall's open, and the Amtrak customers have moved across 8th Avenue to that great new facility. It opens up the second floor of the station, the old Amtrak area, especially at the 8th Avenue end, and it opens up the Amtrak second floor is the real culprit for why all those ceilings at the bottom level are so low. So we can blow it out, allowing for soaring ceilings and, wonder of wonders, actual natural light to enter the station. 2, the East Side Access Project is approaching completion, which clears the way for the Long Island Railroad to initiate what we are calling Grand Central Madison service to East Midtown. That means that roughly half of the Long Island Railroad's customers are going to move out of Penn across to Grand Central. So that means there'll be a lot fewer Long Islanders using existing Penn, again, opening the door to major construction. But we are about to start a major project that will bring Metro North service and thousands of East Bronx residents to Penn in 4 to 5 years, so-called Metro North Penn Station Access Project. So that makes it, all of this makes it essential that we use that 4 to 5 year period to get the heavy construction done. The good news is that the work to transform this miserable facility has already begun. In addition to the opening of Moynihan Train Hall, the MTA has completed an iconic new entrance to Penn Station right on 7th Avenue that restores street-level presence of this major facility for the first time in a long time. For many, many years, you could have walked up and down Penn, and you were frequently asked by people who were non-residents or tourists, where is Penn Station? Because you couldn't even see it or find it. That has changed now. That's for the good. We're also approaching the finish line on the project to double the size of the Long Island Railroad Concourse, a project we're going to complete. Jamie's leading it, and it's going to be done in the first quarter of 2023. Any of you who have been down there will see the benefit of having much higher ceilings, double wide corridor, and much better retail with better access to the street. The other piece of good news is that with the support of Governor Hochul, who is joined in celebrating it by the governor of New Jersey and Amtrak leaders, we put out an RFP, request for proposals, to totally redesign the rest of existing Penn, and we put that out a couple weeks ago. The deadline for submissions is July 28. This design work is being paid for with some of the money the legislature put into the budget in 2021, and it's only for existing Penn. It involves no property taking, just planning and designing for the existing site. I want to emphasize that. But we cannot let this moment pass us by. Yes, track and tunnel expansion through Gateway are needed, and they are coming in some years. We're studying the possibility of through running as part of the environmental assessment that sometimes gets misunderstood. There is no ruling out of through running. It's something people have been talking about for years, but we can't let these issues, any of these issues, stop us from fixing Penn now. You're going to hear from speakers who are operating in good faith, but their goal is to maintain the status quo and continue studying these issues until a perfect plan materializes. That's never going to happen. It's never going to be perfect. Senator Comrie is right that we're all going to have to figure out some way to move forward together that's going to be not perfect or ideal. Our railroad partners at Amtrak and New Jersey Transit agree this is the plan to fix Penn Station. We can't keep waiting for something more perfect to get started, changing this miserable customer experience. Millions of New Yorkers, especially Long Islanders, but also New Jerseyans and eventually people coming on Metro North from Westchester and Connecticut, will benefit. To do nothing after all these years and all this talk would be a slap in their face. It would mean that we're telling New York State riders that the state and the MTA don't care about their experience. It's not true, and we're not going to let it happen. We have an urgent need for action. The 2 subway stations at Penn together constitute the second busiest complex in the entire subway system after Times Square. And the number of people who are going to use Penn in the coming years, once Metro North comes into Penn through that project and begins bringing people from the Bronx, is over 600,000, roughly the same number of people as the entire population of San Francisco. The current station was built to accommodate just 200,000 people. It was meant to be temporary, and now we've been stuck with it for 55 years. We want New Yorkers to have a safe and comfortable mass transit experience. People ought to be able to live and work near the best mass transit in the center of the greatest city in the world, which is why we're supportive of transit-oriented development. It's the right thing to do for the environment. It helps get cars off the road. And it's also attractive because of what the governor announced late last year, that any development in the area would involve significant investments in pedestrian-oriented corridors and additional egress to help move Penn passengers around the area and to address the chronic pedestrian gridlock around the station. New York State has also already put more than $2 billion into building Moynihan Train Hall and improving existing Penn Station, but that's not an insignificant amount of money. To finish the transformation of Penn, we're going to need revenues and better sources of funding, money from Amtrak and New Jersey Transit, the state of New Jersey, who have an obligation to chip in, and from federal grant opportunities. But the new Biden administration IIJA programs are competitive. We have no assurance of success. In fact, most of the potential funding programs haven't even been set up. The rules and regulations have not been written. And if we're honest with ourselves, we know that New York historically gets less than its fair share. We have a lot of projects. We're going to compete on every front. But we also know that historically, the federal bureaucracy and to some extent Congress usually cap us out because we are 40% of the national mass transit population. I hope I'm wrong about what may happen in Washington, but it underscores the importance of what the governor has proposed, which is a value capture proposal, a funding source that we in New York, not DC, would control for all this work. Now, fixing Penn won't be easy, but we can do hard things. Senator Krueger, you asked me about whether we're making any progress on schedule and budget. The answer is we are. Look at what the team, my team, Jamie's team, have delivered on projects recently, projects that were written off as pipe dreams or failures for years. We have stopped the schedule slippage on East Side Access, the justifiably maligned mega project. I said in 2018, we're not going to push the schedule out, and we're finishing it this year. Long Island Railroad third track, $2.5 billion mega project down the center of Long Island. Senator Kaplan, Senator Thomas know it well. On schedule, under budget, $100 million under budget. L-Train Tunnel, $100 million under budget and 6 months ahead of schedule. We got that done, and we didn't shut the service down. We kept L-Train service going while we fixed those tunnels. The Times Square shuttle, we rebuilt it during COVID, the oldest part of our system. Now it's ADA accessible. Now it is a heck of a lot easier to use and just a completely different experience. And now we're moving on to that Metro North Penn Access project, which was for decades merely a gleam in the eye of transportation planners, and under Jamie's leadership that we have wrestled through all the issues and figured out how to keep service going and to turn that from a 2-track railroad into a 4-track railroad so that people in the East Bronx, some of whom Senator Sepulveda is representing, have a shot at mass transit and don't have to ride a bus for 75 minutes to get to Midtown. We've been here before. This is historic. Senator Moynihan, whom I worked for, and Alex Washburn is here too, he also led worked on the Moynihan Train Hall project when it was in its inception. Senator Moynihan called the destruction of the original Penn Station the greatest act of civic vandalism in our history. We must seize the opportunity to right that wrong. If we don't, we got to be honest with ourselves. We're really no better than the people who are responsible for knocking down the original Penn Station. I feel strongly about that. I look forward to working with all of you and with the community. They are our partners too, as we create a Penn Station that will make all New Yorkers proud. Thank you again for the opportunity to participate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you next, Hope?
I am next.
Okay.
Good morning,
Good
Good
morning.
morning.
Chairpersons Comrie, Krueger, and Sepulveda, and distinguished members of New York State Senate. My name is Hope Knight, and I serve as President and CEO of the Empire State Development and as Commissioner of Department of Economic Development. Thank you for the invitation and opportunity to be with you to talk to you today about Penn Station and the Penn Area Project. I'm going to present a condensed version of my testimony that we've submitted to you today. As a lifelong New Yorker, as someone who's spent much of my professional career in community revitalization and local development, And as a former member of the New York City Planning Commission, I'm excited about this project. I believe the reconstruction and expansion of Penn Station is the single most important public infrastructure project being worked on today. It determines the future economic viability of New York City, the state, and the region. I come to this project with firsthand experience working on other transit-oriented development initiatives. Before Governor Hochul appointed me to my position at ESD, I led the Greater Jamaica Development Corporation, where a major regional transportation hub was the center of our downtown. The Jamaica Station is the fourth busiest rail station in North America, home to JFK AirTrain, and serves hundreds of thousands of commuters, and we leverage the transit hub to attract overdue transit-oriented development. Just like in Jamaica, this project will have a transformative impact for the Penn area. My work in Jamaica also underscored how important Penn Station is to the entire metropolitan region. Every day, hardworking New Yorkers from Queens and across Long Island pass through Jamaica on their way into Penn. They deserve better. As we have just heard from MTA Chair Janno Lieber, Governor Hochul has announced a bold vision to modernize Penn Station and bring it into the 21st century. This is the Penn Station New Yorkers deserve. A critical component for achieving the vision of ESD's is adoption of the General Project Plan, or the GPP. ESD's GPP creates the framework for financing the reimagined Penn Station. Leveraging private investments to fund large-scale infrastructure projects is a model that has been successfully applied to many other projects, including the 7-line subway extension in Hudson Yards, Brooklyn Bridge Park, and Monahan Train Hall. Revenues from private developments provide predictable resources to fund public benefits. The state and the city of New York are currently having productive conversations, and we will reach an agreement for a comprehensive financial framework for the GPP sites before the ESD's directors act on the final GPP. But the GPP is far more than a tool to finance the new Penn Station. It lays the groundwork for sustainable transit-oriented growth for generations to come. This is an area that hasn't seen a major upgrade since the 1970s. We think about the ways we live, work, especially after COVID. New York is going to need new transit-oriented 21st century buildings to attract workers and remain competitive. Already we are seeing a flight to quality as companies are looking for Class A buildings that have modern amenities and that are near major transit hubs like Grand Central. New privately funded developments will revitalize the area's aging commercial office stock, enliven the streetscape, and add quality housing to the neighborhood, including hundreds of permanently affordable units. The governor's plan also includes 8 acres of new open space, a new underground concourse connecting Herald Square to Penn, 8 new station entrances, and 10 new subway entrances that will help eliminate pinch points and crowding. I also want to emphasize how important community input has been. This plan has been developed in close coordination with the surrounding community every step of the way. ESD has held or participated in more than 100 community meetings, town halls, public hearings, and other stakeholder briefings and listening sessions.
I'm all for having an open meeting, but I'm not into cross-talking, so it's got to be eliminated. I'm hearing side conversations already. Everybody will have their turn, but please do not have side conversations while other people are speaking on the mic. Thank you.
One of the first actions taken by the state was the creation of a community advisory committee composed of local elected officials, community representatives, urban planners, transportation advocates, and other stakeholders. In fact, I served on the CAC prior to my appointment at ESD. Input from that group led directly to significant changes and improvements to the plan at every step in the process, including the major revisions announced by Governor Hochul in November. In closing, thank you for holding this hearing. The problem is obvious as how essential this is to fix this plan. We must not miss the once-in-a-generation opportunity to correct past neglect, put New Yorkers to work, and make a historic investment in the region's future. Thank you.
Okay. were you gonna testify also, or were you here to answer questions? Okay. I'm gonna let others ask questions first. Oh, see, now here's the dilemma. I can't actually see the hands from where I'm sitting.
Right.
Who has their hand up? Speak up, colleagues. Oh, Anna Kaplan,
Senator
hi.
Kaplan? Okay.
I want to really thank Chairman Kruger, Comrie, and Sepulveda for letting me take part today. And I want to also thank Jano and Hope Knight for their testimony. And I appreciate that Jano brought up the recent track record of the MTA to get big projects done on time and under the budget with the least disruption for riding public. Can you explain to us why, again, why is this project so critical and the constraints that we face?
Well, I'll start by saying thank you so much for your question, Senator Kaplan. And you just need to acknowledge that you have been very much a leader in making that third track project work well. One of the things we're proudest of is that we worked so closely with the community in that project, actually tying the contractor's bonuses in part to community feedback and scorecards. So thank you for your work. Listen, the urgency, I know I'm a broken record about that, is that there is this 4 to 5 year window between when we move people, large numbers of Long Island Railroad commuters out of Penn, and when Metro North comes in, when we have to do the big structural work. So that is why you hear so much urgency from me. We want to have the station, the big construction done while the station is less, the population of the station, especially Long Island Railroad users, is at a much lower level. That's just a sacred window of opportunity that we cannot waste. And that's why you hear that sense of urgency from me. I think we can. Part of the work that we've been doing is not just design, but thinking about construction staging so that when we have to go to work in a big way, we'll be ready to do it with minimal, to minimize the impact on passengers and to get it done as efficiently as possible.
Sure, Senator, I'll just add to your question, that as Chair Lieber has said, we are bringing projects in on time, on budget, under budget, wherever possible, with a series of innovations that have been introduced that we're working hard on. And we're integrating those into the way we're preparing to deliver this project. The RFP that the chair mentioned that we issued, which will be due back in July for design, incorporates thinking about design build, project management, coordination between the 3 railroads, the MTA, Amtrak, and New Jersey Transit, in the way that we design and build this project to minimize disruption, but deliver that very high quality vision to replace this unfortunate situation that we have for 600,000 riders a day.
And the proof is that Carter project, which is a huge project in existing Penn, is on schedule and maybe a little ahead of schedule and on budget.
Thank you very much. And could you also speak a little bit, what would be the consequences if we delay this project getting started?
Well, I think as Jano mentioned, the really critical impetus here is that we get moving so that we can do the most disruptive work between the opening of East Side Access later this year and the completion of Penn Access. That's when we have less train traffic coming in, and the big consequence is that it would lead to considerably more disruption. And of course, then there's also the broad benefits that this project will bring to the city and the region that we'll be foregoing until we're finished.
I just want to add one point that I may not have mentioned in my testimony, but I know it's on everyone's mind, which is that we don't, the issue, I know there's a lot of discussion about the special permit affecting Madison Square Garden. That is a city jurisdiction issue. We're planning to get this work done so that, whether Madison Square, the city works that out, Madison Square Garden stays, or whether they make the decision to move, that would take some time. Either way, we can deliver this station and the upgrades. It's not dependent. We are agnostic on the Madison Square Garden issue. So what we're trying to do is make sure we can deliver for New Yorkers immediately, not wait for another generation of negotiations and planning and moving and all that about Madison Square Garden. We're determined to get this done now. If they move later, that's the decision, that's fine too.
Thank you for your testimony. And as Chairwoman Kruger said, mass transit is the future of New York City. And it's not just New York City, I think it's the entire state, and we need to make these investments. And thank you for your testimony and answering my question.
Thank you, Senator Kaplan. Okay, so now everybody has their hands up, good. And the order I saw them in was Hoylman, Thomas, and Sepulveda, so I'm just going to call out in that order. Senator Brad Hoylman.
Thank you, Chair Kruger. Thank you, Chair Comrie. Thank you for your bringing us together along with Senator Sepulveda on this important issue. For the record, I have been opposed to the configuration of this project from the very beginning. Really every step of the way. I voted against the original general project plan. I voted against funding for $1.3 billion in the budget for this project. I've introduced legislation that would require the city to have a role in this through the Uniform Land Review project, ULURP. And I've introduced legislation that would require rent-stabilized tenants to have their rights protected. And the reason being, I feel like New York City has a very good land use process that we are obviously subverting through a GPP. That said, that ship has unfortunately sailed, and we are left with the project that, in fact, the Hochul administration inherited from the previous administration. So I do appreciate the fact that we have fresh eyes in a new administration looking at this very complex plan, and that I've seen an eagerness and willingness on the part of speakers today to engage with the elected officials, community boards, and other local stakeholders in trying to get this right. So that said, I did have a few questions about the project itself. It is complex, as we all know, and it has changed from the previous administration to the current. Could either of you describe to me what has changed between the previous plan and the plan that is now before ESD? As I understand it, the commercial development originally was going to be helping pay for the new terminal for the Gateway Tunnel. How is that new terminus for the Gateway Tunnel going to be paid for?
Well, I'll talk about how the plan has changed during the Hochul administration. So first of all, lower density, it's been reduced by 1.4 million square feet. That's the equivalent of one tower. More open space, 8 acres of open space, a 30,000 square foot pedestrian plaza, enhanced public realm elements, protected bike lanes, and widened sidewalks, and housing. We heard the call for more housing, and more housing has been incorporated into the plan.
Thank you for that. And I do appreciate your focus on housing. The community has asked for at least 1,000 units of affordable housing. We're seeking additional supportive housing in the realm of 200 units. That we're going to be pressing you for that. Wanted to focus on the risks to taxpayers, Ms. Knight, in terms of what you see as the commercial market being able to provide the revenue to pay for the Penn Station redevelopment. We're looking at 18.1 million square feet of new commercial office space. Is that roughly correct?
That's what would be developed, yes. over time.
And what happens if that doesn't
So-
come to pass?
Right. So thank you for your question. You know, this plan is framed to take place over a number of decades. And as we've seen, you know, even as we come out of COVID, companies have sought this flight to quality, looking for Class A office space. And so we believe that companies will continue to seek that type of office space, particularly over the long course of time. Of course, we'll see various economic cycles, contractions, and expansions, but we believe that this Class A office space could be absorbed. We will work with the MTA to structure the most advantageous financing possible to minimize the risk for taxpayers.
So if I can just pipe up and.
What would you?
May I, Senator
Yeah,
Horn,
and
if
how
I
would you
may-
estimate the level of risk?
Yeah, but can I
Yeah.
just add one point to this? I mean, the one model that you might look for the time frame and the development pattern is the World Trade Center, which I spent so many years on, where, you know, the first building started construction in 2002, and the last building to be completed, I think, wasn't finished until 2018 or 19. So the pattern is when these plans are established, then it takes a while for the market and the construction process to deliver projects to market, and those are always affected by, you know, market conditions and so on. I don't mean to get out of my lane, Hope, but
No,
I just-
absolutely.
that's you know, that's obviously a precedent of some relevance here. It is not dropping all of these buildings on the market at once.
Yes, and I also wanted to add, this GPP provides for up to 18 million square feet to be built over a long period of time.
Thank you. So, what are there steps that you're taking to mitigate risks? I mean, there must be some risks. I mean, we've seen the flight from office space. I'm home with COVID right now, and we know that the virus isn't going away anytime soon, sadly. Can you identify specific risks that you're specific steps you're taking to mitigate risks
So
to taxpayers in connection?
we would negotiate site-specific development agreements for each building, and we would do that in the context of the economic environment. And with respect to financing, we would work to find the most advantageous federal programs or tax-exempt bond structures to mitigate risk with respect to financing these buildings.
So if there is not commercial funding to back up the debt payments between the years of construction and the first pilot payments, which you're negotiating with the city, does the state is the state the backup plan for that?
The state would have to back up interest payments if the bonds would not be able, or whatever financing tool we use would not be able to be paid. The city is not on the hook for any debt payments.
And speaking of the city, and I just have a couple more questions, and then I'll ask for a second round if that's okay, chairs. Speaking of the city, what is the status of those pilot negotiations?
Yeah, so we continue to work through the negotiations with the city on that, on our financial framework. And we are aligned with respect to land use and finances. We are continuing to discuss governance structure and how we might manage property in the Penn area. So we expect to have an
And
agreement
finally-
shortly.
Shortly, like in the next weeks
2
or
weeks,
months?
yes.
2 weeks, okay. And is that going to be, how is that subject to public review, or is that just going to be voted on by the board?
That will be voted on by the ESD board and then would be voted on by the PACB.
Thank you. And then finally, for Mr. Lieber, could you just give us the time frame that New Yorkers want to know when they're going to see a new Penn Station, when they'll be able to make their first swipe into that turnstile and open up into this new space that is so long overdue?
Thank you for the question. I mean, the obviously, when you're designing a project of this magnitude, it's fairly complicated. You get it, you understand this, that a lot of this hinges on what outages we're willing to, we are able to negotiate with our other railroad partners, because that's how you get work done. You take a track out of service, you work on the structure, and whether you're able to do that 24/7 or only on the weekends or only on nights, all those questions will have a huge impact on the schedule. But our goal is to get the design done in calendar 2020 and the physical construction contracts awarded in calendar 2023, and to be underway in construction. And we're very focused on trying to get as much of the work done as possible by the time that those Metro North customers come in 27. Right now, that is the schedule, okay?
So 2027 is the goal at the moment?
Yeah, we're trying to be realistic about a mega project like that. That looks like what we're shooting for, because that's when Metro North Penn Access will start to roll into Penn Station, adding new customers to the population. Does that make sense?
Do you have any estimate of like an outside date? I mean, 2027 seems to be your most ambitious date, which I appreciate.
Well,
How long?
We are trying to organize this as like I say, a 4 to 5 year project. We have to be open, and we will be open about the schedule, because it's part of what we negotiate with contractors, right? That they have liquidated damages, they have penalties if they don't make schedule. That's how we manage jobs. So it'll all be very open, but right now that is our estimate.
And one final question, Mr. Lieber, any update on the Hudson Rail Tunnel Gateway and the plan for Penn expansion? What is the date that you expect to be?
I'm in some ways the wrong person to ask. I'll tell you what I know. I'm not on the Gateway Development Commission. I don't oversee that. I work with Amtrak on many other matters, but not on that one. As I understand it, that's the schedule that they're shooting for the tunnels is 2035. So their goal is to, they haven't said it explicitly, but to have the expansion completed in some time frame roughly commensurate with that. So it's a 13-plus year period to having the expansion and the tunnels done.
And my final date question is for Commissioner Hope. What date do you expect the final building to be, as part of the commercial development, to be completed?
2044.
Thank you. Thank you, chairs.
Thank you. I think it was Senator Thomas next.
Thank you, Chairs Comrie and Kruger, and thank you to General Lieber and Hope Knight for joining us today. As you all know, I represent parts of Nassau County, and this project is incredibly important for my residents on Long Island who take the LIRR every day for work, for dining, for Broadway, for games, etc. Can you tell me how this project will improve their commuter lives?
Okay. You want to take a crack at that?
Sure. Yeah. Sure, Senator. We appreciate that. And I should start by mentioning that in all the work that we're doing, The priority really is those riders, your constituents who come into the station every day. So, you know, and we have to look at this as a comprehensive picture. So we're improving the commutes for folks that ride the Long Island Railroad at the end of this year when Third Track opens, which will significantly improve the commutes for many Long Island residents. And then also making the improvement as we begin the Grand Central Madison service into Grand Central. Improving Penn Station, you know, means that their entry into the city will be much improved. And we've all had that experience of coming into Penn and the discomfort of the entry into the station. And I think that that's our number one goal, is to make that improvement. But also, you know, time is of the essence, right? I mean, when people are making their commutes, a few minutes makes a big difference. And what the chair has described in terms of our project plan, the vertical circulation, the improved entrances, escalators, elevators, opportunities for ADA accessibility, it means that many more people, a broad swath of New Yorkers, your constituents, can use the station. And it means that they will all have minutes reduced from their arrival into New York City and their departure from New York City. And that's really what's critical, I think, for improving the community.
And may I just add, the most basic level, instead of coming into that rabbit warren of narrow corridors that look like they were built, you know, in, you know, the 19th century in some cases, they will be in an open area, an open skylit concourse like Moynihan Train Hall or like Grand Central. A fundamentally different experience. You'll have improved retail, you'll have all kinds of things. And most important, as we're looking at a world where climate change is going to govern a lot of our behavior, we have to make the mass transit experience much more attractive for people who are, you know, who are living in Nassau County, for example. And you know, going through existing Penn is a crummy, soul-crushing experience right now. We would change it to being something much more like Moynihan Train Hall, with a wide open space, with light coming in, with intuitive navigation, with lots of entrances that make it easy to spread out whichever direction you're going, just like Grand Central. Now Penn, you can't figure out how to get in and out. Grand Central, you go every direction, and there are 3 or 4 entrances, right? So all of those parts of the customer experience will be altered. And as Jamie said, you cannot underestimate the value of vertical circulation, getting on and off the platforms. That's a safety issue. It's also a customer experience issue, and we would add about 40% of vertical circulation elements, stairs, escalators, and elevators.
So there's a lot of improvements to the aesthetics and the look. But what about faster commuting times, less crowding, making it more safe? Are we focused on that as well?
Yeah, I mean, I think Jamie alluded to it. With Third Track and the new Grand Central Madison service, we have 40% more inbound service and over 50% more outbound service on the Long Island Railroad plan. So that's a radical change to add that much extra service. When you go to Senator Comrie and Hope Knight's home territory in Jamaica Station, you will be able to stand there on a platform and choose whether you go take a Penn train or a Grand Central train, and they'll be coming by faster than the Lexington Avenue line at rush hour. Every 2 minutes, there'll be a train headed to Manhattan Midtown.
I
So-
object, since I represent Lexington Avenue line
Okay.
also. Do something else they
But
also.
this is true mass transit. So people have options. They have a level of service that makes it truly faster and more convenient. Everybody's attached to their own specific train, but the big picture is a lot more service is going to create a lot better conditions for people who live in Nassau County.
And when will we be able to see that change?
Well, the inauguration of that extra service is coming at the end of this year. We put out timetables to reflect that, and we can certainly get into it.
Thank you. And one last question. I know I spoke a lot about Nassau County and my residents there. What about the people that work and live around the Penn Station area? What is it there for them, and how will it improve their lives?
So we're focused on substantial public realm and transit improvements. As I said earlier, more open space, pedestrian plazas, protected bike lanes, expanded sidewalks, easier to navigate, very much improved for the people that live and work in this Penn Station area.
Okay, so it'll dramatically change their, experience around the area.
The experience will be dramatically changed.
Okay. And do you believe that we have enough funding to do all of this?
Well, based on the framework of the GPP, yes, we would be able to fund these improvements through this plan.
And we're not going to go over budget, right?
No, Jano says we're not going to go over budget.
Just, again, we're not in the guarantee business, but judge us by our recent projects. That's what we ask. Judge us by Third Track, judge us by the L Train, judge us by the other projects that Jamie's mentioned. And we're going to, I think we've set a new track record, but, this is a big project, and we're going to do our best.
Right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And good, Senator Sepulveda has found us again just at the right time.
Yeah, today's been a technical nightmare, so thank you, everyone, and thank you for your testimony. My interest is in how this project is going to impact the outer boroughs, especially the district, the area that I represent, which is the Bronx, because a lot of time these big projects tend to ignore my county. So can you elaborate on how this project is going to benefit the Bronx and other outer boroughs?
Sure. The most important single aspect is the plan, the so-called Metro North Penn Access Project, which is taking the Amtrak Hellgate line, which goes through the East Bronx. We're turning it into a Metro North line. Amtrak will still run in it, but we're taking that old 2-track railroad and turning it into a 4-track railroad. And we're going to be putting stations on in Co-op City, Parkchester, Morris Park, and Hunts Point. That will cut the travel times of Bronx residents in those areas by, in many cases, more than half, save some people 40 minutes coming from Co-op City. It also will allow folks to pursue jobs in the northern suburbs. The fastest growing piece of the MMTA system before COVID was reverse commuting from the Bronx to Westchester and sometimes to Connecticut. So this is a dramatic economic development opportunity for folks in the East Bronx who have been pretty isolated from mass transit. They have buses, but they don't have access to the rail system. So we're very proud of that. When that project is completed, and again, that project is underway. This is not like a future going. That project, what we call Metro North Penn Access for the East Bronx, is actually underway. It's funded. The contractor was chosen, and the work has begun. That project is going to complete in 2027. We want to make sure that folks from the East Bronx are coming into a very different Penn Station that exists right now. That is the core benefit to the Bronx. We can talk about other aspects, but that's really the essence of the issue.
Well, I have to tell you that people in the East Bronx will be very grateful when they can shorten the commute by 40 minutes or a significant time. So thank you for that. Now, once the plan is approved, what possibility do homes or businesses or apartment dwellers have to modify the plan as it moves forward?
So we plan to bring the GPP to our ESD board in July, and then the financial framework to the PACB shortly thereafter. We will have convene a public realm task force that will continue to take input for the plan and the area, and that will be comprised of a number of stakeholders that can provide that type of feedback to us.
But if they provide feedback that may require some sort of change, is that a possibility once the plan has been approved and moving forward? Or is the plan as it stands now cannot be altered or changed in any way possible?
Well, the GPP is approved. If it is approved in July, will be as it stands, but there will be opportunity for input for other elements into the project. So, for example, we have the ability to negotiate site-specific elements with property owners. We have the ability to make changes to, the element of those development agreements.
So if I can jump in for a moment, one thing that we're going to do on the transportation infrastructure side of this is, when the project gets underway and after the GPP is approved, we would form a station advisory group that has representation from users around the region, Long Island, as well as folks who ride the subway to and from Penn, and neighborhood representatives and stakeholders. So we're going to have a formal process where we will be taking input as the project is designed and developed. And that's part of our strategy for the infrastructure side.
What's important for my community is to make sure that they receive notice of these proposals. Sometimes they don't have the kind of notice that I would require, in multi-languages and so forth, to advise them about this plan. So I would hope that part of your plan of action is to provide as much notice to all communities affected as possible, and to do so in not just English, but in the languages that dominate the areas. Two more questions. I'm an avid cyclist, and I noticed that in the plan there's a bicycle infrastructure improvement. Can you elaborate on that further?
So there is a conceptual plan to provide, more protected bike lanes, and also get more vehicular traffic off of the streets. And so we're looking at the possibility of shared streets, and so slow-moving traffic with bike lanes. Also, there is much more bike storage provided for in the plan.
But it is a big part of the plan. Or
It's a big
significant
part of the plan.
All right, and then the last question I have is, can you give me more information, additional information on the kind of housing that's going to be created?
So the plan right now accommodates up to 1,800 units, and over 500 of those would be permanently affordable. And we're
500.
500 units would be permanently affordable.
Okay. All right, so that I may ask other questions later on, but I think for now, thank you so much for your testimony. Thank you, my colleagues, for this hearing. It's very important to the people of the Bronx who have suffered poor transportation availability over the last years. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator. We're now going to turn to Senator Comrie.
Thank you. I want to thank all my colleagues and again everyone for attending. I didn't say in the beginning, but I do represent the Jamaica area with the Jamaica Station, which is had 2 projects already done with the tracks there that have been on time and under budget, and there's a project happening this summer, I believe, that hopefully will be. And what you didn't mention, Jano, as a prime project is my Elmont Station, which I alone conceptualized and built and under budget.
Right.
I just wanted to say that while Anna Kaplan was watching. But the first Long Island Railroad station in 40 years to be built on time and under budget. Congratulations on that as well.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to go into some questions around the scope of the project right now, and then we'll go into finance in detail. So. The first question is, has there been a major design change in the scope of the project for Penn Station as far as from the original project to today's iteration? And could you explain what those differences are?
I think broadly speaking, there has not been. The core concept that we're working with is one I kind of glossed over a little in my testimony, which is that upper level that we all associate with Amtrak is now not serving that much function because Amtrak has moved across the street, and it only has access to the platforms at the far west end, at the 8th Avenue end of the station. So what we talk about doing is almost exactly what was done in Moynihan Train Hall, which is to take out a level. The reason Moynihan Train Hall has that great concourse with a skylight above it is they removed a level. Mm-hmm. We want to remove about half of the upper level, the so-called Amtrak level in Penn, and create an opportunity for skylight to, for light to penetrate with a skylight in the mid-block. So that basic concept, which I think you and I have gone over in broad strokes before, is still the centerpiece of this. There's a lot of extra vertical circulation from the platforms up, and there's an idea of creating a great big open space similar to Moynihan and Grand Central in the center. So that's the core. Those are the core ideas that we're working with, sir.
Can you explain just to the general public what site is that under? Is that under Site 7, under 2 Penn, under Site 2? What is that in coordination with?
Sure. Well, the Penn Station, which is the subject of this project, is the entire block from
Yeah.
7th Avenue to 8th Avenue. It's
Right.
it's the whole area. And I would just note, Senator, in addition on the last question, that as Jano says, the vision is very much the vision that the governor announced last November. One of the big differences in the progress that we made is that we now have agreement amongst all of the railroads that occupy the station, Amtrak, New Jersey Transit, and the MTA, LIRR, on that vision. And they all stood there 2 weeks ago releasing that design request for proposals, which meant we were all saying that vision of the single-level station with the soaring train hall in the mid-block, with the location of the entrances, the improvements along 8th Avenue and 7th Avenue, that is a shared vision of all of the occupants of the station.
Okay, so the scope is still the original scope that was designed. It still will allow for additional trains. Can you talk about how many additional platforms and rail lines would be opened as a result of this? And you mentioned Gateway. Will the access or the ability for Gateway to access it be built in at the same time?
So I think the way we're handling that is, right now, this is the governor's innovation. You and Senator Krueger asked at the beginning, what has changed in the changeover administrations? What's changed is that Governor Hochul said, we want the work on existing Penn not to wait for Gateway 15 years from now,
Right.
but to be done now. That's the fundamental shift that happened. Gateway is still, what we're talking about is changing the passenger experience and adding these improvements for circulation, flow, and just to make the whole movement of people dramatically different, so people don't have to stand under the board and wait for which track assignment, and then they all run for one stairway or escalator because you can't figure out where to get on the train. That's the way existing Penn works. We're going to change all that. The Gateway plan remains, and again, it's not our project right now, but it is.
No, I just mean in terms of the fact that you're going to do all of the ability for Gateway to connect now. There won't have to be an additional project.
The whole idea is, this would be designed, upgrading existing Penn would be designed in coordination with the folks who are thinking about 15 years from now, the expansion project, not to preclude any of that. And you see in the renderings that we've done that there is an acknowledgement that there will be passageways to a future expansion, but that's not the project we're here talking about today. The project we're talking about is fix existing Penn now.
Right, but those access passageways will be
We'll
started.
design into them,
Right.
yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you. And the Penn Greeley passageway under Site 7 and 8, will that be redesigned to meet the needs of disabled and also be enhanced to adequately address the traffic that will be needed from the expansion?
Yeah.
You know the site. Can you answer the question? 'Cause I don't know.
Sure, Senator. We might as hope to respond as part of the GPP.
Yeah. So we will be upgrading and providing pedestrian passageways from Herald to Penn, and provide for navigation for pedestrians in a much more straightforward route than what we have had in the past.
So will that improve the aesthetics and the ability and the height of the passageway? Because that's one of the smallest, thinnest, and where my people go through right now. So if you're going to enhance opportunities for folks from the Jamaica and Long Island, Penn Greeley passageway, what's the ability to widen that? And can the width and height of that be doubled? That's what
Are we talking about the Corridor? I think.
No,
No,
the-
no.
The passageway from Sixth Avenue to Seventh Avenue.
Right.
I don't know exactly about doubling it, but the.
Right,
the
we'd like to
GPP,
too,
Yeah,
yes.
has a major improvement for that.
Improvements, yeah.
And I should note that the GPP includes 10 new entrances to Penn Station, including.
Okay, but that's the
improvement to
entrance that most folks from
Understood.
Jamaica go to, so
Yeah.
I'm kind of targeting that one to see where we are with that, and will that be ability
The
for?
good news on this one, honestly, is that project is clearly the one that's going to go first.
Okay,
And if the GPP is approved.
Right.
And that's the one where the ESDC has the ability to.
Start.
To say that this passageway has to be sized and designed to a certain level, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah.
and Penn Greeley the passageway runs from 6th to 7th, as you said, it connects the E-train to the Penn, and to the Long Island Railroad.
It connects the F train.
F-train,
Yes.
sorry. F-train, to that area, so which a lot of our Queens residents rely on every day, and to increase the volume of passengers who feel that that's the worst part of the station right now. That I would hope that we could see that. Now, that sits under what site? I'm just trying to get the site focused. You said from 6th to 7th. Is that under
7 and
2
8.
Penn? That's under 2 Penn and,
7 and 8, site 7 and 8.
okay.
Seven, it doesn't come under two Penn.
No, but
It's under site 7 and 8,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, yeah.
So those sites are part of the acquisition, or are those sites already acquired? That's
Those
the
sites
Manhattan Mall and the Hotel
are
Penn?
privately owned,
Okay.
yes.
And are they going to give you the ability to increase the height there if possible already? Has that been worked out?
So those sites are in our plan in the later portion of the plan. And so we would work with them to develop site-specific agreements to develop those sites. But we
But
would.
why isn't that in the beginning if that's the first project that you're
Well,
working?
we would work on the pedestrian passageways first
Yeah.
underneath as opposed to the buildings on top.
Okay. And those sites, well, I'll get back into that in later on, but I just want to talk about the development. I'll get back to 7 and 8 later, but I'm really focused in on handicapped accessibility and the improvement of the passageway so that disabled and adequate folks can, sorry, I got to stop saying disabled. People that are in need of extra assistance can utilize that safely. So are there going to be the necessary ramps for the disabled community to access that and move through that?
It will be accessible for those that are differently abled.
Okay.
Yeah, and let me just say, it's not a secret, we made a historic agreement this week that every MTA facility is gonna be made ADA accessible, so we're surely not gonna renovate anything and not make it fully ADA compliant. It's just not in, that's just not in our workbook. We're
Okay.
not doing that.
And will the plan also create safety measures such as platform barriers in the stations as well? Is that going to be incorporated into the plan since that's a newer design need that has been expressed by the riding public?
Yeah, Senator, thanks. We certainly have heard and are very cognizant of concerns about safety within the system and are working hard on this with the city. We did take a look comprehensively at a lot of different measures for safety to prevent track trespass or track intrusion, and we are piloting the concept of platform screen doors, which we'll have more detail on later this year. I would say, though, that as we've said, it is a very challenging concept across our entire system just because of the way that our system is engineered and the conditions of it. Having said that, we are entering into a more detailed design process for the reconstruction of Penn Station. So we'll be looking at all measures that are available to us.
And one of the, we're gonna be working with you on platform screen doors at Sutphin. So that is one that we will actually
Yep.
have some evidence to draw from and see if it potentially can be introduced engineering-wise here.
But technically, just right now, do you have enough height to conceptually do it, or is it,
That
is it
we have
equal
to
to the
study that
height at
further,
Sutton?
Senator.
'Cause-
Yeah, I will say again, you know, we did do a comprehensive study of the entire system, and it's only about a quarter of our stations where that actually is feasible. So, you know, we just have to be realistic. That's not a panacea solution. It's one that we're testing. There's a number of other factors that we're testing to look at safety in the system, track intrusion detection, laser intrusion detection. We are increasing, along with the city, the NYPD resources, as you know, but also homeless outreach, and social services workers. So it's a really comprehensive approach, and I think that applies to the future Penn Station as well.
Okay, great. And most of your Long Island Railroad cars are already equipped with onboard cameras, correct?
Yeah.
So
Yes.
that would continue throughout the,
Absolutely.
Yes.
and what about cameras within the station? Have you now included that into the new plan as a result of the world that we're living in at the moment?
Fully.
Certainly, yeah.
And so the cameras will be put through the passageways as well to make sure
Correct.
that the, okay, great.
Yeah,
All right.
we have, as we've said, we have thousands of cameras now throughout the system in those stations where, particularly where we've been able to get additional federal funding. We have what's called enhanced CCTV, which means that we don't just have it at the entrance to the station, we have it throughout the station.
Okay.
Platforms, the corridors, as you say, and hopefully there's more federal funding on the horizon that allows us to do that at more stations. But certainly Penn Station
But
is
we,
an
you know,
important
just to be
place.
clear, we have 250 million in the current capital program just for cameras.
Just for
We're putting cameras here.
Right.
We're gonna put cameras here.
Right, no, and I would hope that we get the federal funding so that we can maintain them and keep them, so that you can access them 24/7 as well. So I would hope that we get the federal funding for that. Just to two other questions. You said that you're working with the city separately on the Madison Square Garden, but can you see Madison Square Garden being doubled in size at the same site, or is that not feasible as far as seating capacity?
You know, we're trying to be transportation professionals. We have, not having studied the engineering or the idea of how that would be done, it's impossible to respond. Well, I think our point is only, sir,
My
that
poor Knick fans are asking me to ask that question.
our point is only whether the city and the other stakeholders decide the garden should stay or the garden should go. This project is it works and improves things either way.
Okay. And just a question, so as far as the above ground, are there any sites that you felt that you would need to be acquired that are not in the plan now in order to make sure that the Penn Station is fully developed at the heights and the with the future forwardness to ensure that we can increase ridership and improve rider experience?
We're comfortable that we have all the appropriate properties in the current plan to support the project.
Okay. And will there be additional restaurants or vendors to service the commuters there so that they can be able to relax in between when there's a day where they're stuck waiting for the trains because of element control or?
Absolutely, Senator. There's a lot of opportunities for additional program. You know, really moving to this single level system creates a way for us to rationalize all of that. And I would point out, as was mentioned earlier, that early next year we'll be opening that first concourse, which really points the way. It shows what that future Penn is going to look like because it basically doubles the width and it doubles the height of the concourse, and one of the things we'll see there is very high quality retail. So we're excited about that opportunity. It's another way that we can make improvements to the commute.
It might be more useful than the ability to buy a fishing rod at Kmart, that retail in the
Right.
future. That was what used to be on that concourse.
I've never gone fishing. I can't relate to that.
No
I'm
offense to
a New
fish or
Yorker.
fishing.
Haven't had that opportunity yet. So, Johnny, you can take me fishing one day in the
All
future. Okay, I just had one other question regarding the tracks. So with third track and the Penn Station development, and I lost the question. Where was it? You said third track is almost done. Third track doesn't connect to this though, right?
Yeah, what it does is it enables really a dramatic improvement in the amount of service that we can provide inbound, and equally important for your folks in Southeast Queens. For the first time, we're going to be doing reverse commute as a result of third track. So, yeah, we're not increasing the number of tracks and platforms. What we're doing is enabling the system to carry a lot more trains.
Got it. Okay. I think that's it on the physical on Penn, so I'm going to turn it over to Senator Krueger, and then we'll start going into the financial and cost-benefit analysis. So thank you so far. Senator Krueger?
Thank you very much. There's a lot here. But I actually want to start with just the gateway part of it because, well, it's a question for you, Hope. It's actually in response to something Jano just said about, really, we're talking just about Penn Station redevelopment now, not gateway. And yet, isn't this whole GCC and vote going to your board soon bigger than that? Aren't we also talking about approving a specific site for gateway as part of this, or just clarify that for me?
Yeah, no, so the GPP really is comprised of the Penn Station reconstruction and expansion. It does not, contemplate, elements of gateway.
Okay. So help me understand, again, it's not a fair question because they're not here, but Amtrak yesterday announced a contract for design of Gateway. And yet, as we're saying here today, that's not part of the deal that is being negotiated as we speak between the state, the city of New York, the state of New Jersey, the federal government, Port Authority, and Amtrak. I believe those are all the players. So just help me understand what it means that, no, we're not really dealing with the Gateway Tunnel yet or where it would head to, but Amtrak's moving ahead and signing a contract for something to be moving ahead.
So with respect to the GPP, it contemplates, sort of the whole project working together. But, in terms of financing and what we're bringing forward, it is not a part of the financial framework that will go to the PACB.
So Amtrak's doing a contract, but there's no obligation as of now for the state of New York or MTA or the city of New York to pay anything towards that contract. Is that correct or not correct?
I can't.
It hasn't, I think that the right way to say it is, there is the state, as part of the discussions about Gateway, the state has, as I understand it, has made a commitment to support the tunnel project and has, broadly speaking, made a commitment to support the expansion, which will serve some of the traffic that's coming out of those new tunnels. But there is not a final MOU or a financing plan for the sharing of cost and responsibility for the expansion project. I'm doing I believe, someone will correct me if I've said it wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's the way it is.
So
Right? Yes.
ESD had a meeting with senators who were here today 2 weeks ago now, and you showed us some projected financing storylines. Storyline isn't the right word, proposals.
Like outline.
Thank
yeah,
you.
Yes.
I thought perhaps those would be made available to the public today, but I don't think those are. But will they be made available to the public prior to the actual vote of ESD? And I think you said that there will be a meeting where people will be able to submit testimony to the, I don't know if it's the ESD board or the
ESD
GCC?
board.
Okay.
Yes.
So tell me a little bit
our
about the
financial
timeline for that information.
Framework will
Yes.
be available at the ESD board in July, which is what will go to the PACB. We have not finished our negotiations with the city, which is why it's not available now.
Can you commit to us that that'll be made available to the public before the board meeting so that people don't come to a board meeting thinking they might be testifying on something, but they're only seeing the information for the first time when they get there?
It will be made available before the board meeting.
Okay, thank you. That leads into the next financial question. So this is a giant project. There's going to be an MOU. I believe I was correct when I said there are various pieces of financing that go through State of New York, ESD, MTA, State of New Jersey, federal government, Amtrak, and Port Authority. It's a lot of government players. Project could take 40 years. Who's in charge?
Of managing the various pieces of the
Yeah.
project? Well, the MTA would be in charge of managing the station
The
projects.
existing Penn project.
Penn project. ESD and, the city in some form of agreement, which we will get to, will be in charge of creating some governance structure for public realm and transit improvements. And then the gateway entity would be in charge of building out the tunnels.
And the Gateway entity is a separate commission that has been created, the
The
Gateway
Development
Commission?
Development
Development
Corporation.
Commission. So, many of my colleagues here today have spoken about the advantages that will come to their communities from this project. And I get that, and I'm very glad of that. So I get why New Long Island wants improved transit to Long Island, and they should. Why the Bronx wants improved transit in and out of the Bronx, and they should. Why Queens wants improved transit in and out of Queens, and they should. I've been the senator now for 20 years in the east side of Manhattan. We'll be moving farther west. And everybody always jokes, well, you guys all have the great things in mass transit. And I always want to say, no, I just have the giant projects that blow up for 10, 20 years at a time, making the people who live above them miserable. And yes, eventually we get them done, but there's sometimes 10, 20, and in this case, perhaps 40 years of things that potentially will go wrong along the way. And I've lived through that now for 20 years, so I have an appreciation. I had Second Avenue Subway, I have East Side Access. We're going to be starting to tear up, right now we're tearing up the Park Avenue north of Grand Central, what do you call it? The
Train shed.
the train shed. I always get confused with that terminology. Tearing up the streets. And of course, this project will have all kinds of impacts on the community there. So really, one of my biggest questions for 20 years has been, who do I find to talk to when things go wrong? And a concern, sincerely, of mine for this giant mega project. And again, I'm not saying stop, don't do it. I'm saying you need to have somebody you call who's going to go, oh no, go find New Jersey, that's really their side of the tunnel issue. Or, oh, that's Amtrak, go find them. People who live here will want and need somebody who's actually in charge. And obviously not necessarily a human being, because all of us are interchangeable and replaceable, but an entity. And I'm just curious whether we've thought that one through well enough, or whether there needs to be a governance model that ensures, actual accountability literally on a daily basis for years and years and decades.
Yeah, well, I think that will be necessary in terms of one point of contact related to the series of projects, and we will definitely take that under advisement for, thinking about a governance structure.
Okay, I think that's an important piece of this story on behalf of people who will be living with it all.
Senator, I
yes.
might just add that the projects are carefully aligned and coordinated. And in each case, as a project is moving forward, the major players and stakeholders are entering into agreements about how the projects are conducted. And but also very importantly, the environmental reviews are coordinated between the projects. So, for example, the environmental review for Penn reconstruction will take into account impacts in a cumulative way from the general project plan, the reconstruction, and the potential expansion. And so there is coordination on the impact side very much.
I guess it's a question for you, Jeno. So a very big topic for you, and actually both for Leroy and I, are your 5-year capital plans. What does all this do to your 5-year capital plans?
Well, right now, the fund, we have to adjust we're not going to cannibalize the existing capital program to do this, period end. So there's no question of that. But the sources of funds that we've all been talking about are available. I mean, assuming the GPP goes through, we're obviously going to pursue federal funding, which is incremental since the Biden infrastructure plan was enacted after our capital plan came into effect. And there is the funding that the legislature enacted. I know not everyone in this group agrees with that, but it
That
does.
$1.3
it does
billion.
exist. So everything we do, what we'll do is we'll identify the sources of funding. Again, we're in design, so we have a little time to settle all this down before construction has to start. And then we will do a capital plan amendment to provide what's needed to accomplish the work that will be within the 20 to 24 capital plan timeframe. And then we will add those additional, the remaining, what will likely be the remaining money to the next capital plan.
So we talked about that you're close to an MOU between all those parties I mentioned.
Yes.
What's the value of an MOU when you're dealing with the federal government or Amtrak? Is that legally hold them to their commitments, I believe I think the federal government is 50% of most of the projects. Does this hold them to have to pay 50% of these projects for 40 years? How's that work?
Well, it's a good question. So what you need to do, what the feds want to know is who's the project sponsor, because they're going to have a grant agreement with whoever that is, whichever entity that is. But they want to see an MOU so that they know that the governance structure and the funding that may come from maybe more than one state, more than one source, is in place, and as you say, who to call about, who's responsible for each of the funding components. So the MOU is kind of an assurance, both clarification for all of us on how we're doing it, but also gives the federal government the assurance they need to commit the money.
The document's not yet signed, even though there was a sort of kumbaya press conference and the announcement of the,
Yeah.
RFP for the redevelopment. There's rumors that that New Jersey Transit and Amtrak are not actually on board. Can you clarify that for me?
Honestly, I don't know those rumors. Look, there's a lot of work that's going on, just to be clear, and it is a little complicated in fairness to
Well, and in
you.
fairness, the governor of New Jersey
Yeah.
actually sort of said that
Yeah.
when asked questions. So the rumors are based on the governor of New Jersey seeming to imply that.
Understood, but
Okay.
a lot of the work that has gone on among the states has been focused on how do we nail down the governance structure for the tunnel project, because that's the one that has grant applications funding right now in Washington, right? So that's one area where there's been a lot of work done, and there is a fair amount, the discussion is advanced. And again, I'm not at the center of these, but I'm just sharing what I know. On the MTA, on the existing Penn project, we've all basically agreed on the design. That was a huge step forward. We had a master planning process. There was a little bit of debate about elements of the design, but we got there, and that was represented in the announcement that the Governor Hochul held with Governor Murphy and Mayor Adams and others. So we're not, what remains to be done on the existing Penn side is not hugely complicated. It's basically the governance structure of how do we manage the projects among ourselves. But there has been an acknowledgement that the MTA is going to lead the design and the construction process, but we have partners. So we're working that out. That is not, I think, a huge barrier. And more important, we have a little time to figure it out because we've started the design process.
Most of us have had issues with landlords in our lives. Amtrak technically owns Penn Station, am I correct?
Correct.
What's their added role of saying yes or no to us on even the first part of the process, the redesign of Penn Station?
Yeah, the Amtrak is a landlord, but the Long Island Railroad has a lease which is tantamount to ownership in most important ways. But we're partners, and the technicalities of ownership are not really the dominant factor here. Amtrak, the state of New York bought Amtrak a new home in Moynihan Station. Amtrak has acknowledged that our press, Governor Hochul's press, to fix existing Penn, because that's where most New Yorkers are stuck, is legitimate, that they support it, and we're just working out the details. I don't want to suggest that there's some elaborate, like, we're not paying Amtrak for the privilege of fixing their building. That's if to follow your landlord analogy.
Hope, from your perspective, what is the issue if, or not to be worried about, because the state of New York doesn't control Penn Station ultimately, the Amtrak does.
Well, I think we have the ability to go forward with our Penn reconstruction and expansion, and so that's what we could move forward in this process.
So again, I'm not a paranoid woman. I just try to plan. Sorry, I don't really think I am a paranoid woman, but you try to plan for things that will go wrong. And again, I live through Second Avenue subway, so I know that things go wrong. And East Side Access. And you referenced it, Jano, earlier, because I asked you in advance. I said, Second Avenue subway, a whole lot more expensive than anyone imagined. East Side Access, I stopped looking at the numbers after a while as the time frame to get it done kept multiplying literally by decades. And I know things have been getting better, and your recent record and things has absolutely improved. But overruns on mega projects that take decades is not an unknown concept to any of us in this room. And as we pointed out, as I already raised, federal governments come and go with different attitudes towards New York City, usually fairly hostile in my experience. Thank you, Supreme Court, speaking of hostile federal entities. When money doesn't show up as expected and or costs increase not expected. I had a nice chat with someone from the city of New York today who they are submitting testimony, but they weren't here today. And they are saying they feel quite comfortable it won't land on them. The MTA right now is saying it's not messing with our capital budget. We've got our commitments. So I guess Hope, who's going to pay when things go awry or New Jersey federal government and Amtrak decide, they don't want to do this anymore?
Well, I think
Or they don't want to do this at this cost.
we're going to look at the most advantageous financial programs possible, either federal loan programs or tax-exempt bonds. Many of those programs require, interest support, so that would be built into the financing, and that's what we look at.
But I don't disagree with anything you said, Senator, but I just say this is why we tried to change construction project management and development, the MTA, because we are a city, the equity of this city, with density double Chicago and Boston and 9 times Phoenix and Houston, we cannot have a city that functions economically and gets people to opportunity, to jobs, to education, to everything New York has to offer unless there's great mass transit. And that means we're going to have to invest in this system. And that means in some cases like this one, we're going to have to do a mega project. So we welcome your questions and your focus on making sure that we're capable of delivering it on time and on budget. And those are legitimate questions that you can always put to us. Fair.
That's why we're having this hearing,
You
I
bet.
think, right?
And
To
all I
ask
can
the
say is
questions.
that we're gonna attack the problem, and we're gonna say to our partners at Amtrak and New Jersey Transit, we do need ironclad commitments about money, so we won't stop a project in the middle. We do need to know, that you're gonna cooperate and you're gonna provide the people, the flagmen or other support, so we can get the outage when it's scheduled to happen. A big issue in East Side Access. Amtrak couldn't always staff the outages if they needed to. So all that work is part of our mission under Jamie's leadership and the MTA's leadership.
If New Jersey stops paying, can we close the tunnels and the bridge?
We'll,
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to think about things we can do.
Invite you to have that discussion with all of the state officials.
So, while it's still not it's not publicly part of your package yet, but it will be, the concept that you'll go into negotiated pilots with private developers for the supplemental air rights that will be created, and that those pilots will be used to help pay for the state's share of the project. I thought the city was going to be negotiating the pilots based on what I learned, but they said no, it's the state that will be negotiating
That's
the
right.
projects,
Yes.
the pilots. So help me understand how you are doing that and how you're calculating. So bonds for this project are, I believe, they go out as far as 50 years, I think, on the charts that I saw.
We haven't structured anything.
You haven't
but-
structured, but the hypothetical. So, and pilots, I think I was told that there would be a cap on those as far as the city's concerned, and I think it's a 40-year maximum period cap on pilots. Is that correct?
We haven't
Okay, the
finalized
city
it.
thought that was,
Okay.
so never mind. How do you calculate what future property taxes 20, 30, 40 years would be when negotiating a pilot for now? And what happens if you're wrong? And I ask that question in the context that apparently in some of the other projects that have used pilots, we've seen the developers come back to renegotiate for a lower cost. And I'm concerned with a extended 40-year period that property taxes are not going to go down ever, 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 so that it would actually be more likely that the cost would be going up. Can we negotiate up once you get it done? And how do we prevent somebody from negotiating us down?
So we will be negotiating the site-specific agreements. As we've told you that we will keep the city whole with respect to current taxes, and those taxes will be adjusted annually. With respect to pilots, we'll be looking at rates that are on properties that are similarly situated in Midtown West, and those pilots will reflect the taxes that other similarly situated buildings are paying.
Today's rates.
Today's rates, but projected out over time.
So will you be able to, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Will you be able to build in a backstop that you can adjust the rates if it goes up beyond the inflation rates projected?
That is something that could be negotiated in the development agreement.
That's something that could be negotiated. And just on that subject, with pilots, this is one of the most, as you said in your testimony, one of the most desired areas in the city because of its transportation access. So will that be part of your overall consideration in making sure that the pilots that are paid are commensurate to the point that this is one of the most desirable areas, if not in the country, in the world?
Absolutely. We're going to drive the hardest bargain possible to
Okay.
create the best deal for the taxpayers of New York.
And you said that could be built in as an adjustable, like they do to homeowners where you get balloon mortgages?
We have a lot of levers in these development agreements to drive a very aggressive deal.
Okay. And was that done in any of the projects that you stated? I know they were before you took over to improve ESD, but was it done in the Hudson Yards or Brooklyn Bridge project or Moynihan Train Yard where there was opportunities to increase the rates over time?
Let me just ask why.
Yeah, no, I know it was before you, so you got to ask. Does anybody have historical memory on your team?
So it's linked to existing taxes. So it's based on the market that other similarly situated businesses, commercial office buildings are paying.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna, this is my last intrusion, sorry.
That's okay.
I would hope that we do build that in because this is one of the most desirable markets in the area, to make sure that there's an opportunity for increased adjustments that they should move on to. And, just to follow up on that, I have some concerns about the timing of the funding for the project overall, there's some issues on whether or not all of the development has to be done, and it's up to the discretion of the developer whether or not to develop the entire project. I hope that we can clean up that language too, that we can guarantee full development, and so that we can maximize the dollars gleaned from the project as well.
I'm
Sorry.
going to steal my time back.
Yes, ma'am,
But those are
sorry.
very good questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. And actually related to exactly that, but perhaps spinning it on its head. If for some reason, the federal government, New Jersey, Amtrak back out, are we going to make sure that a pilot deal for expanded air rights does not go forward if we're not getting the transportation improvements we need, and not have these seen as two separate things, so that we could be doing expansion of air rights for development without the commitment going forward of all the transportation projects. And I raise that because a disagreement I did have with Governor Hochul's shop over the tax credits for the chip manufacturing, which was the deal made, I think, the last day of session. And you'll remember I suggested that if the federal government wasn't coming through with their side, we shouldn't allow our side to exist. And that was not accepted as a proposal, leaving us now with, who knows whether the federal government's ever going to come through with their side, although I hope they do. But if not, New York State would still be on the hook for this deal that we just made hypothetically, because we were counting on proving to the feds, we're ready, give us your money. So I don't want that storyline for Midtown Manhattan if for some
Bless you.
reason, bless you, the deal breaks down.
So, any pilot that doesn't go towards the project would go to the city. That's what we are discussing with the city at this point.
Well, that's assuming that's later on in the process. But I'm saying, if this deal doesn't happen, no, I never understand. Everybody understands that this either can happen now or perhaps never happen. But again, as I keep saying, I'm not a paranoid woman, but I like thinking about the downside of things. So what I want to make sure is that we're not in a storyline where we don't do all the things we're committing to, which we all I think ideologically understand we need to be committed to. I don't want giant new air rights and real estate development deals out of this project if the project's not happening. That's my concern. So I think it's the order in which things get done, or, as I think Leroy was referencing, the language in the deal so that that storyline can't be the storyline.
Well, we would know if the feds were coming through at a later point in time, and would have to develop a different financing scheme if we were going to move forward with Penn expansion and reconstruction.
Is the way that the GCC is set up and the authority of the state to basically take ownership of this property to accomplish these goals, and eminent domain, et cetera, is that all specifically tied into language requiring Penn Station redevelopment and expansion? Or could the state come along and say, you know, that Jet Stadium idea, we just love putting that on top of Madison Square Garden right now. Forget the station underneath. Okay, I'm crazy, I know, but
I
some
wanted the
people have
stadium, I
historical
wanted the
reference.
Jet
I
Stadium.
know you did too. We thought about that one also. Thank God I won that one.
Yes.
Sorry. And the Knicks can play somewhere else, as
That's
far as
true.
I'm concerned also.
I
I'm
don't-
sorry, Hope. Apparently we aren't allowed to be here together. So the state wouldn't have the authority to use that property for other purposes? Now that it's claimed it's theirs? It goes back to the city of New York?
You're talking about the state taking the property.
The original deal that the states declared this, for legal purposes, the control of the state and you, as opposed to the control of the city of New York. So the state couldn't decide to continue to hold control of this whole section of Manhattan Island for other purposes, other than what we're discussing.
So the point of the state taking the property and providing for these development agreements would be to fund Penn Station.
Correct.
So directly linked.
It
to
is
the-
directly linked. Sorry, I lived through Andrew Cuomo. Rules didn't really apply, and if he wanted Manhattan, he would take it. So I'm just checking. Did I say that out loud too?
You said it out
I said it out loud. Damn me.
I agree with you, though. I agree with you.
All right, we're done with that, Governor. So one of the real concerns, and I think Senator Hoylman brought it up earlier, is the impact on residents, and even residents who would be scheduled to lose the buildings that they are living in because they would be taken by the state for other purposes. And we talked about a commitment to affordable housing, but I want to hear what our commitment is to making sure that if there are situations where buildings need to be taken by this project and it will no longer be residences, that we are assuring the people who are living there that they will be made whole in some new place to live of their choosing at no greater cost. And I assume they might want to still live in Manhattan and even in Midtown Manhattan. What are we doing about that?
So we know that on the southernmost blocks, where if there is this selection for expansion, there are 128 households that are there. And if there were this expansion, there would be another federal process that would be enacted, a review, and relocation agreements would be made with those residents. There are 26 rent-regulated apartments, and those folks would be able to have access to affordable units in the new residential building that will be built. But we would work with the dislocating agencies to support these tenants in relocation.
And just for a point of clarification, there's a federal law that applies to these circumstances called the Uniform Relocation Act, I believe. And it was utilized in the Second Avenue subway. It provides a certain level of relocation assistance. The project went way beyond, and there were, I believe, a couple hundred people who were relocated. We can check the exact number. But the project subsidizes well in excess of the federal requirement to make sure.
And I
people
believe
are-
that we would need to do that here as
Yeah,
well, because the
under-
federal formula does not reflect the reality of New York City
Understood.
living.
The principle that was applied was, you have to have a like-kind replacement. And that was successful in that case.
And a concern, if someone says they need to take your building now, maybe we didn't get around to building new units. And if you have a 2-bedroom rent-regulated apartment, I don't know if you're building 2-bedroom affordable housing in the neighborhood or not. So, those kinds of questions also need to be addressed. Thank you. Sorry, let's see. I know it's already 12. I may have a second round, but I want to make sure that I'm letting my colleagues, who I think said they had some second round questions, although I'm not seeing them at the moment on the screen. So colleagues, are you there?
Senator Harmon?
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Senator Hoylman. I believe you did have some second round questions.
Thank you, Senator Krueger. One of my questions is about the concentration of really economic power and privilege for one specific developer in connection with this plan. And I know, again, this is a plan that's been inherited by the Hochul administration, but I wanted to ask Commissioner Knight specifically, what controls are in place for the public to feel confident that while this developer is getting enormous privilege, I would argue, in terms of upzoning and the opportunity to redevelop an entire neighborhood, which they are rebranding as their campus. What checks will be in place to oversee that development, and at what stage will we be informed as elected officials and members of the public what the terms of that development is?
Yeah, so thank you for your question, Senator. As I mentioned, these site-specific development agreements will be done site by site with each property owner, including the property owner that you're speaking of. Those agreements will be subject to a public hearing with ESD, and will be very transparent with respect to terms and conditions of that agreement for each site.
So, thank you. And is that, so that's kind of on a rolling basis? And who, will we be privy to draft terms with the developer for these sites before they're finalized by ESD? Or once the board votes on the project, it's off to the races and ESD is able to negotiate its own terms with the developer?
Well, there would be hearings on the terms, so there would be a review process
For every site,
for every site,
or
for every site.
and would you, is it, many in the community, many of my constituents claim that this developer is receiving subsidies for this project, and they're confused because unlike Hudson Yards, where arguably there was a need to create an incentive, and where value capture financing was used to spur new economic development, the developer here has already indicated a strong willingness to build in this area prior to this plan even being proposed. How do you square those two opposing viewpoints?
Right. So, first of all, we've had no negotiations with any property owners at this point in time. When we look at abatements, that would be no deeper than what is in the Midtown West office market. So there would be no abatements deeper than what is in the kind of similarly situated market today.
Will the developer be able, if you work out an agreement with the developer, you say there's going to be public hearings for each site, can the developer then sell those rights? Or will that require a new set of approvals by ESD?
Well, it depends on what you're talking about with respect to when in the process. If the developer still owned the site, the developer could definitely, the property owner could definitely sell the site. But if we had entered into a ground lease with the property owner, then that would be, subject to ground lease conditions.
What happens if the developer decides not to build on your timeline? For example, I recall in an earlier meeting that when the Pennsylvania Hotel was going to be demolished, the developer suggested that they were going to cap it off and create a place for food trucks indefinitely until the market, was strong enough. Is there a concern that the developer may not be ready to start building on ESD's timeline? Also, is there added concern given the fluctuation in the market? And finally, how is this plan recession-proof?
So, I'll start with your last point. So the plan is not recession-proof. Like I said, this plan is contemplated over several decades, and we know that we'll have, periods of contraction during the plan. But we see the demand for Class A office space right now as very strong, particularly coming out of COVID. And so we believe that the demand and the market for Class A office space will be there. And so we believe that we're able to, structure a deal that will incentivize a property owner to begin to build.
Even though the developers already indicated such that they want to build, is that still an incentive, or is that?
Well, we are going to
That-
strike the
yeah.
best deal based on market conditions for the taxpayers of New York. And so we're only going to
And-
provide incentive necessary to, promote building.
And if there's such a strong market for Class A, is it a fair question to ask why we have to subsidize it?
Well, we are not necessarily looking at subsidizing the development. The development agreement will reflect, the current market conditions at the time to provide for development of that property.
And again, on a site-by-site basis, just to confirm, those development terms will be made public and subject to review?
Review.
Thank you. Could you just go through, if you have this information, go through year by year on the development timeline and how you expect the timing gap between the project needs and development related tax revenues to be filled in order to make the bonds, issues, and investment grade credit. Is that possible? Like, how are we going to fill those gaps?
So can I come back to you after we have fully negotiated the city deal?
Yes. And that on the issue of the city deal, that is being negotiated between the city and you. When will we expect any announcement on that?
In the next several weeks.
And that's subject to a hearing process as well.
That will be approved through our ESD board in July, and then brought forward to the PCAB shortly thereafter. The financial framework.
Thank you. And if I could ask Mr. Lieber, and again, I do appreciate the Hochul administration's willingness and ESD's openness to discussing issues like homelessness and social services for folks in the neighborhood. Jano, are you prepared to work with Amtrak on the creation of a drop-in center and a new Penn Station to assist with that chronic problem in the station and in the surrounding area?
Yeah, I absolutely, we want to work with the social service professionals on where to locate it, how to organize it, what services it should provide, and so on. Not issues that I'm an expert in, but yes, absolutely, we would work with everybody on the vision for social services as part of this, this future-going version
I
of.
think he's asking for it to be part of the design while you're in design
Yeah,
phase. So.
yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry, Senator Holman, keep going.
Thank you. Yes. No. Thank you, Senator Carmy. That's exactly right. And again, we've had many meetings with social service providers. on that specific point and on the need for housing. Again, as I said earlier in my comments, I voted against this project every step of the way, but the train has figuratively and I guess at some point literally left the station in terms of the approvals process from the state legislature. But I do appreciate the openness to address these issues of great social need and the frayed social fabric that exists in this neighborhood. Presents an opportunity, and so I appreciate your willingness to engage with stakeholders on that front. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Kaplan has a second round question or two. Yes.
I do. Thank you. So there have been many references during today's testimony about Metro North's Penn access. 5 or 6 years from now, and it raises some concern that I have about whether the Penn access will reduce track capacity for Long Island Railroad riders. Can you address that for me?
Well, the simple fact is we're moving roughly half of Long Island Railroad commuters based on projections across town to East Side to Grand Central, Madison. But what we're bringing in Penn is a huge change for the East Bronx, but it is one line that will have, you're not going to have a lot of competition between Long Island Railroad and Metro North, if that's where your question is going. So the bringing one line in through the East Bronx at 3 to 5 trains an hour in the peak is not going to displace anything like the volume of folks that are coming from Long Island. So I want to assure you, I don't think that is a concern that ought to distract us. The real issue is, honestly, we're going to be working with you and every other influential stakeholder to make sure that while we have fewer Long Islanders going to Penn, that nobody makes a run on our slots. So we all need to team up and work with our friends from parts south and west to make sure that nothing happens to those slots that have been New York's from time immemorial.
I really appreciate that, Jano. With the new East Side access to Grand Central for Long Island Railroad riders, there are major concerns about the unexpected impact on schedules, including availability of express trains. Can we expect similar impact with Penn access?
I'd have to talk to you more specifically about what we're getting into on the schedules. The schedules that we put out, broadly speaking, have, as I said, 40% more inbound traffic in the morning and even more on the outbound, especially from Penn. So, and we have reverse commuting service. So broadly speaking, there's a lot more service, but everybody has their specific concerns. Every community has their specific concerns, and we can have that discussion. But probably better to do it offline.
I would love to actually engage you on that. I've had some concerns from my Port Washington riders who have reached out to me with the new schedule.
Yep.
Can you also talk about the importance of the environment around the station and what value would that bring to the ridership?
Well, that's a really good point. One of the challenges that Penn has had is what's happening in terms of the sense of order and the issues of some criminality, some quality of life activities around the station. And that, although above grade is NYPD jurisdiction, we've been working really closely with NYPD. The station environment has improved. We do a ton of very close observation of what's going on in the station, and the station environment with the MTAPD pushing forward has improved in terms of quality of life issues. But I think you're asking more about like what's going on in the area and jobs. And the broad answer to that is it is obviously good for the region, for climate change, and for Long Islanders especially, if there are a lot of quality jobs right next to the best mass transit center around. That is one of the visions of this project. I understand there are a lot of controversial issues because it's land use in New York City. But just like with the East Midtown rezoning and just like with the World Trade Center, having jobs next to the best mass transit is good climate change policy and good planning policy. And obviously it's a plus for Long Islanders who would have easy access to those jobs.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to jump back in just for two more financial questions that I meant to ask. I apologize. So going back to the bonds, Hope.
Yes.
So in a pre-chart that we looked at, I think the number was for the Penn Station improvements, $4 billion coming to the state through the development funds. Is that the right number?
So that's an estimate of.
Okay, but it's an estimate. And this is over a X number of years
Right.
process. Why don't we just bond that money out and not even deal with development and developer issues?
Well, it's a way to fund the interest payments to pay off the bonds in using value capture for that area.
But assuming that some of the stresses and concerns about not having control over what happens to this area is around the air rights and overdevelopment perhaps, and others having control of the process as opposed the developers as opposed to government, would you not agree with me that $4 billion in bonding over some period of time to the state of New York, while you and I won't write the checks, that's not that big in the context of what the state bonds out in capital?
So, the chart I think you were referring to was really around revenues, not necessarily $4 billion in bonding. We're still sizing that. But I want to get back to one of Jano's points. We want to create a project that provides for density near mass transit. This area hasn't seen a major upgrade with respect to zoning or development, in a long time. And so, not only do we get the benefit of upgrading Penn Station, but we also create a central business district, office district that will provide for, 50,000 construction jobs and 1,000 more other jobs that can be accessed near a great vast transit network.
So I appreciate that. So if you're looking at it as a question of should there be a full rezoning near a major mass transit site and hub for the 21st century, why are we only looking at individual lots for this deal as opposed to viewing it as a rezoning and asking all those questions in a broader way, the way we did with East Midtown rezoning that was, partially in my district, or other rezonings that the city does?
So the GPP is our tool that we use for the state. And, it's been very effective in looking at complex, projects involving, broad state resources like railroad property and funding large infrastructure projects. And so, we believe that that is the tool that can effectuate this, Penn Station upgrade, as well as bringing forth, major office space to the market.
But it's not a tool that's limited to not looking at a broader selection of blocks within its geography. Am I correct?
It is not limited, but I think the planning exercise was something that was, sort of near and adjacent to the station that we thought would provide for, targeted growth in that central business district. The city has not probably ruled out doing a larger rezoning at some point.
that would overlap in time with what you're doing, or
Not-
would be
not over.
post? So somebody else's lifetime.
Could be, yes.
All right. I'm sorry, I cut you off.
No,
You
no,
were
it-
in
yeah.
line for a second.
It's okay.
second.
I have a lot of questions, so, on this end of it. First off is, can you explain to the public why site 1, 2, and 3 have to be acquired if it's not in the, construction plan? And what's the reasons for acquiring those sites as opposed to asking site 7 and 8 to be enhanced? Which, once site 7 is already in, reconstruction, and could be altered to, accommodate the needs. And so, but first, why is site 1, 2, and 3, what's the need for acquisition?
So the need for acquisition would be if that was selected in the environmental review process and approved by the feds for expansion. And then,
So just to be clear, you're doing this for future development in terms of your desired needs to see change in that area, but not necessarily because it has any impact on the physical reconstruction of Penn.
it could, it might be the site that is selected for the expansion,
Of Penn Station?
yes.
So you're saying that the final site for Penn Station expansion hasn't been selected yet? So it could be.
No, it has not been selected.
So it could be any one of these 8 sites that are in the plan? That doesn't make sense to me. I thought Penn Station right now sits under the Garden 2 Penn and the 11 Penn, the Manhattan Mall and Hotel Penn, correct? And correct, Jamie?
Yes, you want me to, that's correct. And so there's a separate project for the reconstruction of the existing Penn, which is
Right.
what we're focused on.
Right.
And Amtrak is proceeding with, in collaboration with Penn Expansion and the planning of that.
Oh,
And
so
I-
you're saying that's why 1, 2, and 3 are in play because of the Amtrak expansion
Because of the
possibility?
expansion
But
possibility.
not the Penn expansion. I just want to be clear on
It
this.
is,
It is.
it is technically, it's
Yeah,
Penn
and
expansion. But, you know, again, just to be clear, that's the expansion that's associated with the Gateway project.
Right.
More tunnel capacity from New Jersey.
Okay.
So it principally serve Amtrak and New Jersey Transit.
So that's 1, 2, and 3 primarily to deal with that.
Yeah, it is, it
'Cause
is, it
technically-
is. It's the southernmost site.
Right, because everything below 31st Street. Gotcha, okay.
Yes.
I just wanted to be clear on why those are being considered, since those are properties that are historically, and that we're getting the most pushback from the community as to why those sites are being considered for acquisition when they're not part of the Penn Station rehabilitation. But you're saying it's because we're working on the Gateway, is simultaneously creating opportunities for when that does get underway. Okay, well, so in that case, since this is not part of the Penn, so will that be voted in as, since those 3 sites are not part of the Penn process, that's still going to be included and enfolded in your plans for the EPP now?
It is part of the GPP.
GPP,
Yes.
sorry. Okay. And the negotiations with those landlords you said earlier to Senator Hoylman will be worked out independently, and there'll be public hearings on all those sites independently? Or is it, once you vote the GPP, that closes the ability of a person to maintain their site? What if a property owner wants to be able to meet the needs of the state and be able to hold on to their property by meeting those needs?
So I want to, I guess, separate sort of the GPP approval and the potential condemnation of sites 1, 2, 3.
Right.
So we will put forth the GPP for approval, in July, and include sites 1 through 3. The GPP does not contemplate eminent domain, but if sites 1 through 3 were identified as the preferred location for expansion for Gateway, then those sites would go through a separate federal process for acquisition.
So you're saying that there's a possibility that those sites would never have to go through if Gateway was decided to be done a different way?
That's right.
Okay. And what about site 6? Is that a possibility for for the Gateway project or the Penn project?
Site 6 is a part of the broader plan.
Broader plan again. Okay. Gotcha. All right. And then just you mentioned. Okay, so just to be clear, so the ability of this plan will then create an opportunity for those original, or for the property owners there now, to be part of the plan if they want to develop along the new lines that are developed by the EPP?
Well, it speaks to this specific site development agreement that we would negotiate with each property owner.
So each property owner would have the opportunity to think about a development that would meet the overall scope of what you're trying to envision there.
And the
correct?
goals of the GPP.
Gotcha. And you talked earlier about the fact that there were only 26 rent-controlled units in the entire area, but you wanted to expand to, you said 500, Brad said 2,000 units of affordable housing. Can you give us, I know he didn't say 2,000, I was just waiting for somebody to wake up on it.
All right.
I was thinking that.
No, everybody
I
started
was
looking at me.
thinking good,
quick.
2,000 's
Yeah,
good.
yeah, right, so, but he said 1,000, but can you give us an idea on where these, where the affordable housing would be dispersed throughout the area that you're talking about with the, numbers that you talked about? And, you know, also I would wanna just put out there that a lot of people, a lot of folks are, baby boomers want to relocate to the city, but they don't necessarily have midtown money, so we would like to see more affordability along those scales as well. I have a lot of folks that are in my district that would want to stay in the city, but they can't afford the prices. So, you know, knowing that, and they are retiring, but they would like to stay in Manhattan. They would like to stay in New York City in general, and they would like to not necessarily have the lowest level of affordability, but not the highest priced out levels as well. So is that being considered in the plan? But you can talk about where you expect the affordability, the highly affordable sites to go first.
So right now, we're looking at up to 1,800 units to be built. More than 500 would be permanently affordable. We continue to have that discussion around housing. We're trying to balance this plan with the need for commercial development and creating some residential within the project area.
So what sites are you talking about putting those?
So site 1 would be an affordable, a residential building with over 500 units.
500 units total, or
Up to total. And 162 of them would be affordable.
Okay. And what about site 7 or 8? Did there any talk about doing any mix of housing or affordability, or the
Options for residential and about 30% affordable.
at 7 and 8? And site 6
No.
and 5, did any options for that as well, or can?
So sites 1, 4, 3, and 8 have the possibility of residential.
1, 4, and 3.
Yeah.
But you could still,
And 8.
you could still ostensibly negotiate with the developers to add a mix of housing at even the commercial sites in lieu of the fact that you could give them more density to allow that to happen? Because are you capped at density for any of these sites with
Yes.
the EPP? So what's the cap for site one on density?
I can't tell you by buildings, but I think it's maximum FAR is 30.
The maximum FAR is 30.
Okay, so on site one, it's 21, but the maximum FAR across the project area is 30.
So you could take site one to 30 if you felt it was, no? Okay, these are the questions that people are asking. So if we wanted to increase the amount of affordable housing at site one, what would be your max for site one? 21 still?
21 for FAR. Yes.
FAR, okay. So, all right.
I'm sorry, I just want to jump in with a follow-up question. So when we talk about the 1,000 units, 2,000 units, because we know that some of those sites won't be developed for perhaps 20 years, are we making a commitment on time frame for the affordable units?
We would build we would build the housing sites first,
First.
with, at least one of the buildings, and it would have affordable units within the sites.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, just with the condemnation, right now there's about 10,000 employees in that area, about 500 businesses that would be displaced if everything was done today. Is there a timeline to ensure that these folks would be able to continue their business at other locations in and around the city now, or what's that process going to look like? Or ostensibly stay there if they were able to meet the new guidelines?
So there would be a federal environmental review process that these businesses and residents would be subject to, and that would be worked through that process.
Okay. And so they would get the opportunity to provide alternative consideration so that they could stay at that site or be temporarily relocated while the site was rebuilt to the new standard?
It would be subject to, federal regulations related to those processes for relocation.
Okay, and those federal guidelines will be detailed, or are they in existence now, or can that be changed from administration to administration? I'm not sure what those federal guidelines are to talk about. That would be done in a public process that people could understand.
I'm sure that would be done in a public process.
And would there be any opportunities for adaptive reuse and gut renovations rather than outright demolition? And what about the opportunity to preserve some classic architecture? The theater, I think, is in question, and I forget which building that is. I forget which building that is, so I won't say it out loud, but what about being able to preserve some of the classic construction that's in that area?
So, all of that will be taken into consideration through the federal review process. I know that historic resources will be, reviewed through a federal process, and that would be incorporated into the review.
Okay, so that goes back to Senator Kruger's earlier question. Who's going to be the final determination in charge of this project to make sure that, if the feds have to come in and all of a sudden there's a change in direction in federal government to make sure that it still maintains the overall vision of the project? Who's going to be primarily in charge of making sure that those discussions are done in a way to maintain the city's original vision or state's original vision?
Well, I think if you're talking about the different pieces of the project, if you're talking about specifically that southernmost site, I think that would be Amtrak working with the MTA and New Jersey Transit to make sure that the project was being executed as outlined.
Okay, thank you. And I had another question. Considering that a lot of this work will be done through private development, will there be a major commitment to making sure that the contractings are subject to all of the state laws and MWBE guidelines? And
Yes.
will that be written into the pilots?
That would be written into.
Oh, you did?
contracts.
Oh, okay. You can tell me. There you go. excited. Well, I'm told we gotta wrap up with you guys before 1 o'clock, so let me hurry up. It is Friday, I'm sorry. I'm missing my alma mater elementary school graduation to be here today, but it's all
not
good.
trying to cut you off.
I don't know, just hurry up. Okay, so I just wanted to ask the questions that community people have been asking me to ask, so that I can try to make sure, and I won't get into value capture today, but I would then just steer to, what are we doing to ensure that we can get more federal money for this project so that we can lower the need for value capture pilots, which are going to be at the will of the developer, since he's still going to be having an option to develop the properties.
So maybe I'll take that one. So literally, we have a full-time federal affairs professionals who are working on every single one of the Biden infrastructure plan programs to make sure that we are assigning, we're attacking and going after money for those, out of those categories. So
I know you said we're at a 40% cap nationally, but I would hope that we are writing those projects up separately.
We're 40% of the entire United States
Right.
mass transit population, but we have trouble getting Washington. The formula gives us 16%. It's pretty troubling, and it's been that way for a while. So with Senator Schumer's help, we are attacking every one of these programs. Many of them, Senator, have not been set up, so it's sort of premature to say which projects are going to be most successful in getting money out of them. And we're subject to a competitive grant, process. So we're going to go after it, every one of them.
And just on the value capture and will there be a contingency built in to ensure that we can get the full payment for the project if the developer opts out to not build on some of these sites? Will they have to then pay a penalty for, such, because they are, I'm thinking of Bruce Ratner in Brooklyn, where he wound up selling half of that stuff, and we weren't able to glean the full money from the promises for that. Will there be a penalty written in the agreements with the developer if they decide to opt out early and not build out the project to the full scope, so we can get the monies that we're hoping to gain for this project?
So we have not negotiated any agreements with the property owners as of yet.
Okay.
Um,
So that's still a consideration
Yeah.
to be negotiated. Okay. Well, again, because of the location of the property, I would hope that that's a mandatory consideration, because it is some of the highest, most ideal areas of the city where everyone would want to work, live, or play. So go from there. All right. Well, since we're up against a 1 o'clock deadline, and I have at least let me ask one of these questions.
He's going to like 42 different sections.
Yeah, I got a lot
I'm
of
very
questions from people, but I want to thank my staff for making this happen. It's just not just me, but it's all good.
See, my staff put it all on one piece of paper.
I know. Well, Brad's a senior guy. I got new staff, but they're good. They're good. I got new staff, but they're good. One last question. I lost it now.
Can I just take the opportunity to say, we're happy to answer, there will be questions coming out of today that you want us to answer. And
Yes.
we obviously welcome that opportunity.
Thank you
Oh, thank
in
you.
advance for that.
And I just wanted to highlight as much as we can during this public hearing for the public to understand your passion for it as well. That's very important, and it's also important that we ensure that the public gets an understanding that they will have many opportunities to impact this project down the line as well.
Right.
I just, that's okay. That's my fault. I'm trying to go to too many different, here we go. Okay. The impact on the real estate taxes for this area and due to discounted pilots, I kind of asked it earlier, would there be an opportunity to put in balloons to ensure that the pilots would increase with the value of the property increasing over time. You said that, since you said that nothing has been written yet, there's still an opportunity for that, so I would strongly
The
request
pilots
that.
would be based on market rate
Okay.
property taxes.
And will we have to, taxpayers have to pay any kind of interest payments on the bonding before any properties generate revenue?
You know, we're going to look at all of the financial programs that are available to finance, you know, these projects. And some of these programs require interest reserves and interest support payments. And so we look to those kind of vehicles to support interest payments when and if they're not being generated to support the financing.
Great. And since the state has to guarantee these pilots, will there be a possibility that we have to pick up the payments in lieu of taxes at some point? Will we have to pick up that through bonding, or if the pilots don't come through?
If there were, you know, some difficulty with servicing debt, like I said, we would look towards some of these interest support tools to provide those payments.
Okay. And then I have to ask this because David Weprin texted me 3 times.
Okay.
As part of this redevelopment project, why is the state not proposing to end Madison Square Garden's $44 million annual tax abatement, which has cost the city and the state over $600 million in lost tax revenue?
So that is, you know, of the purview of the city.
That's purview of the city.
Yeah. I mean, but this,
No,
in
but then
terms
we
of the
have to-
lease.
Yeah, it's a matter of state
We
law.
can
But is it, but I believe there are bills in the state legislature that are proposing to take away that tax exemption.
Okay. Yeah, there are bills, but we would like the governor, David Weprin wants the governor to do it, so I just want to put that out there. He's been requesting it for a while, and those of us that are tired of the Dolans would like to see him change owner. We would like to get a new owner for the Knicks. I'm just opining personally.
This is not a hearing about basketball.
I know.
Just for the record.
Just for the record, but, you know, I'm tired of his ownership, so I'll say it on record. But I'm going to end it
For the
there. I want
record,
to
I
thank
also
you
agree with
for taking the time. Senator Sepulveda, you had another question?
No, I said for the record, I agree with you 100% on the Dolans. All
Thank
right,
you.
continue.
But just back to the hearing at hand, I want to thank you for being on record. Again, I want to thank the administration for being amenable, and I would hope that the timeline for this project, since you're saying clearly that there can be design changes, that we continue the high level of public discourse that's happening so far. So with that, thank you.
And I also want to thank the 3 of you for joining us this morning, giving us so many answers. But again, I think we probably just raised more questions, and we will be following up. And I know that people here are listening, and people listening at home will have more questions. And so I appreciate the opportunities for us to strengthen our understanding of all of this. And I'm going to suggest a break until 1 o'clock for some personal needs, and then we will be calling up, and you want to get yourself ready for the next panel. Sarah Stavensky, Sean Campion, Bridget Fisher, and Rachel Faust for panel 2. And thank you all for your patience today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have our panelists here? Sarah Stefanski, Sean Champion, Bridget Fisher, Rachel? Did I see Rachel?
Yes, she's here.
Okay. Oh, hello.
Hello, everyone. Are you okay with just going in the order that we've listed you in, or do you have a preference to play musical chairs, whatever you want, I actually think. All right, then we're going to start that way. Okay, everybody, we're back. Round 2 of 8 panels, but again, let's be fair. We assumed the MTA and the ESD would take an extraordinary amount of time because they were the ones who we had a million questions for that we were hoping to get answered. So I do thank you all for being here and for your patience if you know that you're waiting several more hours before you testify. So let's start with Sarah Stavansky, Assistant Director, New York City Independent Budget Office.
Good afternoon. chairs and members of the committee, and all of those here present today. I am Assistant Director Sarah Stefanski at the New York City Independent Budget Office. We are a New York City agency created to provide nonpartisan information on the city's budget and economic outlook to elected officials and the public. Empire State Development proposes the use of value capture financing, or payments in lieu of property taxes, pilots, and fees from 8 development sites are to be used to pay for transit improvements. As we highlighted in our report that we released last month, any discounts granted for pilots reduce funds available to support project costs. Therefore, if discounts are given, they must be set at a level that creates an incentive for this development, but not so steep as to give away revenue unnecessarily, or to give developments an advantage over other similar office buildings elsewhere in the city. Furthermore, it remains unclear the extent to which discounts are even necessary to spur the new development outlined in the GPP. Unlike Hudson Yards, one of the city's most prominent uses of value capture financing, where the city determined that development in an almost entirely new neighborhood as far west as 11th Avenue would not be economically feasible without some level of public support. The location of the 8 sites close to a newly renovated Penn Station may be sufficient enough to attract development and future tenants alone. The station reconstruction is expected to be completed by 2032, but the development sites whose pilot revenue is slated to help pay for that work are not expected to be fully complete until 2044. Additional funding will be required to boost the project's credit rating and to cover debt service costs until pilot revenue can sustain the payments. Anticipating a similar timing gap for the Hudson Yards development, the mayor and city council agreed to make interest support payments for Hudson Yards. There, the city paid $395 million from fiscal years 2010 through 2015 for interest support payments tied to $3 billion in bond financing. This is in addition to direct investment through the city's capital budget. Hudson Yards, however, is also required to remit surplus revenue back to the city, and in recent years, the city has received $663 million in surplus payments. Again, IBO looks to ESD to provide more details on how any revenue gaps or surpluses would be addressed in the case of Penn Station. Currently, there are 55 property tax lots on these 8 proposed development sites. This fiscal year, the city collected $60 million in property taxes on these sites. This is a very small share of the city's more than $29 billion in total property tax revenue. ESD has indicated that it intends to reimburse the city for this lost tax revenue based on current collections from the sites with annual escalation. While such an arrangement would help keep the city fiscally whole, it reduces the amount of revenue ESD then has to pay back the project cost. Without details on how revenue shortfalls would be resolved and by which level of government, the impact on city finances is still far from certain. ESD's Penn Station plan does not propose any changes to Madison Square Garden, which sits directly atop the existing Penn Station train complex. On the topic of property taxes, where we left off, the arena is exempt from paying property taxes, and this has a value of around $43 million annually. Since the exemption was granted in 1982, IBO estimates the collective tax expenditure has exceeded $875 million. This is adjusting for inflation. This exemption is granted through state law. If the state were to repeal this exemption, the city could then collect Madison Square Garden's property taxes, offsetting any potential loss in revenue under the ESD plan, or the arena could enter into a pilot agreement as an additional source of revenue for the Penn Station project. Neither of these options are discussed in the state's plans. Presently, the 8 development sites contain around 4.7 million square feet of real estate. This is underbuilt relative to even what current city zoning allows in terms of square footage. The creation of new, attractive retail space may have positive impacts on the city's sale tax receipts. Multiplier effects of induced economic activity through construction materials, supplies, and transportation may also produce potential benefits. But because so little is known about project construction and future tenants, IBO was unable to estimate these ancillary impacts. For the development, pandemic-related changes in work arrangements have raised questions whether there will be sufficient demand for such space in the future. IBO has found that Class A office space has fared favorably in the near term, and the number of direct transit commutes straight to these buildings may make the area particularly attractive to employers. However, there is certainly a risk of a larger and quicker shift to work arrangements in the longer term when these buildings are expected to be complete. There is also potential that the introduction of new Class A office space near a newly improved Penn Station may erode demand for nearby Hudson Yards and other office districts. Several major office tenants at Hudson Yards relocated from other parts of the city, primarily the financial district downtown and Central and East Midtown, indicating that new office districts in the city can draw from existing office areas elsewhere in the city. Any downward pressure new commercial office space may have on other commercial office space could in turn negatively impact the city's property tax collections, as the Department of Finance uses building income, consisting mainly of rents, as one of the components for calculating the tax base for commercial buildings. While few would argue about the need for improvements in Penn Station, many key questions remain unanswered in the state's current proposal, particularly around pilot structure, the projected value capture revenues, the timing, and the risk management around cost overruns and funding shortfalls. This information is critical for the plan to be fairly evaluated in terms of both potential benefits and risks to the state and city, a necessary step before approving a plan that could impact the city and state for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, we're going to have Campton, Director of Housing and Economic Development Studies, Citizens Budget Commission.
Thank you, Senator Krueger and Senator Comrie. My name is Sean Campion. I'm Director of Housing and Economic Development Studies at the Citizens Budget Commission. I'd like to preface my testimony today by noting first that the new development catalyzed by this plan and the transit projects that it would fund would contribute to New York's long-term competitiveness, sustainability, and well-being. New York City is the engine that powers the regional economy, and there's no location more appropriate for commercial development than the area around Penn Station, the nation's busiest rail hub. And likewise, improving rail service there would enhance mobility, access to jobs, and quality of life for commuters and residents alike, and contribute to economic activity and sustainability goals. And also, as we discussed today, the availability of federal funding and the opening of East Side Access make it an opportune time to start renovations to Penn Station. But to ensure the project has the maximum and the most cost-effective impact, the plan needs to be designed and executed well. Back in December, CBC identified 5 questions that needed to be answered before proceeding with the GPP, including the scope and cost of capital improvements at Penn, how much of the renovation will be funded by New York State, and what portion of that through value capture, how the state's financing plan would work, what's the decision-making role of the city and the revenue impacts on the city, and whether using value capture and diverting property tax revenue from new development is the best or most appropriate financing strategy for financing transportation improvements. And many of these same issues have been identified by my colleagues on the panel here today. Fortunately, as we also heard today, the city and state have been negotiating about how to move forward on the project, and a lot of the answers to questions that we've raised hopefully will be included in the final GPP and the supporting documents that go with it. But until that information is released, it's still not possible to answer the questions that we've raised or to ascertain whether the plan will be the most cost-effective and appropriate way to finance the renovation of Penn Station. But even once those questions are answered after the GPP, the project is still going to face risks, both known and unknown. 2 categories that I wanted to highlight today stem from its high cost and the risk of overruns, and also the impact of the value capture plan on the city and state. So first, on high costs and overruns, the renovation and expansion of Penn Station is likely to be one of the costliest transportation projects in our nation's history, probably upwards of $20 billion when we're all said and done. And given the high rate of both inflation and as you have pointed out, the history of cost escalations on MTA mega projects, the final cost is probably going to be even greater than those current estimates. Before any financing plan is approved, the scope of work should be reasonably detailed, scrutinized, and streamlined as much as possible. The state and the railroad should focus first on improving safety, circulation, and functionality of the station, and to do so in the most cost-effective manner. They should avoid costly, non-essential, and purely cosmetic improvements, while also not precluding the possibility of future capacity or service enhancements. Turning to the value capture plan, CBC has put out a primer on tax increment financing, noting that value capture plans in general are complex, risky, and typically more expensive than conventional financing sources like general obligation bonds. And it's important to evaluate how the state is going to manage and mitigate the financing risks inherent to value capture projects, including who's responsible for interest payments until revenue comes online and who's responsible for cost overruns. And it's doubly important for the Penn Station project because while the state did appropriate $1.3 billion for the project, New York's local share will be funded in large part by pilot revenue, which is essentially future city tax dollars rather than with state or MTA financing sources. And any choices that the state makes in the future about pilot discounts, interest support payments, or funding cost overruns, in essence, could be decisions about spending city tax dollars without the city's permission unless it's otherwise stipulated in the final agreement. And the risks inherent in a type of project that's taken on a new dimension given the unprecedented financing component of the Penn Station project. In recent history, the state has not diverted local property tax revenue from privately owned and occupied parcels in a redevelopment area. The few examples where they did capture and retain pilot revenue involve properties that were already tax exempt, such as the Moynihan Station project. Other ESD redevelopment projects have passed through that pilot revenue generated from private development from previously privately owned sites back to the locality. And given the special nature of this arrangement, caution is advised to ensure that it doesn't set a precedent for overriding vital local decision-making authority or capturing the city's tax revenue for state capital needs. And in addition, ESD has promised to hold the city harmless for foregone revenue, but details on that is still remain to be determined. There should be consideration not only of current tax revenues from the sites, but also what could include other redevelopment projects issued in the future. And ultimately, the mayor and the city council should guide whether and how much of the city's property tax revenue and future tax revenue should be dedicated for specific needs like a mass transit project instead of other needs like public safety, education, or housing. And other value capture frameworks allowed in the New York State law, like the MTA TIF law and the examples of Hudson Yards, reflected that principle that municipalities, not the state, should initiate the creation of value capture districts. So just in conclusion, I just want to reiterate that the Penn Station District is an appropriate and valuable location for new commercial development, and growth there would benefit the entire region while also improving the surrounding neighborhood. And likewise, modernizing Penn Station would improve quality of life for both commuters and New York City residents, encourage ridership, advance the climate goals, enhance regional competitiveness for decades to come. And it's of utmost importance that ESD and the city and the MTA work together on a financing plan and a rezoning plan that makes sense for all New Yorkers. Thank you.
Thank you. And next up, we have Bridget Fisher, researcher, Schwartz Center for Economic Policy Analysis, the New School.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here today. Thank you to the chairs Kruger and Comrie for hosting this hearing. And
Did you make copies of your testimony?
no, I did not. I'm sorry. Didn't send them in ahead of
You told us
time.
we would make copies for you.
Oh, I missed it. I
That's okay.
apologize.
After you're done, if you have one copy, you'll give it to one of our staff and we'll make copies for people.
I apologize. I will do so.
Yeah, just for anybody upcoming, if you don't have copies, can you give it to the staff now, your one page, so we can have copies to review? Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Oh, no problem. I'm Bridget Fisher. I'm a researcher with the Schwartz Center for Economic Policy Analysis at the New School here in New York City. I research value capture mechanisms and have studied the value capture tool used in Hudson Yards, which is similar to that proposed in Penn Station. Value capture comes in many forms, but the mechanism we're discussing today is a variant of tax increment financing known as pilot increment financing. These tools are simple in theory. Future revenues can pay upfront costs, but in practice, they're complex, sensitive to change, and carry more risk than traditional state and local bond financing. The risk is in the imperative to match upfront costs with future project revenues. To be successful, this form of value capture requires correctly predicting two highly unpredictable things. First is the cost of large construction projects that unfold over time, and second is the resulting revenues likely to materialize decades into the future. Should these predictions fall short, the precarious balance that is value capture is lost. The public entity that took on the project's debt will not have enough revenue to pay its financing costs. When this happens, there are two results. Either the sponsoring entity defaults and ratings agencies take notice, or the public sponsor must step in and plug the holes with general revenues. The latter is what happened next door in Hudson Yards, another self-financing project that ended up costing the city an additional $2.2 billion in unexpected monies. These costs were primarily a result of shifting risk onto taxpayers. This took three forms. First, the city ignored calls to plan for standard development risks. As a result, taxpayers had to pick up the tab when the subway cost more than expected and when the Great Recession stymied the development needed to pay back the bonds. Some of my other panelists have mentioned cost overruns already. Second, the city included tax breaks to reduce development risk. This cost $1.1 billion in revenue that otherwise would have gone directly to pay back the debt. A Cushman & Wakefield analysis reported that Hudson Yards developers needed a tax break to overcome a locational disadvantage that would earn them lower rents than their Midtown counterparts. Yet in 2020, 1 year after the project opened, Hudson Yards was and still is commanding higher rents than its neighbors. And third, the city shifted risk from bondholders to taxpayers by committing to pay the project's debt whenever project revenues were insufficient. These general revenues were committed to, quote, reassure the market, which is a serious function, but this so-called credit enhancement also ended up costing the city $359 million, which was 40 times more than they had projected originally. While the project's revenues rebounded eventually, it was city taxpayers who bailed out Hudson Yards when those predicted future revenues failed to materialize on time. Unfortunately, the Penn Station proposal appears to ignore some of these valuable lessons learned in Hudson Yards. The project begins with the same high-risk financing mechanism, which is value capture, and then adds more or proposes to add more by shifting risk from stakeholders, namely developers and bondholders, onto taxpayers. It does so by ignoring cost overruns, the inclusion of tax breaks, and state support through a credit enhancement. But there's more. First, the price tag and therefore the debt is at least twice the size as Hudson Yards. Second, Penn Station relies on far less property to pay back more debt. And third, to do so, it must play out over a longer time frame, adding even more unpredictability to this mix. Such high stakes for taxpayers would seem to demand rigorous projections, analysis, testing, endless review. However, I second the many others who come before me in stating that the failure to share needed financials with elected officials and the public makes a clear choice here impossible, especially in the face of large risks. Last, I want to end with the idea that inherent in these risks, these risks are inherent in the very structure of a pilot increment financing tool. I mean, this risk has traditionally disqualified these mechanisms from being a tool of first resort. Use of this type of value capture has historically required evidence as to why traditional municipal financing, which is considered far safer, is not feasible. Unfortunately, this proposal skips this step and furthers a precedent that lacks this accountability that was originally baked into the value capture process. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. And last on the panel, Rachel Faust from Reinventing Albany.
Good afternoon, Chairs Kruger and Comrie, and all the senators. Thank you so much for holding this hearing. I think just having listened to the 3 hours of testimony from the government officials, I think it's so important to bring daylight to these issues, so thank you. As I wrote this testimony, it was 4 years after Governor Cuomo pushed the determination through in the state budget in 2018, essentially allowing for blight to be used. And more than 2 years after the Empire Station Complex General Project Plan began being in motion. Yet today, the public still has not been shown why it makes sense to fund state transportation infrastructure using an opaque scheme that essentially steers future New York City property tax revenue to the state via payments in lieu of taxes deal, a pilot deal. This deal could result in a real estate firm and big political donor, Vornado, getting a tax break that could be worth $1 billion or more. We support improving Penn Station and New York's major transit hubs to better serve transit riders. However, a pilot-based scheme to fund Penn Station renovations, notably not add train capacity, is fatally flawed because it puts all of the risks onto taxpayers while potentially providing a windfall to a private developer. This secrecy is totally unacceptable. It is dismaying that while Albany rightly cheers new voting rights, a secret negotiation is taking place in which the governor may be giving a massive handout to a major campaign donor. The Senate, via its role on the Public Authorities Control Board, should reject this undemocratic, secretive deal until, at a minimum, ESD publishes independently verifiable financial data, publicly discloses potential pilot agreements, and gives a fully informed public the chance to testify before an ESD vote. And I would say how that is done is incredibly important. I know the ESD is committed to release some of these documents, but if it is done in too short a time frame, that independent, meaningful review just can simply not take place in a way that it should be acceptable. After dozens of meetings, press conferences, and hearings by ESD, the public and policy makers still have not seen basic financial details of the project. And I will note that in preparing the list of questions I had for this hearing today, I don't feel like my questions have been answered and still stand. Some of the unanswered questions we have, I'll go through. What is the logic of this financing approach, given that there are frequently cost overruns on mega projects? I know this has been discussed, but pilots will not be able to adjust for cost overruns, nor will the real estate market, meaning the state will have to pay for any increase in costs. The RFP for this design was only issued by the MTA on June 9th, and costs can increase as designs change. What is the total cost to the city and state taxpayers of this financing scheme versus the state using conventional borrowing? What is the impact on city real estate tax revenues, given the proximity to Hudson Yards? The Penn Station area does not exist in a vacuum, but rather in the center of Midtown Manhattan. Exactly how much is the development expected to raise in support of the renovation project? It's a gamble to base revenues off of development that is speculative and would occur over multiple decades. And I note that a $4 billion revenue number was listed, but ESD did not say that was final. They said it was an estimate, so we still don't have that final number of how much revenue could be raised. How much does the state intend to give the developer in tax breaks via discounted pilots? And again, as noted from my colleagues on the panel, this was over $1 billion for Hudson Yards. How long will taxpayers pay interest support payments on project bonding before Vornado properties generate any revenue? How much will the state be paying in credit enhancement mechanisms? And what are the risks to taxpayers if development does not go as planned? What assumptions are going into making the city whole in terms of projections from current tax revenues as well as increased costs for city services? And as noted by my colleagues on this panel as well, as part of the redevelopment project, why is the state not proposing to end Madison Square Garden's $44 million annual tax abatement, which has cost the city over, actually my number is wrong, $875 million, I think was what the IBO said. These questions still remain despite repeated calls for this information from the senators, watchdog groups, community boards, city planning commission, and editorial boards. I would note that something I'd like to highlight is that we have tried to get some of this financial information from ESD. We submitted a FOIL request, and we heard from ESD directly that they could not give us the financing projections, saying release of the financial tool would impair ESD's negotiating position, and it provides the basis for negotiations with Vornado. I know they said that they are not currently doing that negotiation. They're negotiating with the city. But I would just highlight that surely a framework of some kind must be in place before a massive deal like this would be completed. So again, I would just thank you for this hearing and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. So you all talked about the financing through pilots or TIFs. So, and I believe that, which one of you brought it up first? I think it was the IBO, thank you. The parallels to Hudson Yards or the lack of parallels to Hudson Yards. So I heard you say that the real estate value under Hudson Yards was much less in theory than it would be under the Penn Station area. And so the concept of when the state, I believe, testified that the deal for the Penn State area would be no richer than the deal for Hudson Yards. And then I heard you talk, I was like, wait, it certainly shouldn't be richer, it actually should be less rich in discounts if the value of the future air rights in the Times Square area are anticipated to be, over time, significantly more valuable than the originally projected over Hudson Yards. Am I understanding you and them correctly in contradiction to each other?
So I'm gonna sort of explain this the way I understand it and see if we're on the same page.
Okay.
So Hudson Yards, because it was essentially, especially very far west side of Manhattan, essentially creating a new area and a new neighborhood, there was a thought that we need to provide discounts or property tax abatements to incentivize development. And you got a larger abatement for the very first buildings to come online. Got a larger abatement, and then that shrinks over time as more and more of the neighborhood builds up. What is also different about Hudson Yards is you have the sort of towers that people think about on the train platform, and that's brand new construction. But also Hudson Yards, the property taxes is financing over a whole larger neighborhood that already existed and had properties, but it was rezoned by the city to encourage further development. Penn Station is not a brand new neighborhood. It is not many avenues west from sort of the nearest train or where people previously had their businesses. So any abatements that are being considered in setting these pilots need to be scrutinized. That's what we are saying.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody else want to comment on that? Do you agree or disagree on that kind of analysis?
I just to jump in, I think, I don't know if I'm understanding your question correctly, but I do think that there is a contradiction in the justifications for the tax breaks. I think the locational disadvantage of Hudson Yards is easier to understand. And the need for tax breaks in Penn Station, which Senator Comrie has mentioned over and over again, is incredibly lucrative, valuable property, requires a different justification. And Hudson Yards is actually commanding more rents now than Penn Station is. So that could be an argument for developers in that area. But then, of course, you're turning the idea of competition in the wrong direction possibly, because then you're looking at competition for tax breaks versus competition in an open market.
So, again, I think addressed to anyone, because you're all sort of similar. So, pilots by definition don't have to be tax breaks. They can just be a different mechanism for revenue streams in advance of when you would pay your property taxes, to give us money now, government money now, to do things rather than having you pay it out over extended periods of time. So we're all sort of assuming this is tax breaks, but do any of us know for sure that that's the deal, or we're just assuming that story? Which of course gets to your point, researcher Schwartz, Schwartz Center, excuse me. So many names today, excuse me. To Bridget Fisher, your point, we really need the numbers, we really need to analyze the numbers, we really need to be able to say this is being projected correctly or not correctly, etc. So am I right? Did I miss something? Did they say these are going to be discounted? Or did we just all perhaps jump to the assumption that that's the concern we have because that is what happened in Hudson Yards?
If I heard ESD correctly, they did say that the Hudson Yards model for the pilots would be applied to Penn Station. So if you take that to its logical conclusion, that would be a discount on pilots. But you're right, they are not public. They have not been made public, and that is, why we think that at this point it would be nonsensical to proceed on this. And your role as the Senate and the Public Authorities Control Board, it is to review the financial validity of this project, and it is impossible to do so at this time. And I would just note that with the pilot agreement potentially being made public before a hearing, subject to meaningful public comment, that's after the negotiation has taken place. As we know from many government bodies, once it comes up for a vote, it's a done deal. I think a better process would be understand the framework, the potential framework, a model framework, have the public comment on that, and then figure out what the final is, and then allow for public comment. We have not done that in this case. The state has been moving forward without telling the public any of these basic assumptions.
I just want to interject for a second on a different topic, and just to remind the governor's staff that we want her to sign the bill to amend the PAC board back to its original state before the bully governor changed it. And so I think that would be most helpful to transparency and an opportunity to impact this project as well. So just to, I hope that she signs that bill before this project gets underway.
And for those of people who aren't watching PACB, Leroy is 100% right, and it was his bill, thank you, to, under Governor Cuomo, somehow the legislature foolishly allowed our vote on the PACB to be taken away from us. So now we're just advisory. before both the Assembly and the Senate had an actual vote that counted. And so we passed a bill this year, putting back our traditional authority, which I 1,000% support. And we are hoping the governor will sign that bill, not veto that bill. So for those of you who have extra time, if you'd like to let the governor know, please sign that bill right away.
Right away.
That would be greatly appreciated. That's my TV commercial for your bill.
Unfortunately, I didn't get to that.
Okay.
I actually included that in my written testimony. I didn't get to it, wanted to
That's
spare you
okay.
the time, but we strongly support that bill, and
I
thank
meant to
you.
mention it while General and team were here, but it's definitely something that we would encourage all of you to ask the governor to do.
Yes, yes. I'm sorry, I had one more on the pilot question. I guess also for the folk, well, you're all in the research field in this. Are there successful pilot models for funding big mega projects? I mean, the city recently told me, when I was discussing with them, that the Hudson Yards deal didn't sound like it worked out so great for the city of New York. They said, you haven't seen the recent data. It took a while for everything to start rolling, but now it's actually going very well, and they are ahead of the estimated amounts that we expected to get from them, even though it was later time frame than we thought. So we're actually thinking it's working out fine. I don't know whether IBO's had a chance to look at those numbers or whether anybody else has an opinion on that.
Well, I could weigh in. Sarah, if you want to.
I mean, I'll just say
Yes,
IBO
sir.
every couple of years does a big project on Hudson Yards. It's a topic we love to write about. But Hudson Yards, in some ways, as I've already mentioned, is sort of the most hallmark example of value capture financing used to pay for a transit project. And I think it's a real lesson in both sort of the cautionary tale, but also where we are now with Hudson Yards looks very different than where we were 10 years ago with Hudson Yards. So sort of considering the whole picture. And just to be clear, Hudson Yards is still playing out. It's still these pilot agreements are in place. The neighborhood is still responding to the rezoning. So it's very much a work in progress.
Sure. Yeah, I think I would add to that too that I think the long term has proven that Hudson Yards has worked in that it is now getting close to being a fully built out extension of the commercial business district. It is supporting the debt. I think they were initially early on a little too bullish about the prospects and the timing of development, but the risk mechanisms that they put in place did ultimately work and help support the debt until that project came online. They did wind up spending more than they originally anticipated in sort of their base case scenario, but they did anticipate that there would be a need to support the interest over time, and that it did work out, and that too over time that's allowed the city's sort of office stock as a whole to grow. And I think over the last decade we've seen that the city has been able to capture even more job growth than they originally anticipated. In part because we've allowed the stock of offices to grow and capture the employment and the tax revenue that comes with that. So part of the economic prosperity that's benefited the city and the state have come as a result of that. And also in terms of like other pilots as well, not just Hudson Yards, we can look at projects like Brooklyn Bridge Park as another model where this. But I think in both cases, there was it was the city in partnership with the state developing a model that was sort of like pre-approved and put in place to fund these projects. In the case of Hudson Yards, it was the city developing it and the city approving its own resources. In the case of Brooklyn Bridge Park, that was, I believe it was mostly Port Authority owned land. It was already tax exempt. So the city was never actually losing out on revenue from that development. It was already going to be tax exempt, and sort of it's, we were being able to take advantage of that. So those types of governance structures and like being upfront about how it's going to work, how we're allocating resources to this rather than something else, is also part of what enabled that success.
Thank you. Any other responses to my questions so far? I'm going to then turn it over to my colleague, Senator Comrie.
Thank you. Sarah, you mentioned in your statement the ability to develop discounts to be set at a level that creates an incentive for development, but not so steep as to give away revenue unnecessary to give developments over. an advantage over similar office buildings in the city. Can you delve into that a little bit more on?
Sure. This is stemming sort of from an earlier question. Do pilots need any sort of tax break or abatement discount? No. You could set a pilot at the same amount that Department of Finance would tax that building if it were on city property tax rolls. So the question here is, we don't know and we don't have the information from ESD on whether they are looking to give tax breaks, abatements. It sounds today like they're pegging it to the broader West Midtown area, which would include Hudson Yards. Hudson Yards currently does have these abatements in place. And so the question, it's again this trade-off of, do we need to incentivize development so that these buildings materialize and therefore generate revenues as the project is looking to use for financing, or are we giving away more breaks? The more of abatement you give a building on its property taxes, less revenue you're bringing in. So you have to sort of weigh that. That's a balance that you have to really consider.
Right. I think you heard me as I maybe didn't articulate it in the best way possible, but clearly there's no need for subsidies in the most desirable area of the city, which is the Penn Station area. So the need to give tax credits or tax breaks for that area, I think, is unnecessary. But can pilots be designed to, as I was asking, to put balloon payments in there to ensure that there's an increase in costs, given that that's some of the most valuable real estate in the country?
So I'm not going to pretend to be a legal expert on how to design pilots, but I will say one thing to consider, again, with Hudson Yards sort of in this backyard, is we want to caution and really have policymakers take into their decision making a scenario where you sort of create a race to the bottom. So if you give one set of office towers more of an abatement than another set of office towers, we find that rents adjust. So the larger an abatement you have, sort of your rents then for a prospective employee moving in can be adjusted. And so we want to caution and really have as part of this consideration about, if any abatements are given, creating a sort of competitive environment with areas of the city that either have, that just pay the full property taxes, or that have discounts. Again, IBO, we don't make opinions, so we're not gonna say whether abatements are needed or not, but it certainly needs to be, the need for abatements and whether there is a need is part of what policymakers should consider.
Well, does anybody else want to opine on that question?
Yeah, I think from the pilots that I've seen, there's generally been structured either in two ways. One is that, it's either, if there's a Department of Finance market value that you can turn to and say, each year, sort of like for a normal commercial office building, the Department of Finance comes up with a market value. It goes through, we wouldn't get into the property tax mechanics, but it comes to then a billable assessed value, and that your taxes are based on that.
Right.
So you could use that. The other option is to come up with sort of an initial year value, which probably has some relation to its market value, and then inflate it at a set amount, say like 3% a year going forward, 4% a year going forward.
And would that be better done in a pilot or other financial schemes? Because you guys all sound like you're against pilots, but what is your recommended funding for this, if not in a pilot? What would that be?
Well, the state would have to do if they're doing the GPP, it would have to be a pilot, because in order for whoever the private developer winds up being to take advantage of the zoning framework in the GPP, the state would have to take title to the land and then ground lease it back to the developer. So then they would have to do a pilot otherwise in order to pay. That's why they do you can do a pilot that simulates property taxes. And that's what they do for the residential development in Atlantic Yards, or Queens West, or Columbia's Manhattanville, where the state has to hold the title. And that's the same way like the IDA took the title for Hudson Yards to give them access to that zoning framework and the financing. So you still have to take title to the land to get the zoning. So either way, it'll be a pilot, whether there's a discount or not.
Gotcha.
What you do with that money is then a separate question.
Right.
I think another part of implicit in your question is there another way to do this? And I
Right.
think, I believe Senator Krueger said, or you, Senator Comrie, I mean, there are mechanisms, it's the state budget, capital grants that can be done to fund infrastructure projects.
Right, bonding.
The state is giving a $3 billion contribution to the MTA capital program already for the 2020 plan. It gave an $8 billion contribution to the 2015 to 19 capital plan. There are definitely other ways to do this. And I think that we haven't been presented the data to show that financially for the state, it is more worthwhile to do this versus the other. And I think that gets to the question of fiscal honesty. We know that the risks inherent in this pilot approach, the state is going to have to pay if there are cost overruns. The state will have to make interest support payments before the development generates the revenue necessary. The state will have to make payments in general in the credit enhancement mechanisms as well. The state will be making payments. The state will also be on the hook if the development does not occur as planned. We don't have those numbers on what the total cost to the state is, and I think that's crucial information that needs to be daylight on before any final decisions are made. And I think that gets to the core of why the public doesn't understand this and doesn't have the financial details yet. I mean, there's all those costs that we know exist, but we don't have the numbers, and that should be unacceptable.
So in light of the fact that they want to vote this EPP in July, what do you think is, well, there is no reasonable amount of time left, and this is the end of the
No,
month already.
right. So they're saying the end of July.
The end of July.
We want that data out
Right.
there as soon as possible.
Right. And what would you think would be a reasonable amount of time to do proper analysis of the data?
I mean, I
Half
certainly
an
think
hour.
that's a subjective thing. You know, it's the summer. I would caution that. I mean, I think that, you know, I wouldn't want to put a time frame on it, but I would certainly think multiple weeks would be important and necessary, not, you know, a day before the vote, as sometimes we see with these things.
Okay. Right. And I just had one other question. So, and there was some comment that the pilot for Hudson Yards generated $630 million in revenues to the city last year. Was that, I forget where I read that. Was that in?
Was part of IBO's testimony.
Okay.
So it's, once Hudson Yards hit a point where it is generating enough money to support its debt and also has surplus revenue, that surplus revenue is returned back to the city of New York. And so far, the city has received $663 million in surplus payments.
Okay. So, but you're saying that God bless you, that 663 still hasn't met the fact that the city and state had to lay out money over time.
So the city, knowing that the development was going to take a while to come online, city council and the mayor agreed to make interest support payments on that debt until Hudson Yards development generated enough revenue to support it. The Great Recession meant that the development took longer, and the city's direct need to support those interest payments was larger than they originally anticipated. So again, cautionary tale. But now the Hudson Yards is generating surplus revenue, and that is being remitted back to the city.
And just another question, since that is some of the most desirable property in the area, the question on density to create more supportive housing or affordable housing units, do you think that's a major issue that we need to consider as well? Or I asked them about the FAR for one property, whether it could be increased, or does anybody have an opinion on that?
Well, I mean, I think I think the choice of between residential and commercial in general sort of also gets at the question of revenue. Because I think as they're structuring it now, if they're doing mixed income residential, which I think is sort of modeled more or less on what the 421A program would have provided, that would generate housing, but it wouldn't generate revenue. And if they were going to, have basically like a synthetic 421A baked into the pilot for that building, it probably wouldn't be generating any revenue. It probably would be functionally tax exempt. And if we were to look at supportive housing as well, that would require probably both be tax exempt and also require additional capital subsidy, either coming from the city or the state, possibly through HCR or HFA, bond financing as well on that. So again, it's sort of like, there's an opportunity to, sort sort of go above the 12 FAR cap and build more residential here through this GPP process, but that comes also with the trade-off of revenue and potentially if we're going for deeper affordability than beyond what you would get through a 421A development.
Which is why they're
more capital.
concentrating on commercial and office space to generate the revenue as opposed to residential. I remembered that. I just wanted to highlight for the public, because there's the concern about how to ensure that we get enough revenue to pay for the project if we're building it. Everything that folks want us to build is still a need to generate the revenue.
Correct.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm done. Thank you. Thank you, panel, for.
I see Brad
Hoyleman
Hoyleman online. Brad, do you have questions for this panel?
Oops. Senator Hoyleman, you have any questions for the panel?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Sorry, if I could just ask what the panel's confidence is in the contingency plans that were outlined by by EST today in the event the commercial development does not come to pass.
I don't know. I mean, I would say that, you know, if we could actually see them, I could answer that question. But absent seeing the actual pilot agreements, the financial plan, and I would note too, you know, the site agreements seem to be a considerable part of the guarantees and the pieces, another piece to the puzzle that, you know, if I'm understanding the timeline correctly, would be well beyond the approval of the GPP itself. So I don't think that, unfortunately, I don't think there can be confidence in that because we haven't seen it.
Do you have another question, Brad?
Is there anyone else on the panel who has a response to that?
No one is. No, I think they probably all share that view that give them data, they'll give you answers.
Yeah.
But right now, we have this absence of data to analyze. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Do you have confidence?
We're not hiding it from you either, by
Right.
the way. No, okay, just making sure.
Thank you.
Anything else, Brad?
Does the panel have any thoughts on the commercial market and the fact that so many New Yorkers are working from home and companies adapting their workplace practices to other ways to manage their employees? Has the panel done any analysis in terms of what they think the commercial market is going to look like for Class A office space?
No.
I mean,
Tara, you
I was going to say, I can
good.
jump in where IBO has done some work on this recently. And again, part of the question are these developments are not expected to come online for occupancy until upwards of 2044. So where in this case, the commercial real estate market will be 2 decades out is a mystery to anybody. But in the near term, Class A office space or premier office space has fared rather well, in part because these tend to be sort of flagship New York locations that companies, whether or not they're fully staffed in an office, want to maintain a New York presence, and particularly one in a very sort of accessible corner of Manhattan. So just that's what we can say right now, but again, the future is something that none of us can predict.
And I think
Do
one
we
thing I
have
would
any,
add.
do we have any calculation of the value of the development rights that ESD is considering granting here?
For starters, we need to know what height, square footage, and use these buildings would be. We know the
Understood.
valuation of what is currently there.
Thank you, Brad.
Thank you, Brad.
I don't want to cut you off.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for being with us in a distance. I want to thank this panel very much for your contributions today, and would love for you all to get the numbers and help us analyze them. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Our
you,
next
Pam.
panel, panel number 3, and we added one person towards the, Tom Wright, President, CEO, Regional Planning Association, Lisa Daglion, Executive Director, Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee on the MTA, Committee to the MTA. Felicia Park Rogers, Director of Regional Infrastructure Projects, Tri-State Transportation Campaign, and because she needed to move up a little bit, Lisa Sorin, the President of the Bronx Chamber of Commerce. Great, we'll go in the order, I just read them off.
Okay.
Hi, Tom.
Hi, Senator. Good morning. My name is Tom Wright. I'm
It's
the.
afternoon, you knew.
It's
you were
good
getting it.
afternoon. Gosh, I even wrote.
I would just write good day.
Yeah. I'm the president and CEO of the Regional Plan Association, a 100-year-old research, planning, and advocacy organization that works to promote the health, equity, prosperity, and sustainability of New York City and the entire tri-state metropolitan region. I've been working on variations of the Gateway program for over 25 years now, and I have been commuting through Penn Station for over 20 years, so today's topic is deeply personal to me. And there are a few points I just wanted to make to this distinguished committee. First, new research from RPA underscores how important it is that we invest in maintaining, expanding, and improving our rich but ailing public transit system. Some have been asking whether we should continue to expand our transit network in a post-COVID work-from-home world. So we ran the numbers, projecting high and low estimates of regional growth and work from home, and what they would mean for a range of potential outcomes. The results were very clear. Even under the most pessimistic assumptions, we projected that Trans-Hudson travel would be at or above 2019 levels by the time this project is completed, and would increase from pre-COVID levels by at least 15% by 2050, and possibly by as much as 32%. And of course, the overcrowded conditions of 2019 should not be the future that we are working towards. That's why it's so important that we build the Gateway program, which will double capacity under the Hudson River, and both renovate and expand Penn Station. Second, value capture has a lot of potential as a tool here, even if the cost of the project and revenues generated by the pilot are hard to pin down this early in the process. It has been noted that the MTA lost an important opportunity to help finance the Second Avenue subway when it failed to put a value capture mechanism in place for that project. The IBO has raised legitimate questions about the cost of the Penn Station renovation and expansion and how much funding the pilots will generate. We agree with their concerns, but still believe there is a way to answer these important questions as the process continues to move forward. The legislature should also take a hard look at the large subsidies it gives to Madison Square Garden via its annual property tax exemption. Third, we need all the capacity at Penn Station that this plan will create. Some critics have suggested that Penn Station does not need to be expanded, but could be redesigned to handle the new passengers that Gateway will bring. We have looked at the engineering studies and consulted with the partner agencies and concluded that while through running brings some operational and capacity benefits, it cannot by itself provide enough capacity to handle the vast majority of commuters whose origin or destination will always be Penn Station. The agencies are continuing to examine these options through the EIS process, and we look forward to seeing their conclusions. We are strong advocates of through-running service, but I would caution that any advocates saying Penn Station doesn't need to be expanded are making these claims without any reliable engineering studies to back them up. Fourth, time is not on our side. We have a window of opportunity to start making improvements at Penn Station when East Side Access opens up at the end of this year and siphons roughly 25% of the Penn Station commuters to Grand Central Madison. This window will close again in just a few years when Penn Access starts bringing Metro North commuters directly to Penn Station. Furthermore, just as One Vanderbilt connected to East Side Access and its improvements, redevelopment around Penn Station can, through the GPP, provides significant public improvements, not only to Penn Station, but to the much larger subway network of the district. Additionally, as people have mentioned before, it is highly likely that Congress may flip in November and drastically reduce discretionary federal transit funds for transit. The longer we wait to identify where the local match comes from, the less likely we are to secure major federal contributions. And finally, the longer this takes, the more expensive it will be. The Hudson River Tunnel project alone adds at least $1.2 million per day that we delay. There are still many moving parts and some unanswered questions, but we're seeing progress on many fronts. The partner agencies are working together on plans to renovate and expand Penn Station and come up with a funding package that can gain federal support. Our elected officials, including Governor Hochul, Mayor Adams, and our congressional delegation, led by Chuck Schumer, are showing great support and collaboration working together to make this a reality. That's why we are supporting this process and committing to see it through. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Okay, next is Lisa Daglian, Executive Director, Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA.
Hi, good afternoon. I am indeed Lisa Daglian, Executive Director to PCAC. Thank you very much for holding this hearing today. The reconstruction of Penn Station is something that will affect commuters across all of our councils. We can't wait until 2035 or beyond to see improvements to this major hub. The time to fix Penn Station is now. A more inviting and user-friendly Penn Station is good for riders and good for the region, and we're glad that Governor Hochul has moved reconstruction to the top of the list. Long Island Railroad and Metro North commuters deserve a world-class train haul, including west of Hudson riders who now come in via New Jersey Transit, the new riders from the Bronx and beyond who will come in when Penn Access is complete, and those who will come in via the increases in service thanks to Third Track when that comes online in the coming months. Penn Station today is dark, dingy, crowded. It's abysmal. Anyone who comes to it usually does so because they have little choice, and with the option of Long Island Railroad service to Grand Central coming online in the near future, many more may make the decision to go to another station. In fact, the relatively short period of time after that service starts and before Penn Access brings Metro North riders in on the New Haven line will be the perfect window for the reconstruction work to get done. The time to fix Penn Station is now. Penn Station wasn't equipped to handle pre-COVID travel patterns when 600,000 passengers passed through the crowded corridors. It certainly won't be able to manage the future demand the additional Metro North, New Jersey Transit, and Amtrak ridership will bring. It can barely handle the diminished number of passengers now, though if you've been there recently, you've seen increasing numbers of commuters, not just because of the Rangers and how close they came this year, but something that we hope will continue to steadily trend upwards. To accommodate growth, we need an improved Penn. We hope to see it accompanied by even better and more reliable service and with more operating funds from you and your fellow electeds in the state. As more people return to the offices and travel around the region for leisure and other activities, their first choice should be to get on board transit. As we've all heard Jano say, transit is the antidote to climate change. That's more and more true with each passing year, and as congestion pricing comes online, we're going to need a nice front door to the city to welcome travelers. That means fixing Penn Station. Reinvigorating our region's economy means drawing people to New York and giving them a first-class glimpse of what we have to offer. Ensuring commuters have a welcoming and safe space to land with plenty of amenities while they're waiting for their trains will help get them back on board. They, along with the many subway riders who stream into and out of Penn Station, will benefit from new entrances and pedestrian spaces. Bless you. In addition, the reconstructed Penn Station will feature more accessibility options with 18 new escalators and 11 new elevators to platforms, which we could surely need. The station will be easier to navigate with updated wayfinding and will double passenger circulation space. These are critical improvements to create a transit system that truly serves and welcomes all passengers and benefits all New Yorkers. The issue isn't whether we want to see improvements to Penn Station, it's when. To that we say, the sooner the better. The Penn Station reconstruction plan on the table will get us the transit improvements we need now, even as critical gateway plans proceed. The current plan to improve Penn Station is absolutely required and way past due. It addresses the multitude of deficiencies that riders have long complained about and will create a space worthy of travelers. It will meet not only future but present travel demands and help drive economic growth while creating public transportation in a brighter, airier, and more accessible space that is truly equitable for all New Yorkers. We must fix Penn, and we must fix it now. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next testifier is Felicia Park Rogers, Director Regional Infrastructure Projects at Tri-State Transportation Campaign.
Hello, thank you. Tri-State Transportation Campaign is a regional transit and transportation policy advocacy and research organization. I have represented TSTC, in addition to my colleague Tom Wright, for the past 2 years as a member of the Community Advisory Committee and Working Group to ESDC's Penn Station Area Improvement Project. The Penn Station area obviously is a linchpin for our region's transportation network, our economy, our residents, our workers, and the tens of millions of people who visit New York City every year. It is past time to invest in this area. Transit-oriented development is the best type of development for our city, as well as for our collective efforts to combat climate change. Penn Station is operating far beyond capacity and desperately needs to be modernized and improved. New York City, New York State, and our entire region are currently hindered by Penn Station. However, we do have several concerns. First, the primary goal of this GPP is to create funds to improve transit, yet we don't know how much funding will be created or the timeline for when those funds will be available. Value capture financing rarely creates the kind of revenue that is promised. Taxpayers are frequently left on the hook in what essentially becomes a plan to subsidize large developers by reducing their property tax burdens. What is the contingency plan if the anticipated funding from the pilot doesn't materialize? Who pays then? Today, President Davis suggested it will be the state of New York. Senator Krueger, I'd love to talk with you more in the question period about IIJA. TSTC also has serious concerns about the current plan for renovating Penn Station. Obviously, a massive renovation is desperately needed for this antiquated, unsafe, horrible station. But good transit planning starts with function first and is then followed by form. A pretty new station does New Yorkers no good if trains are still late, platforms are still unsafe, and service is still unreliable and fragmented. The new Hudson tunnels and the improvements to the Northeast Corridor undeniably comprise the most important infrastructure project in our region and in the nation. But in order to fix Penn Station, we must fix the tracks and platforms and then design a new station around those. None of these plans even touch the current tracks or platforms. Just this week, Tri-State produced a report envisioning the transformation of our region's segmented and bifurcated rail systems into a seamless regional rail system. Our report includes a modified plan which allows for some expansion, more through running, and attempts to save more of the existing Block 780 or the sites 2 and 3. You must demand transparency from the railroads and receive their commitment to perform an honest, rigorous, thorough analysis, including a cost-benefit analysis of the best alternatives to improve the tracks, platforms, and capacity of Penn Station. We must learn from the mistakes that were made with the LaGuardia AirTrain project, in which one alternative was verifiably the preferred outcome, and the other 3 alternatives were designed specifically to fail. It is important that the railroads perform a transparent analysis of all 4 options, including the through-running alternative. While the Penn Station renovation is a creative attempt to work around the massive constraints placed upon it by Madison Square Garden and 2 Penn, those constraints lead to multiple problems for the station and its riders, as well as the taxpayers. The estimated cost of $7 billion is enormous. Moynihan Station cost $1.3 billion. Why is the cost so high? One reason is that it will require significant expense to overcome the structural constraints placed on the station due to Madison Square Garden being on top of it. Another reason is that the MTA will actually have to pay to rebuild the Madison Square Garden Skyway to 7th Avenue, as well as to move their loading zone underground. Not only is this exorbitantly expensive, it means that the station entrances and exits will be mid-block rather than exiting to 7th and 8th Avenues, where most riders actually want to exit. Madison Square Garden benefits tremendously from sitting atop the nation's largest train station, yet they've refused to engage in any meaningful negotiations in order to make the space work better for the city, the region, the riders, and even for themselves. Madison Square Garden, by state statute, pays no taxes to the city. The last time an estimate was done, it was approximately $43 million a year, lost in annual tax revenue. These funds could, example, be bonded through a TIF to be applied towards transit improvements at Penn Station. There's a very real possibility that Madison Square Garden could decide to move its venue at any time, at which point our taxpayers will have paid $7 billion to build an underground station and a glass concourse mid-block, not having reworked the platforms or tracks, and leaving an outdated, far from state-of-the-art, possibly empty stadium atop what should be the pride and joy of the state's transportation network. I have run out of time for my summary, but if you come back to me after, Lisa, I would be happy to give you my 5 final points in brief. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hi, Lisa.
Hello,
I'm sorry, I'll
Senator.
announce you. Lisa Sorin, President, Bronx Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you so much, Senator. And I did not bring an extra copy of my testimony, but my office is sending it to your office immediately. And thank you for accommodating. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I am Lisa Sorin, President of the Bronx Chamber of Commerce. Our organization, founded in 1897, serves as a voice for almost 30,000 Bronx-based businesses, ranging from micro businesses to large-scale employers. Our organization is helping drive the systematic change needed to support equitable economic opportunities and workforce development in the Bronx. We organize and build coalitions, provide strategic business services, provide research and data analysis, and support targeted advocacy efforts that strengthen the community voices, build community power, and help to win economic development policies that invest in people as much as they invest in places. In addition to my role at the Bronx Chamber of Commerce, I serve on the Board of Directors of the Metropolitan Transportation Authority and serve as a commissioner on the New York City Council Redistricting Commission. My testimony today is in my capacity as the leader of the Bronx Economic Development Agency. The Bronx, like all cities, borough, is recovering from the impact of COVID-19, only exacerbated by inflation, supply chain challenges, labor shortages, and the rise of cost of gasoline, all with the looming threat of global recession. Sounds horrible, I know. While the current indicators seem bleak, there is opportunity to significantly invest in our city's infrastructure and workforce, while also positioning major transportation centers and central commercial districts for dire upgrades to remain competitive in the global development ecosystem. The multi-phase project, formerly known as the Pennsylvania Station Area Civic and Land Use Improvement Project, stands to create a world-class commuter-focused transportation facility. This includes investment in our city's workforce, job opportunities, and increased regional connectivity, especially in the Bronx, where we are well-positioned to harness the power of our healthcare, life sciences, and industrial reports with our 4 stations. Today's hearing is an important step to make better informed decisions about what our next steps should be as New Yorkers, while more fully understanding financing, environmental impact, and time and jurisdictional sequencing to bring this transformational project online, expand rail capacity, and most importantly, serve all of New Yorkers. The plan also represents a confluence of many significant and long overdue public investments within a tight timeline. It is a complicated project, yes, but then again, any large-scale project that continues to position New York as a global city and touches the lives of millions of individuals would be considered complicated. The fact of the matter is that meaningful upgrades to this area have not been done since the 60s, nor have we as a city purposely focused on regional connectivity, workforce synergy, and bolstering of borough economies and workforce development. We have that now, and we must continue to move forward with this project, as it will deeply impact our region's economic recovery and future economic development to the outer boroughs. During this time when businesses, neighborhoods, and communities are under constant threat as a result of inflation, rising gas prices, failing consumer spending, regulations, lack of public safety, quality of life challenges, lack of investment, a rising tax burden, and increase in operational cost, we must ensure that we are looking out for current and future New Yorkers. It is my belief that this plan to implement significant investments in our transportation center and community is forward-thinking and makes good use of the moment. We must continue to do this strategically, without ego, and with a forward-thinking upstream approach. It is my hope that this brief conversation today can continue a dialogue that invests in our people as much as it invests in places. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I guess for the first two, the first two witnesses first, Tom and Lisa, who were both strongly supporting this proposal. So you were listening to everybody else. And the last panel was all about the data we don't have and what the TIFs really mean, or the pilots, and how much money. And are you not also concerned that we need the answers to these things?
So thank you.
Go ahead.
So, it's been, this has been a very enlightening day, of listening to the questions that you've been asking, which are very insightful, and the answers that we've both gotten, and the information that is not yet available. We as PCAC are particularly focused on pretty much the transit, the envelope within Penn Station. We understand that in order for Gateway to get built and to fully function, that there are additional steps that need to happen, that the larger project will need to look to move forward, but we don't want the Penn Station reconstruction, as opposed to the redevelopment project, to be stopped while the larger project is being considered. And that's really what our focus is fixing what is broken at the moment. And that is, we believe that can happen now, that the MTA has a plan and a program and a design, or is working on getting their design to move that forward. Funding is always an issue. We've asked a number of questions about that without going into specifics of a GPP or a TIF. And Felicia did invite the question about the IIJA. There is money. There is actually more money that's being marked up than was even originally included in the legislation. There are a number of grants that could be used to support paying for the reconstruction project, again, without going outside that specific project, to fix it now, fix it first project, as it were. We believe that there is funding now to do that as the larger project is being considered. But we don't think that fixing Penn Station right now can wait.
Tom, do you have anything else you want to share there on that one?
Sure. It's a really good question, and I've certainly been listening intently all day and understand, several other speakers have talked about the risks inherent in a tax increment financing kind of strategy. The challenge here is that the alternative, to some degree, to my way of thinking, what the state is proposing to do is essentially move these properties off of city tax rolls onto state tax rolls, hold harmless the city with the revenue that it generates, increase the density in the area, invest billions of dollars, and for every dollar that New York invests, there will be roughly $3 coming from the feds or the state to improve the area, with the expectation that the property values would rise over time, and then capture that increment to pay for it. Now, there are certainly, as Hudson Yards shows, there is the danger that over the course of the project, the income generated could fall below expectations and require the state to pick up, to make interest payments instead. The thing is, the alternative that's talked about is simply having the state pay for the whole thing and all of the interest payments out of its general capital plan, which seems to me only a more expensive route to take. And so that's why we think that a value capture mechanism makes sense. There are concerns about what the pilot arrangements would be, but the way we understand is what's on the table right now is not those individual arrangements, and the state does have an incentive to try and get as much money as it possibly can out of each of those agreements, because it's looking for as much funding as it can. What's really on the table right now with the GPP is the agreement that the property owners would be allowed to build larger buildings, but the cost of doing that would be negotiated on a per site basis and subject to disclosures and other things. And I think that as long as there are those kinds of mechanisms in the process built in, this is a process that should move forward. Again, part of that is I don't see any alternative to it. And I do worry that this is a very complex set of projects with, as I think Senator Kruger, you asked who's in charge, and really the answer is that each piece of it has a different piece of the government entity in charge of it. And each of them have slightly different priorities that they're trying to see. And what we're trying to do from our perspective, all of those priorities are valid and should be achieved. And we're looking for an arrangement where all of the partners will be committed to the other pieces of this because they're getting their one piece moving forward. I do worry that if this GPP were to fail, it would put the rest of the Gateway project in jeopardy too, because New York State has such a vested interest in this piece, in the Penn renovation piece. And that you can say, well, the Gateway tunnels are a different project or the Penn expansion is a different project. But New York's main interest is in renovating Penn Station. And my goal is to make sure that all of the partners get all of their priorities addressed so that we get all of this project.
I know that Louis Sepulveda was online, I think, with a question. Are you there, Louis?
Yeah, I'm here, but my question was from Ms. Soren.
That's fine. This is her panel.
Oh, okay. No, I didn't know we had completed with the other two. First of all, thank you all for testifying. Ms. Soren, thank you for your statements. I just have a couple of questions for you that relates to the Bronx.
Of course.
As you know, that's where my heart and soul is located. Have you looked at any projections in terms of jobs that this is going to create for residents of the Bronx?
Presently, there's no set numbers on that, but construction alone, with subcontractors and the work going on within each of the train stations, we're looking at approximately somewhere within 5,000 to 10,000 jobs over the course of the project. And those are very loose numbers.
You spoke about a lot of the benefits of the program. Do you see any downside with this development project for the Bronx? Anything that you're concerned about?
In reality, I'm going to say no. But if, let's say as a resident, if I were to answer that question, I'd have to say there's always concerns about the changing in zonings regarding the areas in which these train stations are going. There's going to be losses and gains over the course of these construction projects. But the gains totally outweigh whatever losses may come with it. The green space, the additional residential, the jobs, totally outweigh it. So to this point right now, between the ability to ride the trains in and out from the city, gives us an opportunity to bring more residents, more jobs into our borough that's so desperately needed. But those conversations continue, as does the education.
Now, it's safe to assume that your membership supports this project, correct?
That's correct.
Now, did the MTA ever solicit your organization's input on planning of this project?
We have been involved in a lot of the public hearings that have taken place. We've also been involved with the art projects that are going on each of the stations. So we've been completely from day one when the projects consistently have been having meetings. And the chairman of the Bronx Chamber is also on the advisory with MTA and working out the logistics, because one of the projects is adjacent to the complex in which we hope to build the biomedical facility.
Okay. Thank you so much. That's all for me.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Actually, Felicia, you asked me to ask you about, I guess, the 5 points that you didn't get to make because you ran out of time. And I was reading the 5 points, and they're all legitimate points. So quickly go through the 5 points.
Thank you so much. In summary, Tri-State recommends make meaningful improvements to the GPP plan as outlined in detail by the Community Advisory Committee. Governor Hochul's revisions to the proposed project were not substantive. They did little to address the concerns raised by the stakeholders and the CACWAG. In order to restore faith with the public, it is imperative that ESD incorporate the changes recommended by the Community Advisory Committee, which includes many of our city's premier urban planning leaders, advocacy and civic groups, and community representatives. Include MSG and 2PEN in the GPP. It makes zero sense that those are not part of the area improvement plan when they create the largest impediments to improving the transit system. Don't move forward without a detailed, verifiable funding mechanism for the transit improvements in the GPP, which includes a contingency plan if that anticipated funding doesn't materialize. Please insist on a robust preliminary analysis of the 4 alternatives, including a legitimate analysis of increasing the through-running capabilities at Penn Station, which could help avoid the need for eminent domain of a large portion of Block 780, that's sites 2 and 3. Lastly, pass legislation revoking the tax abatement of MSG. Engage the owners of MSG in serious and robust negotiations to work together to improve transit, access, safety, and reliability for riders. With MSG as an engaged partner, it's a given that they will continue to benefit tremendously from their premier transit location. Thank you for your consideration and the extra time.
Thank you very much.
I can also speak to IIJA
Thank you.
and
You have more
congestion
questions?
pricing. Lisa wants me to speak to congestion pricing too.
If the MTA is going to fund a portion of the project through their capital plan, then it's really critical that congestion pricing move forward as expeditiously as possible.
So,
$15 billion.
My understanding is that the delay in MTA and congestion pricing is because the federal government
Yes.
put a hold on it for us for now and are requiring a whole new process for review. So I don't think, or that could be wrong, that it's the state or the MTA or anyone involved in this hearing today that have delayed congestion pricing. It's
Correct.
a new issue we need to confront with the federal government.
I'm hoping that somebody from FHWA is tuning in today.
It's
Maybe,
also,
we don't know.
It's also our understanding that Governor Hochul placed a very well-placed phone call last week to DOT in order to help them understand that what was happening at the lower level of the process to help speed it up. And that's certainly under the capabilities of DOT and the FHWA is to help expedite this, which will lead towards $15 billion for the Capital Cam project, as Commissioner Lieber said. It's very important.
Yeah, I appreciate everybody bringing that up because, of course, you know, financing was a key component for this hearing. And as you heard me ask the head of the MTA earlier, what will this giant mega project do to the MTA's capital plan? And of course, it's a great concern for all of us because we all know that every year we look at a longer list of things that the MTA needs in total, far beyond just the discussion today. And every year we know we seem to be farther behind in the funding to pay for all those different projects. So I think it is crucial for government to understand the mega picture, so to speak, of what are our mass transit needs in the New York City region, which is 12 counties. How much money are we already committing that we may or may not have? How much additional money are we committing that we may or may not have? And actually, how do we then stack all these things up together and prioritize them in the best interest of the public? And it's not an easy challenge, as we all know, but I appreciate very much that one thing that's on the table but not quite in reality yet is the commitment of $15 billion in bonding from congestion pricing for other MDA projects, not this project. So thank you for that.
May I add?
Yes.
That there, I think that one of the other things that we need to look at collectively is what all the other alternative and optional, all the additional funding sources out there are. And the IIJA brings to bear, thanks in large part to Senator Schumer, a lot of additional sources that didn't exist previously, including Northeast Corridor funding, including money that Amtrak and FRA have, including money that New Jersey Transit might be able to contribute and should include, that bring all of the partners together, not just conceptually, but with their checkbooks out, to look at grants that maybe hadn't existed before, that we really need to do a deep dive in and look to see how we can make the best use of the new funding sources to look at alternate ways to bring in funds.
Thank you.
Tom
Yes.
rightly suggests that there's significant risk in the upcoming elections, and we know what happened in the last administration. New York did not fare well. However, the IIJA has authorizations that are tremendously beneficial to the state of New York, and Senator Schumer did secure upwards of an 80% match in the competitive grant processes that are available for both of these projects. And that's potentially very significant. Additionally, and perhaps something that hasn't been thought about at the state level and from the governor, is that the FHWA has written in for the first time in history flex funding capacity for DOT funds, so that the state DOT does not have to spend all their money on highways and roads and expansions. They can put significant amounts of the DOT money, which we know this year's budget was upwards of $38 billion, towards transit and additional active transportation and mobility projects.
And can you just tell us what those letters stood for that you rushed through? Because neither of us knew it.
The Federal Highways Administration, under Administrator Stephanie Pollack.
Flex funding. That's what we
Flex
should be
funding.
looking up.
Yes, I have a letter to the governor, and I'd be happy to forward it to you.
That would be very helpful.
Be helpful.
Thank you.
But we would send a letter on behalf of the Senate requesting the same thing. To chime in, I agree with everything the panel has said, especially we have to strike while iron is hot. Tom is right. 8 months from now, the world may change again with the less favorability towards New York to get this project done. So we need to get this done this summer. Hopefully we can get it done with as much cooperation and collaboration and transparency as possible with the governor. Also showing the desire to reinstitute the original PACB and making sure the community input is heard, but there is a need to get this done and process so that the federal government can sign off on it before the end of the year. There's no doubt about that. There's no doubt about the need to make sure that we have a future Penn Station that, as I said in the beginning, that meets the needs of our communities now and in the future, and also allow for the Bronx to have final access and new access to Penn Station and Gateway. But Tom, you mentioned something about Gateway earlier. Do you have some insight on where that is? Because they didn't have any real answers on what the problems with Gateway is at this point.
Yeah, you know, right now, we're waiting for a series of MOUs between the Gateway partners, kind of laying out their funding commitments and how they will move forward. And Gateway's not just the tunnel under the Hudson Rivers. It's boxes under Hudson Yards. It's bridges that need to be repaired in New Jersey. And it hadn't historically included the renovation of Penn Station. And I think one of the things that Governor Hochul really deserves credit for was pushing that as a priority. And my understanding is that that will become part of the overall Gateway piece. And you know, anything that is part of Gateway is essentially looking at this partnership between New York, New Jersey, and the feds for funding. I've jokingly said I wish that the Port Authority bus terminal could become part of Gateway, because then we would get a lot more money for it than we're going to get, you know, otherwise. You know, and it's tongue in cheek, but also quite serious. We are waiting for to see those MOUs and the signing of them, and to see progress on that piece of it. And I think earlier in some of your questioning of the public officials, you both raised the question of kind of tying in the GPP to those pieces. And I think that those are very good issues to keep an eye on, because absolutely, you know, if one piece of this falls off the table, other parts of it don't make as much sense. Our goal has got to be to move the entire agenda.
So you're saying these are technical issues, not policy issues or jurisdictional issues. It's just about the lawyers getting their acts together?
It's about the moving forward. I mean, there's a very complicated one, which is the cost overrun issue, which, by the way, 10 years ago, we were under construction. We were further along with the ARC project 10 years ago than we are today on Gateway. And Governor Christie raised questions about who would be on the hook for cost overruns.
Right.
The US DOT tried to address his answers. He refused to take yes for an answer and canceled the project. But there are legitimate questions about how overruns would be, because the US DOT won't kind of issue a blanket commitment, but, you know, the states don't want to be on the hook for all of the overruns either. That needs to be worked out. It's sensitive. My understanding is that, and of course, the Port Authority is a key player in this too and really needs to be part of this process. Again, I really give credit to Governor Hochul and Governor Murphy. They've both been great partners on this. And at the US DOT, Polly Trottenberg cares deeply about it. Chuck Schumer has been talked about, and the president, who you know, and the folks at Amtrak. So we have a moment in time, and if these folks can't work this out, then we're lost, because nobody else will be able to.
But we don't have a indication that they're not going to work
They
it
are
out
working
current-
on it.
They are
and
working on it.
We are feeling optimistic.
And we now
Thank you,
have,
yeah.
we now have Chris
Thank you.
Kalari on board as the executive director of the Gateway Commission.
Chris doesn't have a signed contract as of yesterday. So
Okay.
it's hard, you know. So
It's a lot.
So, but
It's a
I think that everything we can do to try and move these pieces forward is really urgent, because we need this to succeed.
Yeah.
Well, I want to have a public hearing regarding the Port Authority, and hopefully bring up Gateway and their role in that as well. And maybe we need to do a separate meeting just on Gateway, public meeting on Gateway.
That's a
in
great
order
idea,
to
yeah.
encourage that to move forward. So
Yeah.
don't go for any good.
So I do have one question for this panel relating to Gateway, since it came up. And again, it's not just that I'm not an engineer. I'm the farthest thing from an engineer you will ever find in a human being. It's just not my bailiwick of my brain. Spatial relations, nope. Someone else said to me, why aren't they just putting Gateway through the tunnel and then into the new Moynihan station? It's a beautiful new station. It's underutilized. What's stopping them from going that route? And that would expand the use of Moynihan Station as almost an equivalent giant new station that it has the potential to be. And in theory, expand the number of slots for rails that there are. And again, not an engineer, so just really curious whether any of you have 2 cents on that and why that was not considered, or whether it was considered and somebody else said, no, you're not an engineer, you don't understand why we can't do that.
It's just not
You
possible.
probably have 15 cents worth of
Yeah.
opinions.
Yeah.
It's just simply not possible, but, Tom, if you want.
Well, there's and I became a planner because I couldn't hack it as an architect, so, just to be clear. But, you know, Gateway is gonna double the number of trains coming under the Hudson River into New York City. And those trains need, platforms and tracks to pull up to allow passengers to get on and off of them. The MTA, through the Citizens Advisory Committee process, did, I thought, a very thorough presentation about a year ago, Peter Matusewicz, looking at all of the constraints on capacity in the entire system. It's the tunnels under the Hudson River. It's the interlockings where the trains are expanding out. It's the length of time it takes people to get off the trains and back on the trains. It's the length of time it takes an empty train to get to the rail yard. All of those pieces come into play in terms of the capacity of the system and what you have to do with them. And Moynihan Station essentially added new exits off of the platforms at the western end of the existing platforms and allows people to come into a beautiful station, but it didn't add any more capacity in the guts of the system in terms of new tracks and platforms or handling the interlockings. And just for instance, East Side Access, a huge portion of the cost of East Side Access was actually out in Sunnyside Yards where those interlockings are located, making improvements to allow trains to go to Grand Central Terminal without slowing down the trains that are going from Penn Station up to New England. So it's a very complex set of mechanisms, and it's a good question, but it is one that really doesn't. They just have to find somewhere else for those trains and passengers to go.
Additionally, in terms of the placement of the tunnel and the actual geotechnical area under the river and into that, where Moynihan is placed is simply too close. The tunnel has to go under the harbor to a certain depth, and then it has to be able to come back up to the station. And the Moynihan area, there's just not enough place for the gradation of that to happen. So there are four alternatives they are looking at, and one of them is digging a double deep and I mentioned that in my testimony. One is digging all the way under the current pen, but where Moynihan is, that wouldn't be feasible. And to do it under the current pen is likely not feasible either, because God knows how deep that is and how expensive that would be.
Yeah, but by the way, there are people who will say, oh, well, you know, what Felicia's talking about is the incline of the approach, and essentially can a train make it up, or is it too steep? And people say, oh, come on, that can't be a real issue. I have had the experience of being on a New Jersey Transit train that stopped for one reason at the bottom of the Hudson River, and then because it was fully loaded, was not capable of starting again to make it into Penn Station, and listened to the engineers arguing over whether to bring in a tug to pull us up or whether to back up and then try and get enough head of steam. So those are serious issues that engineers are trying to work through.
See, I told you I would not
Yeah.
be engineer, so I appreciate all the responses. Thank
Sorry.
you.
Little color.
I think we're complete with your panel. Thank you very much.
Thank
all
you
so
so
you.
much.
Thank
Thank
you
you very
also.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now I'm going to call up panel 4. Sam Turvey, Chair Rethink New York City, Lynn Ellsworth, Chair Human Scale, and Alexandro Washburn, or Alexander, perhaps is typed wrong, Executive Director, Grand Penn Community Alliance. Thank you. I think probably just in the order we called you up. Is that okay? Start with
Great.
Sam.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. The governor says that all we can expect at Penn Station is better and more escalators.
I'm sorry, Sam, she knows who you are, and you know who you are, but the public doesn't know who you are, so.
Okay,
you
I'm
could
sorry.
Please identify yourself.
I am Sam Turvey. I'm the chairperson of Rethink New York City.
Thank you.
So, start again. The governor says that all we can expect at Penn Station is better and more escalators, more elevators, and high ceilings in the old facility, plus a very narrow skylight. Much has been made of public realm. MSG's trucks will still have access to the public realm. Much has been made of high ceilings, which are going to be very expensive to create. I would remind folks that the Port Authority bus terminal has high ceilings. That does not guarantee that you get a quality transit facility. We have had numerous partial fixes like this in the past. They never work. Somebody should do a report about how much money has been spent on them. Worse, we are told we need to level an entire fully functional neighborhood of mostly working and lower income residences and small businesses, which Steve Roth, Vornado, and his cronies have manipulatively tarred as blighted. And the ESD is carrying their water on this one. The state should be looking at moving Madison Square Garden and figuring out how to give us back a real train station. Instead, they want to euthanize the surrounding neighborhood. Is this the most equitable thing we can do at Penn Station? Equity, a big word in all our federal funding. The gateway tunnels should provide us with a much better result. They should provide us with a seismic opportunity to promote decongestion of one of the world's most congested metropolitan areas via through running. Balanced, equitable, and sustainable growth are the sine qua non of through running throughout the world, including in our own country. Gateway should enable us to implement through running, which would allow trains to travel through Manhattan to other centers of business activity in the region instead of languishing in rail yards or to return empty. Through running can be implemented in the envelope of the current Penn Station in Moynihan, going to something you just said, Senator Krueger, and eliminate the need to demolish any buildings on 31st and 30th Street. Why is this opportunity being squandered? The commuter railroads and others, with no transparency and some of the most belligerent practices with respect to freedom of information requests, suggest that this is not feasible and that we wait until 2080 to implement such a solution. Their reasons are specious. I include a few highlights. First, they told us that implementing through running would be unduly cumbersome and expensive and not worth the investment. They said through running only works for multi-core cities like those in Europe. Note to all, New York is a multi-core city. Long Island City, Sunnyside, Queens are already well positioned to grow if through running is implemented. If Amazon or a like employer went to Queens, you would pray through running was in place. Jamaica, Port Morris, Yonkers, Newark, Patterson, airports, sports stadiums, numerous colleges and universities, and hospitals would all likewise benefit greatly. The MTA has suggested that our proposal would not increase capacity sufficiently to Penn Station to meet future demand, ignoring that if you really study their own numbers, they also will not meet future demand. The MTA's projected capacity increase for our plan came from a vendor that was assigned to review the rethink proposal. That's not an independent evaluation. But even that conflicted vendor suggested that the capacity increase for both plans is similar. But there's a question that you need to ask. We actually think that we could provide more capacity than increasing to Penn South would do. What they did was they didn't really evaluate our plan. They made material changes to our plans and then criticized us for the result of the material changes they universally made to our plans. So when it's suggested that there's no engineering reports that can support our plan, when they had their engineers look at it, it might have been nice if they actually looked at our plan instead of it manipulating it to suit their own purposes. Department of Transportation Secretary Buttigieg and Deputy Secretary Trottenberg need to commission a truly independent, competent review of our plan before Arup starts looking at a Penn expansion south. I think I read that Cone Peterson Fox is going to be part of that process. They're hardly a neutral party. They may be building Penn 15 for Roth and Vornado, which is the signature part of the Vornado campus project. Follow the science. The MTA and others are not entitled to their own facts. Third, the MTA suggested that our proposal would be more expensive. This again is false, and by the way, where is their financial plan? I heard a lot of we're getting to it this morning. Through Reading can provide capacity similar to that of the Penn Station proposal at approximately half the cost. We estimate a cost of $9.75 billion based on their figures. Their figures from the NEC are $18 billion. Meanwhile, Andy Byford escaped across the pond and just opened a transformative through-running operation in London to broad international acclaim. Meanwhile, we had international travelers to a recent transit conference in Newark who, upon landing in JFK, could not believe the rigmarole of getting to Newark. 3 trains. Our commuters and reverse commuters go through worse every day. I just have 3 asks, and with your indulgence, I'll do them now instead of later. We need to withdraw or stay the GPP, likely for a year. We need to resolve the transit plan and the Fed funding. It's ridiculous to go forward when we don't have those answers. We need to resolve where Madison Square Garden is going to be located, and we need to really think long and hard about an above-ground station. The things that are being proposed, and when I hear the governor talk about what she's doing, you'd think she was rebuilding the old Penn Station. She should not be quoting Langston Hughes and talking about this underground hellhole that is going to continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next.
I'm Lynn Ellsworth. I am chair. In my regular job, I'm an economist, but in my fun job, I am chair of Human Scale NYC, which is a nonprofit. It's a citywide network of over 100 neighborhood organizations. We proudly and by policy do not take money from real estate, nor do we have any members of big real estate or even small real estate, when I think about it, on our board of directors. We are not NIMBYs. We call ourselves SWABIes, someone with a better idea. I am also happy to co-coordinate the Empire Station Coalition with Sam. We are a coalition of some 15 neighborhood and civic organizations. Before I give my remarks, though, I had 2 points of fact that I wanted to give to you that I heard you questioning earlier. The first is just that there's a perplexing figure about how many households will be affected by this project. We had a volunteer go through the post office data for all the project sites and came up with like 2,300 households are getting mail in all the collected project sites, whereas Empire State Development Corporation keeps referring to 126 households over in Site 1, and I think that really should be cleared up somehow, because I think post office data is pretty good for what's going on there. The second has to do with the academic literature on TIFs. I just recall a literature review out of University of Chicago that looked at TIFs throughout the country, and the conclusion was very mixed. Like, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But even in the ones that it does, a lot of the research is very faulty because it neglects the negative external effects in the surrounding neighborhoods that are not part of the TIF, who have sort of falls in property value because they can't compete with the TIF anymore. So on to my remarks. There are 3 financial problems in the Penn project. The first is there is legitimate disagreement about the transit vision, about what's actually possible, where to put Gateway, where the track should go, and there's also disagreement over the linked financial plan. Amtrak and the MTA say the only option is to demolish a city block on 30th Street, put new tracks there underground, and let Vornado put big towers up on top of it all. Rethink begs to differ. They propose a less destructive plan at possibly lower cost to expand track capacity. Theirs combines through running with a regional unified transit system. Tri-State Transportation Campaign proposes a third version that also includes through running. The regional unified transit network keeps popping up and is tantalizing because with it, regional gross domestic product would rise in an equitable way throughout the region, lifting boats for the many instead of, in the current project, concentrating wealth in Midtown in the hands of a single property owner. When GDP is rising, government can issue normal bonds without fear. Another disagreement. ESD argues that the only financial option for the public is to subsidize, using eminent domain and the power of the state, Vornado's speculative 20-year build-out of new Class A towers and then negotiate payments from Vornado after demolishing historic assets, evicting people, and destroying thousands of small business jobs. But there are other ways to pay for a better Penn Station, be it Penn underground, be it Penn above ground, be it the old Penn Station, be it a modern one. I'm talking about normal bond issues under a public authority or voter-approved bonds, reshuffling budget items, like just not spending $8 billion on new jails in New York City. You could easily grab some of that money if you could convince the city to take some of it. You could use the new revenue sources that are listed in the IBO's annual report that comes out every year. You could use general revenues, or you could pull the new federal money allocated in the Infrastructure Act. The second problem. There are just too many red flags in how ESD has managed this project and dismissed analysis of alternatives. By design, there is too little public oversight or control over what ESD does. And even though an Institute for Justice study concluded that ESD has long been using eminent domain as Robin Hood in reverse, their words, taking from the poor and giving to the rich, there are valid concerns about the undue influence of Vornado, who brags in their shareholder report about their monopoly position in the concourse commerce, about their monopoly position in the properties around the area. Let's recall that Vornado is one of 3 property owners who collectively own 75% of all Manhattan's commercial property. That's highly concentrated property ownership, and most of it's in Midtown. So of course they want this. There have been gag orders for the CACWAG and faulty logic and outright lies in the EIS from the EDC. The world in which ESD was born, I conclude, has changed dramatically. And yet ESD can still declare any neighborhood blighted, even if it is obviously not blighted. It can hand it over to big real estate, impose a bad project, and put the public in debt, all without voter or legislator approval. This problem might be addressed through the creation of a commission to recommend changes to ESD's powers and oversight structure. I'm glad to hear that there is some talk of legislation on that, and I will definitely mobilize our network about that. The third problem is about New York's version of Stockholm Syndrome. It prevents us from considering alternatives that don't benefit big real estate. What do I mean? Well, given that 30% of the city's revenue comes from property taxes, we often feel hostage to big real estate's claim that public goods must only come through air rights or eminent domain giveaways to big real estate in the hopes of finding more property tax revenue. By accepting such a reductive idea of what constitutes economic development, government makes itself hostage to the luxury city model, which requires displacement of low-income and middle-class people and small businesses, with richer people and richer businesses who can pay the ever-rising property taxes. Government ends up a real estate speculator just like Vornado, and this eliminates discussion about how to do equitable economic development, and it puts a straitjacket on creative public policy making. I urge our politicians to find a way to referee these two disagreements with independent experts who are not prey to Stockholm Syndrome and who don't have a dog in the fight. Although I advocate comparative cost-benefit analysis as a way forward instead of just asserting the virtues of the project, I have a warning about its use. One weakness of cost-benefit analysis that's well known to economists is that there are things that have no price that can't be calculated on a spreadsheet even though they have high value to society. For example, consider how the Penn neighborhood now is a reservoir of Class B and C office space, which is considered contemptible in the Empire State Development Corporation's worldview. But Class B and C office space provides a home to small businesses who could never pay Class A rents. They are the heart of New York's uniqueness and the true engine of job growth. Their worth in a democracy can't be reduced to the value of their property taxes. Other examples of things of great value that don't have a price: the rights of residents to have a secure place in the world instead of being evicted, the existence of great historic buildings that connect our children to history, or the presence of Franciscan friars who operate social services in an historic church. To be sure, Vornado and the Empire State Development Corporation can give them all money and tell them to scram, but is that the city we want to live in? Thank you.
Brad doesn't have any questions. So thank you. Sorry, Alexandros or Alexander?
Alexandros.
Thank you.
My name is Alexandros Washburn, and I'm the director of the Grand Penn Community Alliance, a group which shares with you the same objectives: the transformation of Penn Station and its neighborhood into a world-class transportation hub and destination. I started my career working for Senator Moynihan, and I'm the guy
We
who
have your
sent...
testimony, Alexandros? I'm sorry.
Yep.
We have a copy also?
You should. If not, I can give you this.
Okay. We're not sure that we do up here, so somebody's staff double check for us, please. Thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No problem. I could read from my iPad if you'd like the paper.
No. Keep your copy.
Okay. I started my career working for Senator Moynihan, and I'm the guy he sent to New York to build the Farley project that now bears his name. And I want to thank Jano earlier for the shout out, but I do respectfully disagree with him. We did work together on Farley, but he has aged much better than I have. Later, I was the chief urban designer at the New York City Department of City Planning. So with overlapping government jurisdictions, 3 transportation agencies, countless local and regional stakeholders, I certainly understand the extreme complexity of the task at hand. However, it's our firm belief that the current plan relies on false assumptions, and therefore it's fatally flawed. It should be scrapped now before it perpetuates the urban planning trauma that the demolition of the late great classical Penn Station inflicted on the city of New York decades ago. Much has been written about the shortcomings of this plan, including its reliance on commercial office towers in a changing work environment, and its lack of economic transparency. But its greatest weakness in our mind is its unquestioning acceptance of the continued presence of Madison Square Garden above the transit hub. Now, Jano said that they are agnostic, but his RFP states that the preferred plan is for Madison Square Garden to stay. The governor's renderings show the back end of a truck from the Madison Square loading dock inches away from the main entrance to the station. Now, this arena has moved several times in its history and has no special claim to this particular site. Most importantly, the garden relies on a unique zoning special permit, which will expire exactly 1 year from today. Without the city's explicit approval, the garden as we know it will cease to function. 9 years ago, I was at the Department of City Planning when the previous 10 years extension to the special permit was negotiated. The extension's explicit purpose was to give MSG time to plan a move, and therefore free Penn Station, when renovated, to once again rise above the ground and into the sun. It was negotiated in good faith, and we worked hard with the garden to understand their operational needs. Indeed, being above Penn Station poses enormous and costly challenges to operations, something that I learned personally when MSG let me play roadie for a night, and I helped set up the stage for the rock band Fish's performance. What a convoluted process to get from the trucks at the street level to the stage 3 stories above the station. So now is the time to implement a better plan, one that allows for monumental public space and an inspiring train station, as well as the next move for Madison Square Garden. Yes, MSG has moved 5 times it used to be on Madison Square, and it used to have a roof garden. MSG's next location should be somewhere where a truly spectacular arena can be built. And in fact, MSG Corporation has already identified the site for such an arena, a groundbreaking 21st century arena which they call the Sphere. Unfortunately, the site is in Las Vegas. New York gets bupkis. While we know others have thought about where the garden could go in New York, there has never been a serious governmental review of the alternatives. There are serious safety concerns, costly operational deficiencies, and even something called by transit planners the Bruce Springsteen effect, when a show coincides with a commuting time peak and temporarily stresses the passenger movements in the station to the breaking point. We need a serious, honest, and transparent review of the options for moving the garden, a matrix of pluses and minuses that looks at all factors from transit access to tax breaks. This is not a can to kick down the road, but an actionable catalog of possible sites and the political, financial, and engineering costs and benefits to each, compared with being on top of Penn Station. There is just no way around the physical fact that Penn Station cannot function properly with Madison Square Garden on top of it, and Madison Square Garden cannot function properly with Penn Station beneath it. Governor Hochul has said that the new Penn Station should be a spiritual experience. But if MSG doesn't move, the only spiritual experience of the station is purgatory, trapped forever between the tracks below and the arena above. Let me for a moment be an optimist and hope that a serious review of the options finds a place nearby where MSG can eagerly build the world's best and most profitable arena. What then for Penn Station? Budgetarily, a new Penn Station will cost much less to build when you can access construction materials from above. Functionally, Penn Station will no longer be constrained in height or access to the street. And spiritually, well, it will be open to the heavens. As we have said before, the railroad company didn't demolish Penn Station in 1964 so much as decapitate it. The guts of the original Penn Station are still there in the basement and can efficiently provide the foundations for an inspiring 21st century revival of the landmark above. Relocating the garden will make the transit improvements far less costly and open up the site to sorely needed public space improvements that could rival Bryant Park. You can see a flyover of this on our website, grandpenn.org. Now, working for Senator Moynihan taught me a lot, but he would not approve of me being an optimist unless I had the political will behind me to make it happen. He knew that any public project is subject to a private feeding frenzy. Penn Station is a fat dolphin swimming in a sea of sharks, he would tell me. To survive, you need a plan. That's what worries me. No plan. The current plan is no plan at all because it relies on false assumptions and only an optimist's hope that a developer will pick up the check. Is a GPP really necessary to begin these needed underground improvements? It should be thought about, perhaps scrapped now, before it perpetuates the urban planning trauma that the demolition of the late great station inflicted on the city decades ago. We need a plan, and it must start with moving Madison Square Garden. Today marks the countdown clock to exactly 1 year left to the day before the special permit expires. Let us use that time wisely. Let us get this plan in place. Thank you.
Do you have questions?
Yes.
Okay.
First off, thank you all for your testimony. Sam, you said that you presented a plan that was summarily dismissed. Can you delve into that a little bit more?
Well, it was stranger than that.
Okay.
But we have had a plan out for years. We were called up and told the MTA is going to provide criticisms of your plan at a CACWAG meeting, and some of the folks who were in this room fought long and hard to get us to be able to be there when they presented their criticism of our plan. We had never presented our plan to the CACWAG at that point.
CACWAG, you want to explain that?
I'm sorry, the Community Advisory Committee Working Group, which was it's part of the GPP. They create a community committee, and then they added working group members. When some folks like Senator Krueger started raising questions about it, they added some other people. So they were allowed to present the criticism first, and they had, when I said summarily dismissed, they gave some thought to it, but they had some material changes from our plan, and then suggested, and are continuing to suggest, that our plan can't work based on their unilateral changes to our plan. Now, we have submitted rebuttals to
So
that.
Your plan was never presented to the full MTA board, it was just presented to this CACWAG committee?
Just to the CACWAG, yes.
And it was never, just for the record, it was never presented to us. I think you might have presented it to Senator Krueger independently, but not to any of the Senate or Assembly members in collective.
I'd have to check through with my colleagues. I believe that they have made presentations to the state Senate on this in the past.
I never saw it.
I'm pretty sure, well, I wasn't with them when they made the testimony, but both Barry Caro and Karim Ahmed have met in front of the state Senate, I believe, a couple of times.
Okay.
I don't know. I
Okay.
mean, in fairness, I was not part of the CAWAG because it wasn't my district.
Right, I just wanted to establish that it was never brought to the full MTA board or brought up at MTA board meeting, but at the CAGWAG meeting, which is separate, so.
Well, it was submitted in response to the statement of work from the state that
Right.
came through the ASD. So we've made every submission timely that needed to be made as part of that process, and our submissions have been voluminous and filled with data.
Okay. Can you please send us a copy of that? 'Cause I've
Yes,
never
I'd be
seen it.
happy to do that.
If I was sent to my office. it
I don't
never
know
got to
whether I
me.
sent it to your office, but I did send, I sent Senator Krueger's office a stack of materials recently, and we'll make sure that I copy you on
Right.
those.
But in either case, it was summarily dismissed, and you said that there are specific alternatives that were put in that would allow for a larger Penn Station. This is with or without the removal of MSG?
You can do through running without removing MSG.
Okay.
You still have a lot of compromises. I agree with Alex that you never have a properly functioning train station with the arena on top of it, but you can continue the compromise and improve on the compromise by implementing through running with MSG still on top of it.
Okay, thank you. And then just to Alex, you said MSG needs to go. Do you have a spot for it to go other than Las Vegas?
No, there are several alternatives that other groups have looked at, including SAMS, so we haven't taken a position on that because we'd like it to be studied very equitably and openly.
But just for the three of you, you do agree that we have to get this done in the next couple of months, or we might lose our ability to get the federal funding or even federal sign-offs on it if the government changes as projected. We will lose Congress, we will lose the Senate, and then this project is delayed indefinitely. That is a problem.
You know, what I would say to that is I think that the sponsors of this project have to ask themselves some long and hard questions about the fact that we're up against that shot clock. I understand the governor made changes to the proposal, but I don't think they went far enough, but I do think that some pivots, as were made with the L train late in the game, can and should happen. And as to an MSG location, we've recommended 3. One has been actively looked at by the related company in Madison Square Garden. It are the vacant land, the vacant train tracks below the Javits Center inside the Highline Helix. If you press them, they may even give you their PowerPoint decks on that, but they were pretty far along in thinking about that. But when Governor Hochul regrettably re-upped on the Cuomo plan, they seem to have stepped away from that.
And what were the other 2 sites, do you know?
Yes, one is more futuristic and one is more realistic. One would be 6th Avenue and Broadway. It would be from 34th Street to 32nd. We did this when we started here. People were looking to tear the Hotel Pennsylvania down and put the Madison Square Garden there. We said, let's move it further back. There are some things we don't like about that. We do have a historic preservation bent, and if that were going to happen, we'd want to adaptively reuse as much of the Gimbels Building, Manhattan Mall, as we can. We at Rethink New York longer term think that there may be different solutions to the Port Authority even than the ones that are presently proposed. And if you did more of a train link into Manhattan up there, and this is futuristic. It's not the next few months, where those bus ramps and things like that are. You could probably put a park and a Madison Square Garden there. So we keep that in there so people keep thinking, and sometimes these things get a longer shelf life. But the two that are more immediate, the ones I mentioned, and the Hudson Yards location, I think would require no demolition and could be started very quickly. And
So you're saying the vacant tracks at the High Lines across from the Javits Center, and the other one that's doable is which one?
it would take some doing, because anytime you do anything where there are buildings, would it be Sixth Avenue and Broadway on the top of Herald Square?
So which one is the futuristic one? I didn't.
The one at Port Authority Bus Terminal, where the Port Authority Bus
they're not
Terminal is no
planning
longer a
on
bus terminal,
rebuilding
and there are
Port
no ramps
Authority
there.
till 2040.
Yeah,
Could
no,
do an immediate change.
I agree, but stranger things have
No, it's
happened.
okay.
Stranger things have happened.
I'd like to understand just that the issue presented to Senator Krueger was that the pilots, the bond issue for the pilots was going to be $4 billion, and that's what they presented to you a couple weeks ago, and they're not sure if that's the right figure.
Well, that was on a chart that would be the revenue generated from the economic development activity, but I'm not clear that was $4 billion specifically for the efforts at the station, and that there was additional money for covering other expenses, because I don't have the full data. I just have some notes.
Yeah, I was thinking if that's the money, I'm kind of thinking, well, I wouldn't probably worry that much about the feds. You know, that is within the realm of state and federal and city bond issues.
Although the feds weren't putting any money into the expansion and community plans for Penn Station, is my understanding. They were putting money into at a 50, 25, 25 storyline, Penn Station redevelopment, and gateway efforts. Not necessarily the other things for the community of Manhattan.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
And as to the move of MSG affecting the viability of federal plans, I don't think so. I speak, as a former ESD subsidiary president who had his own GPP passed, and who raised $800 million of federal funding back for the Farley in just before 9/11. I think there are multiple federal programs, each with its own mix and match of qualifications, and and I don't see in any way that planning for the move of MSG would threaten any of those. If it's just sound planning, and I would venture that about 80% of JANO's budget is just going to be getting from the tracks to the first occupiable floor and increasing the vertical circulation, which he discussed, and which we've been studying now since '96. A lot of these things, it's about time we're getting to them. I mean, we don't want delay. We just want to make it what it should be, and not, the feeding frenzy I made reference to. It's the goal of private sector. It's their duty to get in between us and something we want, and become trolls at the bridge. And the only way to fight that is people in power, in the legislature, in the governor's office, the city council, to use the tools that they have at their disposal. Not out of vengeance, not out of anything, simply to even the playing field and help us get to where we want to go, which is a great new Penn Station for our city.
And look, what I said, these are MTA numbers. The through-running plan we've proposed is at most half as expensive as what they're proposing, and a much simpler engineering feat. You're not talking about the kind of tunneling and other work that they're doing. And I'm very relieved that Tri-State Transportation has come forward with their own plan. I like their engineers to sharpen their pencils and get all the demolition out of it, but I'm very pleased to see what they're doing, and they deserve tremendous credit for the courage that they showed in taking that position. And I think when we get some independent engineers to look at this, it's going to validate and verify not everything I say, but almost everything, and I'm very confident of that.
Thank you.
So, as I've already publicly announced, I'm no engineer, which is why I wasn't going to ask questions about through running, because I do think that it's critical that those discussions take place among people who actually understand that. But the MSG movement question, which clearly is consistent for all of you, really does seem to be, it's politics. And it's the city council and the mayor who determine whether a license gets granted again. Is that correct?
The special permit operating license.
Special permit, excuse me.
Yes, but that also ties in, there's a state tax break. And in my experience, the last time MSG was about to move, and that was in 2008 to the back of the Farley building.
Right.
That grand bargain fell apart when Senator Spitzer imploded. When Governor Spitzer imploded. So it does seem that there's always...
There was no correlation between his explosion and that, right?
Oh, there was a time correlation.
Okay.
Yeah, no, there was a time correlation, and the deal fell apart.
He was under a lot of pressure.
Well, I think it sort of gave, it literally crumbled there. But it seems like the governor does have a very important role to play in this, as does, of course, the Senate in Albany. So again, without rancor, without vengeance, without anything, simply how do we get to the best arena, the best station, in a way that's fair and profitable?
And when you made the list of hypothetical locations, behind Moynihan Station is no longer an option because
Facebook
we've used
took
it
that.
for other things? Sorry?
Facebook took that space.
Oh.
So now that's all rented out and being fixed. But yeah, that was a great, fantastic place for it. In fact, I remember having, it was very enjoyable working out how the Great Hall of Moynihan would work as a forecourt, and then during game nights, concerts, etc. That was actually, physically speaking, a really great setup. But anyway, it just shows that it has moved before. It can move again. There's no impediment beyond aligning the interests and removing that kind of trollability, which I'd say would be a very important part. Some people say that to plan well incurs delay, but it's almost the opposite. Once you get things planned well and aligned together, things go faster. Things move faster because people have a common, have their own interests. And I think the governor understands that when she got Amtrak and New Jersey together for that press conference. You align interests, things happen. So let's show some of that leadership and effort towards these, the whole Penn block, and at the scale of the garden.
Thank you. I know that Brad Hoylman sent me a text that he did have questions now.
Okay.
Are you still there, Brad?
Senator Holman, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay.
Thank you. Liz, could you ask the next set of questions, and I'll be available the next round.
I think I did sort of ask the questions I wanted to ask. I apologize.
Okay.
I know you're not feeling well today. I'm sorry.
I know. I wanted to ask, and thank you, Mr. Washburn, and thank you for all the panelists for your advocacy over the last couple of years, actually, and I appreciate it as someone who represents this part of the neighborhood. I've been trying desperately to get, working with you and trying to get the attention of stakeholders on this, and wanted to thank the community boards for their participation too, and other stakeholders and small business owners. Mr. Washburn, though, you have a number of colorful turns of phrase, which I appreciate in your testimony, including what? Sharks and dolphins? What was that? Can you just repeat that?
Yeah, no. Senator Moynihan once called me up and said, Alex, Penn Station is a fat shark swimming in as a fat dolphin swimming in a sea of sharks, because he wanted me to realize that everything's in danger until it's done. The changes in administration, changes in whims. That was the message, and that everybody will want a piece of it. So get it done and know how you're going to get past those sharks.
Yeah. So speaking of the sharks, and Madison Square Garden, which has been referenced frequently during this hearing, I share everyone's desire to see it moved. And I hear there are a couple of ideas as to where it should be moved. But part of, I think, our concern around this project is corporate welfare and subsidization. Wouldn't we be also, in the end of the day, to move Madison Square Garden subsidizing that relocation as well? And doesn't that add considerably, playing devil's advocate, because I would like to see it move, but doesn't it add considerably to the cost of this project?
No, actually, I think there's, if anything, there might be the opposite of that. The reason MSG works so hard to stay where they are, because that's where the tax break is. That's a very carefully defined location where the special permit allows them a monopoly, and the tax break, I believe it's somewhere in the neighborhood of $40 million a year. So they are quite worried that if they move, the tax break will not move with them. And any change to the status quo may change those already built-in subsidies. I mean, you know, 40 million a year, if you bond that, that's $1 billion or so, right? You're the economist. It's worth a lot of money. So
You're positing that we could basically end their tenancy and they'd be on their own to find a new location, which is fine by me. I'm just wondering if that's what you're suggesting.
I'm suggesting that we find a solution in another area that will be a more profitable arena because its operating costs will be lower, its capacity may be higher, its environment will certainly be state of the art. Again, I point to the Las Vegas version they're building. So there'll be a lot more income coming out of that new facility. Now, how the government and the private sector want to divide up the spoils, that's a negotiation to come. I'm no longer, that was my job back in 1996. But it's a hard negotiation, and it's always done under threat of apocalypse on the private side. That's the sharks, that's the trolls. And you need a plan to be able to show everyone outside the negotiating room, this is how we are all getting to a better place. And that's why I'm taking a hard line as a public servant, let's say. That's why what you are saying as a private sector negotiator is out of line. Here is the framework. Here is the transparent roadmap of how we're going to get to a better place. You will make more money, the station will be better, the public will be better served. What's the plan?
And I think the thing I fear is that he's going to wake up in 5 years and move, and we're going to have spent billions of dollars on a station, notwithstanding what Jano said. We have spent money on a real mediocre station only to have him decide, gee, I really think I'd like to move. I think if we finally, and I'm a 30-year former Knicks season ticket holder, I retired and had to give up on that. But look, we need to use all the levers we have with James Dolan, and people shouldn't be running around afraid of him. And one man sitting on top of the most strategic transit facility in one of the biggest cities in the world should not be able to impose the incremental convenience of people who attend his arenas over the hundreds of thousands of working people who come through there every day, or the neighborhood. We're just going to have to get serious about dealing with him. I know he's very tough, but I think if we use a blend of these things, and I think Alex has done a good job in suggesting, let's figure out how to get him a world-class arena. Doesn't mean it's got to be a giveaway. We've got to use all the tools possible to us. But Related should love to get him over there. They need to get people over into that side of town. I just think that we have to negotiate as hard on our side of the ball as he negotiates on his side of the ball.
I just wanted to add that.
Well, I guess my question is,
Go ahead.
why should we be in the business of, that's public land that we would be forking over to another private entity? Do you not find that?
I thought Related owns
objectionable?
that. I thought Related owns that land and was going to develop it for
Well,
different
it's
purposes.
leasehold that were provided through New York.
But they currently sit on the most public land in the city. They sit above the movement of the largest number of New Yorkers and New Jerseyites and visitors in any 2-block portion of the city. There is no more public piece of land than Penn Station, and they are on top of it. So any movement.
Do you
away
know
from
the
that-
status of any, are you familiar with any plan for the Western Rail Yards that has been shared?
I'm aware of one that has not been shared. I know about it by accident, but I believe if you press them, they will answer you. And I think Related and Madison Square Garden have had very serious conversations. And I think James Dolan was going to move the NIC offices over there. And then when it looked like the Governor Cuomo's plan was going to continue, now the garden is back at 2 Penn Plaza. I know
Well, I think
that
that's an
seems
interesting
amorphous,
area.
but I'm as some of the other things I've said, that's one of the ones I'm more confident about.
Yeah, I know a lot about the site physically because I was a chief designer when we did the ULURP for the Western Rail Yards. So, but again, I'm trying to find the fairest and best place for it to go rather than saying one place over another.
And we're not trying to be unfair. We gave a couple of locations and had a fourth still, but there was one residential building that would have to be demolished, and Lynn and I decided that was off the list.
Well, I appreciate the question about public lands.
One more question.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, given what you know about the RFP issued by ESD for the Penn Station redevelopment, do you think that to realize, we've been told that the plan does not forego any relocation of Madison Square Garden. Do you agree?
No, it says in the publicly available portion of the RFP that the preferred plan is for MSG to stay. That's in what's available. To get the RFP itself, you have to sign a non-disclosure agreement. Like, I'm an architect. I could apply for that RFP, but I'd have to sign a non-disclosure agreement, so I couldn't talk to you.
And the same
This
goes
is
for
crazy.
the same goes for through running, Brad, because if you do through running and you have wider platforms, and if they build the station without through running in mind, and then put through running in mind, it has wider platforms and double escalators, then you have to open up floors you just put down. And you were probably at the meeting where Peter Matusevich said, we don't want to do through running at the Moynihan because then we're going to have to cut up the floors and people will think, in the press will think we look stupid because we had to retrofit something, and why didn't we anticipate that? And so that's part of the whole segmentation argument that we have raised before. We need transit plan first, federal funding. Let's get this in line, and let's get it in line fast. I do understand the concerns about losing the funding, but some of the folks who let us get to 1145, they need to dance on a head of a pin and help us get to the right solution and stop the belligerence.
So final question. So once ESD votes on this plan in the coming weeks or months, you believe that the options for MSG to be relocated and for through running to occur are finished?
When a GPP is signed, the governor, there are no more obligations on the government's part. It's their thing. It's your sandbox. You don't have to. You say you can say you can make all the suggestions, pledges, whatever you want to call them, but you own the sandbox, and you get to decide who gets to play. And that's, again, saying someone who's had the GPP through the ESD board. It's a very, very powerful tool.
And this will be the Robert Moses technique. We built the station not for through running. If through the federal process, they say through running is the best alternative. They say, but we already built it this way, and then quietly behind closed doors, it will just go away, and we'll have to live with that for 75 or 100 years.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brad, for everything
Thank
you've
you.
done on this.
Thank you, Brad. Do you have additional questions?
No, thank you, panel, for coming.
Thank you,
Thank you all
Senators.
very
We
much.
greatly appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next panel will be Eugene Sinagliano. I apologize that I pronounced your last name wrong. And
correct.
Steve Marshall. They are both residents of the community, potentially facing displacement.
Hello, Senators. Thank you for allowing me to speak here today.
Thank you.
My name is Eugene Sinagliano, and I'm the only at-risk of displacement individual that Empire State Development was forced to to put as a member of their Penn Station Community Advisory Committee working group, the CATWAG, even though thousands of people's home, businesses, and employment is at risk. They did not allow a single business representative at risk to be a member of the CATWAG. So when they talk about how they've got community engagement, I'm the only one. I'm assuming because I was invited to testify by Senator Krueger today, I'm allowed to share information without the fear of legal action from Empire State Development Corporation. They have.
I don't know
they
if we
have
can
not-
guarantee that,
we
but
can't
we
guarantee
have no
that.
ability to guarantee that, but I'm feeling pretty good that that's not going to happen.
Okay, they have not
We have
been
a bail
open.
fund in the
Thank you,
Senate.
Senator. They have not been open or transparent and did much of their planning during the COVID pandemic in secrecy. At the first CATWAG meeting, we were told everything presented to us was confidential and was not legal to share, even with my at-risk neighbors or my at-risk community. They refused to abide by the New York open meeting law when I requested it, and they constantly email me that their information, and I quote, is proprietary, privileged, confidential, and or exempt from disclosure under applicable law. If you are not the intended recipient, you are hereby notified that any viewing, copying, disclosure, or distribution of this information may be subject to legal restriction or sanction, end quote. Despite all this, ESD allowed multiple Voronado employees to attend the CATWAG meetings, yet ESD stated to us they were not CATWAG members. This is totally unfair. Citizens who fund the New York State budget have a right to know what the state is doing with our money, and using a state-run private corporation like ESD to do an end run around the open meeting law was always wrong. I strongly oppose ESD's Penn GPP, and while I can only touch on some of the issues here because of my time limit, my written testimony that I also submitted details why this plan is fatally flawed, outdated, and special interest driven. Penn Station needs to be improved, but New York deserves a better plan that puts transit first and foremost. A better plan needs to protect residents and businesses, preserve historic buildings, and most importantly, be fiscally responsible to taxpayers. ESD's GPP appears to be illegally segmented. They lack a master plan. Responsible New York City land use must start with and focus on transit improvement. The station, the underground tracks. Instead, ESD's GPP is primarily focused on a massive office real estate development that does not coordinate, phase, or properly align transit improvements with real estate development, which is a critical flaw with dire consequences. The GPP does not have any direct control of Penn Station improvement because MTA is going to design their own plan, which is not even in the GPP. Penn Station expansion is being planned by the other railroads, and any expansion plan must undergo its own federal NEPA review process, again with no direct control in ESD's GPP. ESD assumes Penn Station must be expanded outside its current footprint, but to date has not seriously considered through running as an alternative. Through running provides increased transit efficiency, superior one-fare rides, and a unified rail network connecting the entire region. Major cities all over the world and in the United States already have or are implementing far more efficient through running stations, but this plan would leave us with butt-end stations. ESD has failed to carefully evaluate and detail the financial risks of their GPP. Their risky value capture financing and funding schemes are based on a flawed scenario that has already cost New York taxpayers billions in money, especially in Hudson Yards. Yes, Hudson Yards may be earning some of it back, but $630 million does not earn back $2.2 billion that we've paid. ESD also has not given us any financial details, even to the point that the Independent Budget Office cannot even do a true evaluation. Yet they have also not looked at the 8.6 inflation rate that we currently are under, or have any given reliability about a recession that would affect cost, delays in building, expected office rentals, or pilots. ESD also does not address the land use issue of Madison Square Garden or the fact that it does not pay any taxes while it still handcuffs and any truly significant Penn Station improvement because of the massive columns that run through the tracks that must support this structure. The at-risk of destruction buildings and blocks in the GPP are not blighted, substandard, a slum, unsanitary, or even avoided by the public. In fact, these areas and buildings are a vibrant, busy, sought-after business and residential community. It is knowingly fraudulent that ESD has portrayed these at-risk blocks in such a way in their outdated, inaccurate, and deceptive neighborhood conditions study in order to try to justify why these buildings deserve to be demolished. And in fact, GPP even violates the UDC's enabling legislation, commonly called the UDC Act. There are certain requirements an area must have for ESD to justify a land use action under the UDC Act. And it is clear ESD's Penn GPP does not meet these UDC Act requirements. The GPP does not provide any public services unless the preferred southern expansion alternative is approved by NEPA, which they have no control over. Let me say that again. Unless they get the southern expansion, we get no services, no private services at all. The only private services are in sites 1, 2, and 3, and if that southern expansion doesn't happen, we get nothing.
Can you define
Yet they
private services? I'm sorry.
Public services, community services, homeless centers, all kinds of any other services. There's no, the only place, Community Board 4 made this perfectly apparent. In their letter to Empire State Development Corporation, one of their major concerns of Community Board 4 was that if the southern expansion doesn't happen, which they have no control over, we have no community service guaranteed by Empire State Development at all.
Thank you.
Yet they
Can you
proposed,
define NEPA? Why you said NEPA?
NEPA is the federal process, somebody else could explain it better than me, is the federal process that the southern expansion has to go through for the federal government to decide whether or not some kind of environmental process that has to go through to decide which alternative, the deep station alternative, the northern alternative, or the southern expansion alternative would be their primary alternative. Now, certainly ESD has made no ironclad plans for the deep station alternative and the northern alternative, and they were not even presented in any detail to the CATWAG. So they've already violated that they're required to use 3 alternatives to submit to NEPA because they really only have one alternative. It's kind of like the SkyTrain. They've only got one alternative that they actually is workable. Yet they propose to clear-cut several city blocks, destroy over 40 classic New York City buildings, including at least 13 National Registered eligible and 2 National Register listed historic buildings, many that already currently offer many public services. There's dental offices, homeless center. There's the St. John the Baptist Church that feeds thousands of people every week from their food pantry. We will lose all that, yet they have no guaranteed services. And finally, and maybe most importantly to me and my neighbors, is that the ESD GPP does not provide any protection for displaced businesses or their employees, and almost no protection for displaced residents. It is also actually calculated carefully to rob rent-regulated seniors of their legal New York rent stabilization when their lifelong homes are destroyed and they are displaced. And I know I'm probably out of my time limit, but let me explain that because this is important. When they were talking to you today about the Federal Uniform Act, understand that, as Senator Krueger said, could never make us whole. The Federal Uniform Act allows only a maximum of $7,200 for your lifetime in rental assistance. So a rent-stabilized senior, that money would be gone in less than 1 year. Plus, we, in our 70s, will be forced to be put out of our homes we've lived for 45 years. And all we asked, ESD, the CATWAG asked it, Senator Hoylman, Assemblymember Godfrey, and many other elected officials asked it. Community Board 4 asked it. Community Board 5 asked it. We all went to ESD and told them that residents should at least be able to be moved at their current affordability level, and that rent-stabilized seniors should have continuance of their rent stabilization. ESD came back and only said, and what they said to you today was not accurate or truthful if you look at the records. What their actual, and it's in my big 43-page testimony that I provided, their actual quote, and I'm not going to look it up now, was what is that in the future, when the buildings are built, rent stabilized tenants, if they could income certify at that point in time, would have the option to return at an affordable level. Not our current level, not what it may be, not how many years we would be put somewhere else before we could return. It's very detailed in my report. You can go through it and you'll see. But they basically blew off Community Board 4, Community Board 5, their own catwag, as the lady from the Tri-State Campaign said, that they didn't do any of the catwag suggestions. They formed us. They presented everything to us. We all worked together to put back the changes, and then they basically didn't do them.
Okay,
And then
Eugene,
finally,
I'm
our elected officials as well.
Yeah, thank you, Eugene.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate you, and we gave you extra time because you're giving illuminated information, but we appreciate it, and we will look at your 23 pages, and thank you for your activism.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Gene.
Hi, I'm Steve Marshall. I live on 30th Street. I don't have a lot of the technical stuff. I just want to mention, I moved into 30th Street 1975. I came to New York with $40 in my pocket, worked 4 jobs. I ended up getting a job. I lived in a lot of different places the first few months. I ended up getting a job as the assistant super of the building where I live now. Got a loft, got a place to live, and got a place to rehearse because it was hard for musicians to rehearse back then. We needed empty lofts. It was a rundown, gritty neighborhood, but it was already filled with music studios and stores. Harry Belafonte had the second floor of the building next door to me. It was music stores and studios everywhere on the block, and I was quite happy to be there. I had an almost successful music career, had a few injuries which stopped a lot of that, but in my studio, in my loft, I had a studio. That's why I moved in. So when they talk about they're going to move us into another place, they're going to move me into a place with a rehearsal studio that I've lived for 45 years. I don't get what they're doing to us. I don't understand why they think this is not affecting people. There are thousands of people affected. There's not just 126 like the lady mentioned, or 26 at-risk people. There's hundreds and thousands, and we're all getting very upset. My son was born in my loft in 1980. He has cerebral palsy from birth, so that's always been an issue. Right before the COVID, there was some health issues I had, and my son has been living in Florida and was supposed to come back during the COVID. But during the COVID, we've also been going on Zoom meetings and trying to defend our homes from being destroyed. I've actually been hospitalized from stress from going through this. I'm out picketing, passing out flyers, trying to get people to help, and it's been completely overwhelming. And I'm one person out of the 2,300 people that are going to be affected by this. Most people don't even believe this is going to happen. They're like the Ukrainians thinking the Russians aren't going to invade. Many people are in denial. Many of the businesses in the area, I'm running around like Jennifer Lawrence in Don't Look Up, like hysterical, telling them the asteroid's coming. They don't want their employees to know because they don't want to upset them. They don't want their patrons of their businesses and restaurants to freak out and run off because they're about to be destroyed. So it's been hard to get the community support, and it's been suppressed and camouflaged as a Penn Station fix, which it's not. It's just a land grab. Our block is still filled with music stores and musicians. In my studio for the last 5 years, I've worked with blind musicians from the 23rd Street Celis Vision Center. Half a dozen blind musicians that depend on our studio to rehearse and record in, and they're all in my band now. And they've been on the Zoom meeting. For 9 hours, we waited to speak for 3 minutes during COVID. March of last year, they had a community meeting, but I was trying to get housing for my son. And it was during COVID lockdown, they supposedly have engaged the community, saying the community can't wait for this. The community is going to be destroyed. This is an entire community surrounding Penn Station with hundreds of businesses, thousands of businesses. So the fact that they're saying they're going to create jobs, there's already jobs. What about the people's lives that are being destroyed? It's so unconscionable what these people are putting us through. We're all stressed like to the max, and many of the people don't even know. They're going to be in shock when they find out that their homes are about to be destroyed. During the COVID, I lost 4 family members, including my ex-wife, who was helping take care of my son with cerebral palsy. And he's supposed to, he usually stays with me. I haven't been able to handle it because of this and my own medical issues and going through trying to save our place. We, our band and all the musicians in the music community all play hundreds, if not thousands, of benefits over the years. We play Bikers Against Breast Cancer every year for 18 years. We play ALS benefits, Wounded Warriors. We perform at the United Cerebral Palsy benefits at the New York Foundling Hospital. We're the favorite of the kids there. This is the type people we are. There's 15 or 20 open restaurants on our block that are thriving. Rangers fans go to the Taboo Lounge owned by 50 Cent. Bette Midler's offices of the New York Restoration Project are in the area to be demolished. Bette Midler, who plants trees and helps people make parks. And I went there to warn them about it, and I worked for Bette Midler, and they acted like we were making it up. I worked for her 20 years ago as her electrician for 10 years. Anyway, people are thinking that this is made up, and it's not really going to happen. I mean, the area is so non-blighted, it's ridiculous, as other people have stated when you mention that they're saying the area is blighted. There's a Smash Burger that's brand new on the corner of 31st Street and 7th Avenue. People should take a picture. It looks like a New Jersey shopping mall. How are they saying our area is blighted? The 150-year-old church that's a work of art with monks and Franciscan friars living there that help the homeless on our block. We have a homeless center on our block. We have no problem with the homeless people on our block at all. And there's music stores on our block. So how are they saying we're blighted? They put in the area that's blighted, Macy's is included in the area that's blighted. This is insane what these people are trying to do. It's like a bully coming to your neighborhood, and it's going to destroy all your friends' houses, all your family's houses, all your businesses, every friend that you've known for 45 years. These are stores I go to every day. How are they getting away with this? How is this being blighted? Why is there no studies? Why is there no open meetings? There are no community meetings. It's a lie. This is the first meeting I've been to. And I've been trying to be involved in this. So I don't know if I went over the time, but they're targeting small businesses. All I hear is help small business. This is corporations crushing thousands of small businesses, homes, and people's lives for greed. It's so obvious. There's so many open lots and rundown businesses in the surrounding areas, but you don't take one block and just crush it. Our block is thriving.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen. I don't have any questions.
No, I think you've both been very clear.
Yes.
And I think the real dilemma is there a way to move forward with a Penn Station expansion and improvement and the tunnel from New Jersey without taking that block? And I don't think that we have the answers today. And we were told a little bit confusing information about whether that had to be known before the approval went forward for the station itself, the Penn Station itself, because people were saying the tunnel from New Jersey and where it lands is a separate discussion with separate government agencies than the discussion and the priority timing for moving forward with Penn Station. And really, this hearing was very enlightening for me, both to understand how much we don't know and whether there are options we have not thought about that we need to be thinking about.
Can I say one thing, Senator Kruger?
Certainly.
Moynihan Station is, I could throw a rock from our corner to Moynihan Station, and they're saying, and so Moynihan Station was a waste. It's empty. And I don't understand why.
Well, in
there's not
fact,
a-
I don't
there's
know.
many
They were
alternate plans.
that was a question I did ask
I know, I
already.
heard
And it was a good question.
Well, I thought it was a good question
We're
also,
100
but the
yards from it.
engineering people were saying no, it won't work that way.
No, it won't work, but they built this huge thing on top of tracks where they can't add any more tracks. It maybe wasn't so carefully thought out. I do have one last request from the senators, please.
Yes.
And one statement to make. Our rent stabilization laws require a landlord who is only dealing with millions of dollars, if he has DHCR approval to demolish our building, to move us to comparable apartments with a continuation of our rent stabilization. Yet, in this case, ESD is going to transfer title to the property so that Amtrak, a federal entity, can condemn the property, thereby violating our rent stabilization and stripping it away from us. And then, even more troublesome, once that's done and they put their tracks in, they're going to title the property back to ESD to have the buildings developed on top of it.
No, we heard that clearly. We heard that clearly.
And
I'm sorry.
how can it be in a $40 billion project, they don't even have to live by the same rules as a landlord?
No, we heard that clearly, Eugene,
Thank you,
and we brought that up, and we will definitely be pursuing that to ensure that the rent stabilization and the rent control folk will be able to stay in the unit or stay in a comparable unit.
Thank you so very much,
That will happen.
And the good news and the bad news for me, having dealt with Second Avenue Subway for a decade in my district and East Side Access, I've already lived through a bunch of those storylines, and we have held them to making sure that the residents get new alternative housing for the same price with lifetime guarantee of rent regulation. So I don't think it was a surprise to them today when I raised it again, because I've already raised it to them in private meetings and explained to them, I know what can be done because we've already seen it done, both in the Second Avenue subway experience and also, interestingly, when Carnegie Hall decided to take a building of theirs back for use for music, which is hard to argue, it's Carnegie Hall, but it had been a residence for 50 years or more, and we made sure that every single resident there got a brand new, better apartment in the community with a lifetime guarantee of rent regulated status and with no additional rent costs beyond what they'd already been paying. So there are models that have absolutely worked successfully, and I've had experience dealing with that. So it doesn't decrease the trauma whatsoever. I'm not trying to decrease the feelings that you're having, and they're real. But I'm also telling you that there are much better answers than that federal law. So I'm glad that they came up multiple times today.
Well, we
So thank
appreciate
you.
that, because up to this point, ESD has refused to put the protective language in that Senator Hoylman and several other elected officials have asked them to put in, yet they refuse to do it.
And Senator Hoylman has been an incredible advocate on these issues since they began. He's feeling a little under the weather today, so he's perhaps not as fiery as many of us know him to be. But he is fiery in his activism, and I guess I will be taking over this territory in January, assuming I'm still in the Senate. And so I will just also continue to use him as my guide, and he will have territory very nearby for us to work together in coordination.
Thank you so much.
You know, and just to rest assured, I will be not doing anything beyond what my colleagues are advising me to do that are most involved with this project, as I've told them privately and publicly to the state agencies. This is their community, and but I would just encourage both of you that this should not be the end of your fight, but the beginning. As you heard earlier, nothing is written yet. They're still negotiating. There's still opportunities to put in all of the language that you want to ensure protections for the indigenous homeowners of the community. And there's still opportunity to protect those institutions and places through your continued activism. So I would ask you today that this is the start of what you need to do to ensure that happens.
Thank you, sir.
And thank you for waiting so long to testify
And
today.
I know it's frustrating, I know it's emotional, and I know it can be draining, but in order for you to protect your community, you have to continue to fight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank-
both.
Thank you, Senator, so much.
Thank you. All right, our next panel, number 6, for those keeping track, we have Jeffrey LaFrancois, Chair of Manhattan Community Board 4, Marissa Mack, District Manager, Manhattan Community Board 5, and Matt Wissick, Operations Manager, 34th Street Partnership. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Should we go in the order I read them off? Jeffrey, Marissa, then Matt?
That works for me. Is that
Okay,
all right?
fine.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Jeffrey LaFrancois, and I am Chair of Manhattan Community Board 4. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, Senator Krueger, Senator Comrie, and of course, Senator Hoylman. Senator Krueger, it's unfortunate we're not doing karaoke on this Friday afternoon, but alas, here we are.
Another time.
Exactly. And I will be emailing my testimony later this afternoon to the relevant staff members. Overall, MCB4 welcomes the ideas behind a new, expanded, and revitalized Penn Station, putting transportation first. However, we believe the project follows an outdated development model for what needs to be, at its core, a public infrastructure project that should prioritize transportation and the movement of people, not the development of private land. If our tax dollars aren't for infrastructure projects, what are we investing in? New York's model for how it funds infrastructure projects is flawed. In this case, the redevelopment of private land will be used to help pay for the improvements at Penn Station, which in one sense is very good. But it is not clear what will come first and how the state or city will remain whole if development doesn't proceed, or whether or not the station will actually be improved. The state has made some adjustments to the original GPP plan, including an overall reduction in the developable square footage. However, the city and state are in an extreme housing crisis, and the pandemic wrought bare just how horribly we've managed our social service needs in the community as it relates to mental health, drug abuse, and homelessness, each of which are vastly different and require holistic, wraparound support services that the city and state have severely underfunded. ESD's reference today to hundreds of units of permanently affordable housing falls far short of the need in an area that offers the ability to do so. ESD is proposing a development project after all. Any developments within the GPP must include the creation of thousands of units of more housing, including permanently affordable housing across all AMI income brackets. And those commitments cannot just be on sites 1 through 3 either, whose outcomes remain most uncertain. Beyond the issues of private development, which are indeed significant, the state has chosen to ignore the biggest issue facing Penn Station, which we've heard much about today, the location of Madison Square Garden. The Garden's location atop the busiest train station in North America is not only a physical hindrance on vastly improving the station, but the logistical operations required to run a world-class entertainment hall do not comport with the workings of a bustling train station. I will spare you the stories and the pictures of me trying to catch a yellow cab in the middle of 8th Avenue because the taxi line is filled with production trucks and illegal 53-foot tractor trailers. It is as if the state is blind to the Garden, when in reality, helping to relocate it would unlock tremendous potential and begin to correct an egregious historic wrong done by the destruction of the original Penn Station. Given the Garden's minimal contribution to the state's coffers in the form of property taxes, it's time the state do all it can to relocate the Garden for a 4th time and relieve Penn Station and its users of the daily burden. And even with federal dollars and stars aligned, if the Garden does stay, it must begin to pay. While the development scheme is fundamentally flawed, if it does proceed as proposed, ESD is responsible for selling development rights. Yet there has been no indication what that price will be, and no assurance that the pricing would be as high as if it were sold on the private market. For decades, the city and state have undervalued air rights and land transactions. In Manhattan CB4, we have specific experience with this along the High Line Development Corridor and the Hudson River Park air rights transfers. Those are regularly undervalued in their transfer to the detriment of the city and a park. That cannot happen here if this plan relies on air rights to pay for a portion of the state's share of the project. Finances in New York are complicated, and so is this project, with its 3 railroads, public and private interests, city and state jurisdictions, and an unclear outcome given all the variables. New York also has a history of great ideas that go to waste or are a shell of their former self because of a lack of funding or a might to make it happen. See, as was mentioned earlier, the 3-year delay in congestion pricing in our poorly funded public transit system. Back to development, it is critical that air rights used and transferred for this project be traded at a fair market value. It's really a key if this moves forward. There is still time to make this plan about the public good and for transportation. MCB4 hopes that this hearing today and its findings will allow the legislature an opportunity to help inform ESD about how this project could do the most good and not just raise city blocks in the name of an infrastructure project. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Marisa Mock. I'm District Manager for Community Board 5, and I'm reading the statement on behalf of Vicki Barbero, Chair of Community Board 5. Thank you for holding this hearing and the opportunity to testify. The GPP introduced by ESD in 2020 falls almost entirely in our district. Since the plan's announcement by then Governor Cuomo in January 2020, CB5 has been closely engaged in reviewing and negotiating the proposal. We have passed numerous resolutions raising multiple concerns about the plan. Among others, we have very serious concerns about the funding and financing framework. As it has been stated, IBO, the Independent Budget Office, at CB5 and other groups' request, prepared a report looking into the impact of the GPP on city budget. The report underscored the GPP's lack of detailed information. CB5 sent a letter to Senators Krueger, Hoylman, and Comrie asking them to consider holding a hearing. We are extremely grateful that you agreed to hold a hearing and grateful for your leadership on this very important and complex issue. For the past 2 years, CB5 has objected to the plan. Our objections are numerous and are spelled out in our latest 23-page resolution. Today, we will focus on a few specific issues that were raised by the IBO report issued 2 months ago. The main stated goal of the plan is to provide funding to repair and expand Penn Station. CB5 agrees that Penn Station is in dire need to be improved. We must emphasize that the GPP, led by ESD, is not a transportation plan. The various plans have been entirely segmented. What is in front of us, what we object to, is a real estate above-ground project. We sympathize with MTA and eagerly look forward to details of Penn reconstruction. But we are here today to talk about a real estate and land use project. This project has many questions unanswered. The premise is that we need to build towers to generate revenue to fix Penn. Here are our questions. How much excess taxes will trickle in? How much revenue will be taken away? How much will the federal share rise to? How large of a tax break will be granted to Vornado, the sole developer bound to benefit from this GPP? Given that ESD admitted today that the state will have to back payments if the pilot revenue does not come in a timely fashion, it is likely bridge loans will have to be taken. Has ESD assessed the impact of interest rate increases? We believe that the funding can be secured without relying on any very uncertain pilot agreements. We must get specific answers. ESD must provide actual numbers so that we can do the math. Unless and until we do, this project should be retired so that we can figure out the financing piece of this plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last testifier of the panel.
Good afternoon. My name is Max Wyzik, and I'm speaking on behalf of the 34th Street Partnership.
Can you pull the mic a little bit closer for some
Sure.
reason? Thank you.
Yeah. For over 30 years, the 34th Street Partnership has provided essential services to the heart of Midtown Manhattan, solidifying the area as a premier tourist destination and commercial hub. Despite that, Penn Station, at the center of our district, has been neglected for decades. What was once New York's crown jewel is now a dark, subterranean mess. Even though daily ridership at Penn Station has more than tripled over the last 5 decades, there has been no significant upgrade to the station's capacity or infrastructure. Demand will only increase in the coming years, and Penn Station must be ready. The state's plan will do just that. It is a forward-looking 21st century vision that will improve essential services, create thousands of jobs, and ensure the long-term success of our community for decades. Beyond improvements to Penn Station, this plan delivers major public realm investments that will improve quality of life for New York and our neighbors. With 8 acres of new public space, nearly 2,000 units of housing, expanded sidewalks, and additional bike lanes, this plan puts people first. New commercial office space and retail storefronts in turn unlock new economic opportunities. Through this plan, the Penn District will become a global model for successful 21st century neighborhoods, one that anchors quality jobs, retail destinations, and housing around public transportation. As we emerge from the pandemic, major investment is needed to help local businesses and their workers. Governor Hochul has offered a vision that fully maximizes Penn Station's potential as a mixed-use transit hub, and we cannot squander this opportunity to write the next chapter in the history of our city. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Any questions?
I'm pretty clear on where your positions are. Is there anything that you wanted to express that was not presented in your testimony? I'll start with Jeffrey.
Thank you, Senator. I actually have a question on the goal of the hearing today and what you see as your respective committees or the legislature's next step in this process.
The goal of the hearing today, and why I wanted to do it with Senator Krueger when she first proposes, because we've been frustrated with the lack of transparency, and we wanted to make sure that the public understood that from our end, and also continue to push the administration to be more transparent with what's going on, so that we could finally get to a position to ensure that we do everything we can to make sure that, number one, there's a Penn Station improvement, but number two, that there's a clear understanding of what the boundaries are, so that we could shape something that makes sense. You know, there's clearly, in my mind, problems with everything above ground, and where it's getting done, and even how it's getting done. Today clearly also showed me that they're not even sure that they're going to get the federal sign-off on if it's going to be done below 31st Street or above 31st Street in Site 6 or Site 3 or Site 2 or whatever. So it raises a lot of questions. So I think today was illuminating, and that was the point of having the hearing, and from my mind, to support my colleagues, to give the public an opportunity to have testimony, because we had heard from folk that they hadn't had a chance, and there was a limit on who was on the CAG or whatever they're calling that open meeting, or the meetings, and so I wanted to make sure that the public had an opportunity. And again, I wanted to support my colleagues, and hopefully, you know, after we've had this hearing, we will hear from the administration about changes and amendments to support what the level of frustration is above ground.
That was very well said. Of course, we're also, you know, at a turning point of, it's been Brad's district, but all of the activity will be when it becomes my district. We're on timelines that are not invented by us, but I don't think are invented. They're real. What's going to happen at the federal government? Do we have a window for drawing large amounts of money into these projects that we desperately need from other governments? And do we not want those windows to close on us? At the same time, we knew, and again, you know, Brad's been leading the charge on this, that there were lots and lots and lots of concerns and unanswered questions. And could we, A, get answers to those questions, and B, try to contribute to making this a better set of products, a better set of outcomes for not just obviously the people of Manhattan or of this area of Manhattan, but as again, these are all fundamental regional, multi-state transportation issues. So I think that was the intent of the hearing. As far as the actual authority of the legislature right now in this, cover your microphones, almost nothing. I mean, because we don't even have a vote on the PACB unless Governor Hochul hurries up and signs the law.
Which
that
she
would,
should do.
Which she will do, which we will push her to do, which actually would give us a vote on the determination at the end of the process. But I do think what was very important about this hearing, I hope is true, we have now put all of these different government agencies, you know, on record. They're going to get us the information. They're going to get you the information, and there will be opportunity for you to testify at their hearing as well as at this hearing, and anyone else who's listening. And that, you know, sunlight is a really critical part of the formula for government. And I can guarantee everyone who's listening, no one will be super happy with the final outcome. It's almost mathematically impossible. But hopefully, we can get to the best outcomes that we can, given the extraordinarily complicated moving parts and demands on us. I do think that whatever our individual differences are, I think most people understand we need a far better system for mass transit, and specifically the scenario at Penn Station right now, moving forward into the future as it is pretty much untenable. So I'm going to knock on wood that actually this one hearing actually jumpstarts a number of different responses from various levels of government and actions.
Yes.
Brad Hoylman, did you want to say something because you're back with us?
Yes, thank you. I want to thank both community boards for their active participation on the CACWAG, and thank the chairs for organizing this, and Senator Krueger for taking the helm of this come January, should we all win re-election. I'll be there to work with both community boards, who I will have a sliver of CB5, I believe, but a big part of CB4. And I know that CB4 and 5 are concerned about affordability of housing, deeply affordable and supportive housing, as well as social services for the vulnerable in the neighborhood, which spans both of our Senate districts, Senator Krueger, as well as the community boards. Those are wins I think we can achieve as we continue to shine light on the financing and the planning of this project. There's going to be a lot more work to be done, but I want to again reiterate that I'll be working closely with Senators Comrie and Krueger as we try to sort this out and continue to seek answers for many questions that we still have even after this hearing. So thank you.
And again, I would extol you guys that this is just the beginning of your activism and not the end. This is a difficult situation for us to all be in. As I represent the Jamaica area, the Jamaica the Jamaica substation. There's no one that wants to see better access to Penn than the residents from my district, but I also have a larger obligation as a state representative to ensure that I do everything I can that all of the citizens of the state benefit from this project. So, I could be selfish and just, act like some other folk, we won't mention names, but they just get it done. But, that's not my style. I've never, and as Brad can tell you from when I was chair of land use, when he was coming as community board chair, I've always worked on making sure that public opinion moves into these projects to help them get to where
So true.
That's why you have fans on both sides of you here, Brad and Liz.
Right. So that, so it's important though that we do have this public discourse and that you guys keep fighting. So, because as Liz said, our technical opportunities on this are limited, but our ability to push the public and to move the public through illumination through any other means is important. And we still, again, I want to emphasize, they did promise more public meetings than they ever had before. They promised that everything would be negotiated, and they did state the fact that nothing has been determined, even though, I'll put that in quotes, but there's still there's still a great opportunity to shape this project in a way that makes sense with your activism. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here today. All right, next is it was going to be a two-person panel followed by just one single person for the last panel, so I'm going to call all three up together. Andrea Goldwyn, Director of Public Policy, New York Landmarks Conservancy. Thomas Devaney, Senior Director of Land Use and Planning of the Municipal Arts Society. And Santos Rodriguez, Director of Community Affairs, New York City Building Trades.
Okay.
And should we go in the order I just introduced you in? Is that okay with everyone?
Yes, that's fine.
That's
Okay,
great.
hi.
Thank you. Good late afternoon, Chairs Comrie and Kruger, and Senator Hoylman, if you're there. I'm Andrea Goldwyn, speaking on behalf of the New York Landmarks Conservancy. The Conservancy is a 49-year-old organization dedicated to preserving, revitalizing, and reusing New York's historic buildings and neighborhoods. We understand the pivotal role of this site. For nearly 3 decades, we championed Senator Moynihan's vision for adapting Farley as a transportation hub, and we celebrated the opening of Moynihan Train Hall. We thank you for holding this hearing. It is remarkable that the Penn Station plan, one of the most transformative proposals in the city's recent history, could be approved in just weeks when so much is yet unknown. We support improving Penn Station, but what we've heard isn't a comprehensive transportation plan. It's a neighborhood rezoning that bypasses local zoning rules. It's missing specifics on transit, a full explanation of funding, broad public outreach, and a discussion, until today, of the thoughtful alternatives. In the spring, you and your colleagues asked a series of questions on all these issues. We'd still like to see real answers. We think the plan is bad for New York. Former Port Authority Executive Director Chris Ward said it best in a recent Crain's column. He said, "Though the existing Penn Station is universally reviled, the new redevelopment vision really is a massive real estate play in search of a transit program." He asked, "What are the real transit priorities? Do we need this amount of density to even fund the project? And finally, is this the city we want to live in?" We think this plan is bad for taxpayers, with a segmented process and scant details on how it will generate funds and spend them to benefit New Yorkers. From what we heard today, it does not increase train capacity. Relying on a single developer seems short-sighted. Federal funding needs to be clarified. We support looking at the issue of issuing bonds. And from what we've read, the budget is $7 billion for a lot of new skylights, some great signage, and a substantial payment to MSG. With the special permit expiring soon, the garden's future definitely needs to be clarified. The Independent Budget Office made a lot of great points, which I won't reiterate, but we appreciate them bringing up all of those questions. In comparison, the East Midtown rezoning specified how funds would be generated and established metrics between new FAR and transit improvements. It required developers to complete transit work before receiving temporary certificates of occupancy. We request a transparent analysis of all of these costs to acquire the development sites and complete the improvements. This plan ignores history. We're dismayed to see the widely discredited policy of urban renewal at its centerpiece and the demolition of dozens of historic buildings, some eligible for listing on the National Register of Historic Places. I submitted some images with the hard copy of my statement. Preservation rose from the ashes of the old Penn Station. In the decades since, reusing historic buildings has proved to be an effective strategy for neighborhood revitalization, and it shouldn't be so lightly discarded. We've seen how the dynamic mix of old and new makes New York unique and successful. This plan is profoundly anti-urban. The state assumes that this vibrant neighborhood should be sacrificed to create a blank slate. As you heard, this is a diverse district with a variety of buildings containing apartments, businesses, and a history that will be erased. There will be a financial cost to relocate the people and demolish the buildings, and an intangible cost to destroy this irreplaceable community. Renderings for the new public spaces that we've seen so far present an anodyne vision that literally could be anywhere in the world. This plan is bad for the environment. Existing buildings contain embodied energy that will be lost forever. New construction will use untold amounts of resources and take years to reach carbon neutrality. We believe in the future of New York, but the plan relies on unlimited demand for office space. We have East Midtown, Hudson Yards, and the World Trade Center site. If we need more office space, buildings like the ones set for demolition can be adapted, just as the biggest tech firms are already moving into historic buildings. And in the midst of a housing crisis, proposing even 1,800 apartments out of 18 million square feet sounds absurd. The plan's bad for New Yorkers. Until today, it's left out residents and abandoned hard-fought, transparent zoning and community engagement practices. It's adding millions of square feet of new development while ignoring local zoning that all other building owners have to follow. A project with such a significant impact should have followed ULURP. We believe that the plan is deeply flawed and should be halted, but at the very least, New Yorkers deserve to understand the entirety of what's being proposed. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to improve Penn Station, but the many questions we all have need to be answered first. Thank you for the opportunity to present the Conservancy's views.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi.
Good afternoon, Senators. Thanks for the opportunity to join you today for this important hearing. My name is Thomas Devaney. I'm the Senior Director of Land Use and Planning at the Municipal Arts Society of New York. I'm representing Elizabeth Goldstein, the President of MAS, who sits on the Citizens Advisory Committee for the Empire State Development's Penn Station GPP. We've been following all aspects of the project in great depth and detail, starting with the release of the draft scope of work 2 years ago. MAS has many specific concerns about the GPP. We have commented on everything from protecting area historic resources to improving the public realm. In fact, our most recent comments in February, we asked ESD to pause the GPP process to allow the plan to evolve and to disclose details regarding how the proposed development will finance Penn Station capacity improvements, specifics on the master plan, and redesign and redevelopment of Penn Station itself, and how the different rail entities would be coordinated. We have submitted all our comments and letters to you as part of our written testimony. While the issues we have raised throughout the process remain vital, we would like to use this precious opportunity to address what concerns us most right now. Our comments focus on 3 potentially fatal flaws that need to be remedied immediately. There is no guarantee that the federal government has sufficient information about the overall Penn Station project to ensure maximum infrastructure funding will come to the whole project. In fact, we have been informed that the application for funding improvements to the existing Penn Station will not be submitted until the end of 2022. That is because there is really no complete plan for the existing Penn Station, nor an overall station master plan that shows how all disparate elements of the Penn Station expansion, Moynihan Train Hall, will be integrated. The term master plan has been used by many entities involved in the project. However, our position is, unless it includes the modification for the existing Penn Station, the Penn Station expansion, and details on the connections to Moynihan Train Hall, it is not a master plan. As a result, there is no knowable monetary equivalence between the new Penn Station itself and the broader neighborhood plan and the proposed scale of development. There are estimates, to be sure, but not one that reliably includes the level of federal funding that has been committed, since that is unknown. Until we know the cost of the overall Penn Station project be funded by federal dollars, it is impossible to know the cost that New York State will bear and the amount of development needed to offset those costs. Let me be clear, a new expanded station is necessary and imperative. A study that Tom Wright mentioned that RPA did shows that trans-Hudson travel demand could be up to 32% higher than pre-pandemic demand once the Hudson Tunnel project is completed, despite changes in office and homework balance. It would be an unacceptable nightmare for this generation of New Yorkers and those to come if what comes out of the process is 3 separate stations, Moynihan Train Hall, Penn Station, and South Expansion, planned independently of each other, or the worst of all possible outcomes, no action at all. The public deserves a rational, coherent, and thoughtfully designed passenger-oriented station with a strong, striking above-ground presence on 7th and 8th Avenues. Recently, the MTA announced it is issuing an RFP for engineering and architectural design service for the existing Penn Station. Though described as being coordinated amongst all the railroad entities, the level of cooperation between them is still not clear. When asked what the RFP included and the extent to which it encouraged design teams to propose a vision different from the clever but sliver-like interventions of FX Collaborative's plans released over a year ago, we were told the RFP is confidential. In our reading of the technical scope of work, which is publicly available, there seems to be no ambition for the station beyond what FX Collaborative proposed. Meanwhile, the public has been asked to opine on a massive neighborhood development without understanding the relationship between its cost and the public benefit of the project. Leveraging development in the area for the public benefits makes sense. However, is the development that ESD proposed as part of the GPP the right amount? We still don't know. We place the blame for that squarely on the lack of comprehensive planning for the process for the Penn Station itself. Without it, no one can know. MAS believes that if we do not build a new Penn Station now, we will have missed a generation opportunity. Let's face it, New York State's influence on Congress may be diminished significantly depending on the results of the midterm elections in November. If we do not secure adequate funding for all elements of the overall project, the financial burden could potentially double, falling squarely on the shoulders of New York State. We find ourselves in a conundrum of the worst sort. We have urgent funding opportunities that we must act on, and a planning process that is unconscionably behind, given the magnitude of the project. Without aggressive action from the city and the state elected leadership, this situation will continue to flounder. The consequences will be borne by every train and subway rider for several generations. We urge you to do everything in your power to prevent that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi.
Good afternoon, Chair Kruger, Chair Connery, Senator Holyman. I hope you have a speedy recovery. I had COVID as well, and I know what you're going through, and I appreciate you staying on for as long as you have with COVID, so thank you for the opportunity today.
We're all watching to make sure you don't fall over, Brad, because then we have to make a call for you.
So good morning, good afternoon, good evening. My name is Santos Rodriguez, and I'm here to testify on behalf of Gary LaBarbera, President of the Building and Construction Trades Council of Greater New York and vicinity. I'm here to testify in support of the Pennsylvania Station Area Civic and Land Use Improvement Project. The Building and Construction Trades Council is an organization of local building and construction trades unions that are affiliated with 15 international unions in the North American building trades unions. Our local union affiliates represent approximately 100,000 union construction workers. The building trades mission is to raise the standard of all living for all workers and advocate for safe work conditions to collectively advance working conditions for our affiliates members as well as all workers in New York City. The Penn Station project renovates the existing main station with the goals of doubling the circulation for commuters and travelers, as well as providing heightened skylight ceilings, the floor space on the main commerce, and anticipated to double. In addition, the project will improve access by adding 18 new escalators and 11 new elevators to the platform, as well as more entrances and exits. The project will result in the development of 10 new buildings. It allows for up to 1,800 residential units, with 540 intended to be permanently affordable, with 162 permanent affordable units in one of the new buildings alone. The plan will also generate Class A commercial, office, retail, and potential hotel spaces. This will create substantial number of construction jobs. The general public project plan should include requirements that construction workers must be performed under a project labor agreement. This would ensure that construction workers employed on the project receive family-sustaining wages, health, and retirement benefits. It would ensure that the potential benefits of this project are fully realized. The project has the ability to modernize the neighborhood around Pennsylvania Station, including infrastructure upgrades to crucial transit hub. Projects like this that improve our city while creating good jobs for the construction workers are the types of projects that our city must move forward with. Furthermore, this project will increase the safety and security, make it easier for passengers to navigate through the station and connect to the destinations, and consolidate supportive functions. It will incorporate new entrances, the access points, as well as enhance the surrounding streetscape, address open space and pedestrian, bicycle, and vehicular circulation. This is a comprehensive redevelopment initiative that could revitalize the entire area around Penn Station. With a project labor agreement with the Building and Construction Trades Council, the project has the ability to provide real opportunities to New Yorkers through the creation of construction jobs with union wages and benefits. The Building and Construction Trades Council of Greater New York and vicinity support the use of project labor agreements for the Penn Station area project and projects like it. The project has the potential of revitalizing and modernizing our city, improve our transportation, and create middle-class jobs for our members. In the process, the project labor agreement with the Building and Construction Trades Council will help the project reach its full potential. We thank you again for the opportunity to testify in support of this project with the project labor agreement. Thank you so much.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. So, Municipal Art Society, you want to have a number of changes, but you are fairly comfortable with this this plan going forward. Is that a fair statement or not?
You're referring to the renovations of the existing
Yes.
Penn Station?
Yes.
Sure. I mean, as Andrea mentioned, these are this is an improvement on on the existing Penn Station. I think we can all agree on that, but it's just one piece of the overall puzzle, and that has been our statement all along, that
Right.
that there
Well,
is-
so I was actually going to do a sentence that sort of continued, because I was going to then also ask, but given the concerns that Andrea raised in her testimony, do you, that particularly focused on the landmarked buildings in the area, does Municipal Art Society feel like we can do what we need to do without destroying these buildings described in the Landmarks Conservancy testimony?
Well, we've been saying that option, that alternative needs to be explored, and it really wasn't explored. As we're seeing, we have two different environmental review processes going on. We have the southern expansion, and then we have the GPP. What we would like to see is an alternative evaluated which avoids using Block 780 or demolishing the historic buildings on West 30th and West 31st Street. Yes, it hasn't been explored, and we haven't seen the NEPA review yet, and that's another one of our comments, is that all of these environmental review processes should have been done as one comprehensive.
And I'm sort of making a little trouble because I'm very used to your two organizations being in total agreement. So the fact that you come forward and you're not in total agreement gave me an opening to go, okay, let's think about this. Andrea, in your materials, and you have photos of various buildings, so I do know that the hotel, you have the big X through it, that decision was made years ago to not recognize landmarking, and now it is already being demolished. Are any of the other buildings in your testimony in process for historic registration, national registration?
Well, they're all eligible for listing on the National Register,
Yeah.
and so they will have to go through a Section 106 review. I think National Register listing requires owner consent, so I think that that's the sticking point with those buildings.
So none of them are in process right now?
Not as far as I'm aware.
They all could be eligible?
Right, they could merit it, but that process would need to go one more step.
And just because of my lack of knowledge, is it correct that on a church, this is a Roman Catholic church, the diocese would actually have to want this to happen and support it being saved? Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And do you happen to know what the diocese's position is on this church?
I've only heard rumors, which are that they are willing to let it go, but I can't verify that at all.
It's not a really fair question, but I know that your organization does some work with preservation in churches.
We do. My Sacred Sites colleague was away for the last week, and I would have checked with her to see if she had any more recent information, but that's my most recent understanding of it.
And it is a functioning church now?
Very much.
Okay, thank you. And are the other buildings that you describe here, are they all filled, functioning buildings now?
I believe they are. The building on 7th Avenue, I think, was just recently renovated, the office building. The Stewart Hotel has had a number of owners, but I believe has been functioning until recently. The other building on 30th Street, I can't give you an answer, but I believe that it is. I mean, and there are other buildings that have been under consideration for eligibility all along 31st Street that would be demolished, but right now that's not how they're qualified. But there are many historic buildings that, we believe could likely be reused and even be reused for office space, following the example of Facebook and Google and Amazon and all the other tech companies that have really gravitated toward historic buildings.
And so either for either of you, because I don't know building by building, block by block, everybody, are any of these buildings potentially facade savable? That's not the right terminology, but we see lots of historically beautiful facades that suddenly there are towers coming out of the top of them, but the bottom and even sometimes the insides of the bottoms of buildings are kept and restored. Are any of these potentially in that category?
Sure, I think the one building that isn't being currently used is the Penn Station, the surface building that was part of the original Penn Station development. and that has been vacant for a number of years. But, I mean, they all could be reused, but the other buildings are active. I mean, the Fairmont Hotel, the Penn Station and Terminal Building, the St. John the Baptist Rectory and Church are very much active. In fact, somebody mentioned earlier in testimony that it's not only functions as a church, but it also provides services for drug addiction, and so it's a very valuable community asset.
Brad, since you're there, do you have any questions? Sorry.
Yes, I wanted to ask about any pursuit of historic designation up until now, and why haven't we seen any of these buildings been designated as landmarks?
I can try to answer that. I mean, I think, you know, we had long pursued designation of the Hotel Pennsylvania, a McKim-Mead and White building, you know, in a McKim-Mead and White neighborhood seemed like a likely candidate. But National Register listing does, as I said, does require owner consent. And so we just couldn't get that next step. We requested it for local designation by the Landmarks Commission, and they declined. So I think there's been interest in these buildings, but they have not been able to get to that next step.
Which obviously goes to the point, I'm sure you agree, that, you know, the public's interest in historic preservation often outweighs the private ownership interest, which in too many instances is seeking to, you know, demolish the building, as unfortunately is happening, as we know, with the Pennsylvania Hotel. The Stewart Hotel, has that been the subject of preservation efforts? And I'm sorry if you've answered that question already.
You know, it is eligible for listing. I don't know if there have been other efforts. I think, you know, I think it was I think there was some investment and renovation recently, so I think it was considered something that was in pretty good shape and maybe not, you know, on the precipice the way it is now. And the same with the 7th Avenue building.
Right. Thank you. And have we heard from the diocese on its position regarding its property?
Senator Krueger did ask about that, and again, I had heard rumors last year that the diocese was comfortable selling it, but I absolutely could not say that for sure. I think we can follow up and find out if anyone has more information. But I also like to say, you know, all of these historic buildings can be a great opportunity if someone looked at it that way. If the city did, if the state did, there is funding for preservation. There's a need for, you know, housing. These buildings provide that opportunity, and that's why we are so dismayed with the proposal so far, because we think that they are just starting from the wrong place.
Thank you.
And what would you say is the most, I mean, obviously all of these buildings are endangered, but would there be one that you'd identify as most precious to our placemaking in history more than the others?
I think that's a cruel question. I think, you know, the Penn Services building is the last part of historic Penn Station, which has incredible significance to the preservation movement. I think the church was designed by Napoleon Lebrun, so that, you know, has significance. But the other buildings also kind of harken back to a particular era, and they've evolved as the neighborhood has evolved. So I don't see that any of them are, you know, so ripe for demolition that we shouldn't find another way to address them. But appreciate the question.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I'll turn it over to my colleague to, I guess, close with questions.
I don't have any other questions. You asked the condition of the church and the condition of the other properties, so that's been pretty well done. I just want to thank the panel for testifying and also ask you all to continue your roles in advocacy as well. You've heard what I've said to everyone else so far. We are, you're the last three panelists for today, unless someone else has indicated they wanted to testify. Santos?
Thank you. Yes, I'd be remiss if I don't mention the opportunities around workforce development and the unionized construction industry through the apprenticeship programs. I'm a product of the Edward J. Malloy Initiative for Construction Skills, and without projects of such size, right, we can't continue to bring in people from our communities, frankly, senators, right, that really need these opportunities. We're faced in this country across the board. We're faced with crisis, right? We're faced with crime, with gun violence, with wage disparities, right? And the lack of opportunity. Now, everyone always has a question about the crime in the city, specifically today, right? With all the gun crime, right? We have to give these kids opportunities also.
Let me commend you for focusing on making sure that we do expand jobs, and no one here is trying to eliminate the opportunity for an enhanced and expansion of Penn Station and the opportunity to build a mega project that needs to be done to ensure that we have transportation needs. And I appreciate you advocating for our workforce. There's no one that has been more vocal about making sure that the Ed Malloy program is continued and expanded in the budget every year. Fortunately, it hasn't. Unfortunately, it hasn't. We need to make sure that that program is expanded. I have a young person that came up to me 2 days ago that just told me he got a job through Ed Malloy, and another young person that told me that he's now a construction crane operator thanks to our efforts and getting him exposed in opportunities. No one that wants to do that more than I, and you can tell Mr. LaBarber that you've done your job and you're a great activist for making sure that continues to happen. No one here today said don't build. It's just about how we get this done in a way that makes sense for the entire area.
Completely understood, but I wouldn't be doing and advocating for folks in our communities as well, because there's only one person that mentioned workforce development, and that was the Bronx Commerce. I don't remember her name. So I just wanted to just reiterate that this is not specific to just the Penn Station redevelopment, but it's in reference to a lot of other projects that are coming through the city.
No, I mentioned.
And you know what? You can support us in getting Madison Square Garden to move somewhere else where they will need to be rebuilt with union labor.
Let's build it.
Okay, so I just agree with my colleague.
Just to correct you, I did mention and ask Hope Knight if this would be done with MWBE and
that's correct.
all
Yes.
proper, you know, the safeties and union participation. So
You did mention that.
I did mention that. I just didn't bang it on the table. So.
I was going to say the exact same thing you did, so thank you very much. Yeah, no one's opposed to our investing more in infrastructure and building what we need to build, but it wouldn't be nice if we didn't have to destroy beautiful buildings in the process.
Let's build them from the inside out, like you said.
All right. Well, I want to thank all of our panelists from our last panel. I want to thank anyone who's left in the room who may have been an earlier panelist for participating today. Thank all of you who were listening at home. Again, this is an official state Senate hearing, so there will be available online everybody's testimony who has submitted testimony. Some who could not testify today. I'll reference the City of New York did submit testimony, but they couldn't be here, so we all want to look at their testimony. I want to thank my colleagues online. I want to thank Brad Hoylman for holding out this long when I know you just should be going and lying down and resting, please, Brad. And my other colleagues, Anna Katz. Oh my goodness, Anna Kaplan. Hello, I invented a new name for her.
It's a long day.
And Luisa Sepulveda, who were with us for most of the day. And I know that, I think I can speak for all of us, that we understand there's more work to be done here. And there's more information that's needed. And I think the different levels of government who were here and were listening understand that also. So thank you all, and thank you to the staff, Senate Central for being here, my office staff, Senator Comrie's staff, thank you, for putting this all together for us so quickly. Appreciate it. Have a good day, weekend.